The chronic failure of counterinsurgency to weaponize language, whether its own, English, or the others, tends to generate catastrophic effects. Targets are missed or misconstrued, accidents abound, deaths proliferate while no one is held accountable. As I have been suggesting, the resistance of language to weaponization is not incidental but structurally built into the very discourse and practices of counterinsurgency. That counterinsurgency harbors the very elements of its own undoing can be understood in at least two ways. On the one hand, as military leaders and engineers tend to think of it, the intractability of language could be regarded as a kind of noise that adds to the friction of war, merely a technical problem that can be fixed with greater application of resources, financial and technological, and a strengthening of political will. On the other hand, we could think of the insurgency of language as evidence of the possibility of another kind of translation practice at work. Operating in between the lines of imperial commands, it would be a kind of translation that evades targeting, spurring instead the emergence of forms of life at variance with the biopolitical prescriptions of counterinsurgency. Where might we see this occurring? In what follows, I conclude with one such instance. On March 1, 2011, American-led NATO helicopter gunners killed 9 Afghan boys between the ages of 9 and 15 as they collected firewood in the remote mountains of Kumar province in eastern Afghanistan, mistaking them for Taliban insurgents who had earlier fired at American troops. 54 The killings followed in the wake of an increase in the number of civilian deaths caused by American-led forces throughout Afghanistan since the troop surge in 2009. Regrettably, there appears to have been an error in the handoff between identifying the location of the insurgents and the attack helicopters that carried out subsequent operations, an official NATO statement explained. General David Petraeus, commander of NATO forces, issued an apology to the families of the boys and to the people of Afghanistan for this mistake, saying that these deaths should have never happened. Mistaking children for insurgents, the helicopter gunships addressed them accordingly, sending a message whose force could not be denied. The targeted audience of this fully weaponized speech act were not expected to respond. But something else happened, they spoke back, or at least some of them did. One of them was Himad, an 11-year-old who survived the attack. He spoke to the reporters of the New York Times through an interpreter who remains invisible and unnamed. "We were almost done collecting wood when suddenly we saw the helicopters come. There were 2 of them. The helicopters hovered over us, scanned us, and we saw a green flash from the helicopters. Then they flew back high up, and in a second round they hovered over us and started shooting. They fired a rocket which landed on a tree. The tree branches fell over me and shrapnel hit my right hand and my side." Himad goes on to say that the tree branches hit him and probably saved his life. It also gave him a vantage point from which to witness the helicopters shoot the boys one after another. Thanks to the work of translation, the boys' words reach beyond the village and across the globe for others to hear. What comes to us is a story as spare and unadorned as it is vivid and unnerving in its effects. It is a minimalist retelling of counterinsurgency from the point of view of a member of the population it is supposed to protect. Rendered by the translator and the newspaper editor in grammatically correct English, it nonetheless conveys a semantic excess. The English makes legible the boys' Pashto, yet the meaning of its content remains elusive. We recognize the words and can make sense of the form, but we can barely comprehend the implications of what has been said. We get instead a number of incommensurable possibilities. We sense, for example, an enormous senselessness, or an unforgivable act, or the monstrous effects of the most precise and controlled use of advanced weaponry. All of these imply that translation does not necessarily bring meaning to the surface for us to see. Rather, as Walter Benjamin once put it in a different context, meaning plunges from abyss to abyss until it threatens to become lost in the bottomless depths of language. 55 Unable to ground meaning, translation leads to its falling away. Himad's story is translated not to establish exact equivalence between his Pashto and our English and thereby allow his intentions to come forth. Rather, like an interlinear translation, what comes through is the inexactness and ambiguity of a message contained in a grammatically correct form. Hidden from view, Himad witnesses the helicopter gunship do its work, addressing the boys by turning them into targets. He hears the pilots speak, as it were, delivering their message swiftly and directly. Shooting the boys one after another, the pilots recognized the boys as in some sense mirror reflections of themselves, uniform, undifferentiated, and replaceable parts of an enemy army accessible through the insistently mechanical speech of a war machine. Overcoming their fear of death, the pilots could now incorporate it as the substance of their message, transmitting death itself to those who earlier they thought had threatened them with it. In return, they expected nothing back, no response, just the silence and stillness of those they targeted. The technical precision and unerring accuracy of the computerized gunships were meant to deliver an unequivocal message. As weaponized media of communication, the guns translated and transmitted the pilot's intention, bypassing the need for human interpreters. Onboard guidance systems automatically located the targets without the mediation of local guides, and so could deliver the pilot's message without delay. However, the message was delivered to the wrong address, to a that was meant to be someone else. The pilots did not mean to kill these children. The children just got in the way of the pilot's desire to impose what they deemed to be their sovereign will. This getting in the way is retrospectively reckoned as an accident that absolves the pilots of criminal intent. They made mistakes and merely misspoke. The pilots meant to kill those they were sure deserved to die. Their intentions, born of rational calculation and moral certainty, were legitimate, so it might be argued, even if their realization proved to be horribly otherwise. The pilots meant what they said, they just did not mean it to be directed to those who ended up receiving the full force of their speech. This disjunction between a message and its address, between the pilot's decision and their larger design, could not but stimulate other kinds of responses beyond the calculations of counterinsurgency. Embedded in the newspaper story is one such response from an Afghan shopkeeper, Ashabuddin. As soon as we heard about the attack on the village's children, all the village men rushed to the mountains to find out what really happened. Finally, we found the dead bodies. Some of the dead bodies were really badly chopped up by the rockets. The head of a child was missing. Others were missing their limbs. We tried to find the body pieces and put them together. As it was getting late, we brought down the bodies in a rope bed. We buried them in the village's cemetery. The children were all from poor families, otherwise no one would send their sons up to the mountains despite the known threats from both insurgents and Americans. As with Hemad's story, Ashavuddin's narrative in its English translation comes across as dry and bereft of affect. He hears about the attack and connects it with the missing children. Along with other village men, he searches for them and eventually finds them, or rather, what remains of their bodies. They see the signature, as it were, of the pilot's language in the boys' chopped-up limbs. One can only assume that the sight of dismembered bodies would cause anyone to recoil in horror. But Ashavuddin's story continues in the same flat tone as he talks of the men collecting body parts, bringing them down and burying them. The men in effect reverse the work of targeting. Where the helicopter gunships scattered the bodies of those they addressed, the villagers seek literally to recollect them, binding them together so that they could be buried and thus rejoined to the living. Mourning their loss, the villagers re-articulate the identity of the pilot's targets. The children were all from poor families. In hearing this story translated into English, we are once again faced with the workings of a kind of interlinear translation. Just as an interlinear translation seeks to preserve the ambiguity of the original text, safeguarding its mystery and intimating its inexhaustible possibilities for meaning 56, so Ashavuddin's account comes across as intelligible while simultaneously suggesting something that lies behind or beneath it that can neither be seen nor grasped. It imparts, which is to say, divides and shares, a story about the impossibility of restoration and recuperation. Attempting to find body pieces and put them together, the villagers in Ashavuddin's narrative are left with a sense of something, indeed of many things, missing. He says of Khalid, his 14-year-old nephew who was among those killed, he was studying in the 6th grade of the orphanage school and working because his father had died 4 years ago due to a long-term illness. His father was a day laborer. He has 13 sisters and 2 mothers. He was the sole breadwinner of the family. I don't know what would happen to his family and his sisters and mothers. Gathering the boys and burying them brings no closure but instead intensifies uncertainty about the future, and thus about uncertainty itself. The story and its translation allow us to see that we do not see, conveying a semantic excess that remains impervious to narrative domestication. This imperviousness is perhaps what is indicated by the effectless tone of a Shavadan's voice rendered in English. Translation in this case is faithful to the original, bringing the story up close, so close as to make it profoundly foreign to us, just as it remains irreducibly strange to the Afghan man who tells it. Moving between the lines of Pashto, the English translation conveys a story that remains inassimilable to larger narratives of war, just as it proves inhospitable to our attempts to render war familiar and banal. I don't know what would happen, Ashabuddin says, and neither do we. We apprehend war's violence and its remorseless violation of life even as we are unable to comprehend, much less adequately respond to, its effects. There is, then, in a Shavadan's story something else that reveals itself, the nature of which we can never be certain, but which nonetheless reaches us. It might be that in the living's attempts to recover the dead and rejoin their missing parts we glimpse at the persistence, even emergence of another kind of life, one that is not reducible to the language of targeting and weaponization. Much less is it likely, therefore, for this other life to submit to the saving power of American counterinsurgency that demands the rational reordering and deployment of all life in the war against terror. Or perhaps, it is the voice of those who, speaking in the midst of occupation, find themselves living so intimately with death that they can hardly draw the line that separates them from those they've lost. Barely able to mourn, it comes across as flat and empty of affect. Yet, this voice is just as likely to call for the other's death. As the newspaper article points out, a few days after the killing of the boys, small crowds of people both in the village and in the capital of Kabul gathered to protest, chanting "Death to America! Death to Obama and his colleagues and his associates! Death to the American government!" 57 uttered from below, whether in Pashto or its English translation, death is less a kind of weapon as a token return, a way of giving back to America what America has left behind in Afghanistan. Rhetorically sounding out a death sentence, such chants understandably call for revenge. As such, they redefine Afghan relations to the U.S. We can imagine the chants overturning the discursive hierarchy of counterinsurgency, placing the population in a position of judging their putative protectors. We might even speculate that such calls for revenge bring forth the possibilities of a life that speaks of an afterlife beyond imperial occupation. Or, restraining our wishfulness, we might pause to consider that they could be merely the traumatized, automatic responses to the inexplicable and unjustifiable loss of life, and perhaps even of an afterlife. We who are dependent on translation's fidelity to the vagaries of the original can never be sure. Translation detains us, in all senses of that word, and we can only continue to attend to that which reaches us but which nonetheless remains resistant to the weaponizing impulses of counterinsurgency. Who needs the NSA when we have Facebook? Evan Tucker. Anonymous vs. Anonymous. In the summer of 2011, the decentralized hacker group Anonymous announced that they wanted to kill Facebook. The YouTube video announcing the attack proclaimed, "Your medium of communication you all so dearly adore will be destroyed. If you are a willing hacktivist or a guy who just wants to protect the freedom of information, then join the cause and kill Facebook sick for the sake of your own privacy." Facebook has been selling information to government agencies and giving clandestine access to information security firms so that they can spy on people from all around the world. Some of these so-called white hat infosec firms are working for authoritarian governments, such as those of Egypt and Syria. Everything you do on Facebook stays on Facebook regardless of your privacy settings, and deleting your account is impossible. Even if you delete your account, all your personal info stays on Facebook and can be recovered at any time. Facebook knows more about you than your family. Point 1. Complicating matters, other individuals claiming affiliation with Anonymous denounced the video and said that it was a hoax. Things got ugly when this rival faction published information about a person who had allegedly called for the Facebook attack. Of course, the date for the attack came and went and Facebook was not destroyed. But the threat resurfaced again in January of 2012 and the recriminations resumed. It appears that the most vocal portion, if not the actual majority, of those in Anonymous champion the importance of social media. Yet the call for the destruction of Facebook seems to suggest a crumbling consensus on the value of the medium. Some of the concerns expressed in the Anonymous communiqué have been raised in the wider society, but they seem to be drowning under a flood of fawning press coverage, awestruck over Facebook's latest innovation. But the radical call to action brings to light a dark side of social media that neither innovation nor regulation can erase. What's wrong with Facebook? Social media is unlike any other surveillance technology that has ever existed. Point 2 Through its innovative organization and display of information, it offers users an unparalleled sense of self-expression and social connection. Its seductively simple platform enables people to share information about themselves and the people they know without a second thought. Since the collection and organization of large volumes of data is typically the most challenging aspect of a surveillance operation, the advent of social media has been a boon for law enforcement and others with an interest in managing the people they intend to control and/or profit from. Social media has also been a goldmine for advertisers, who pay top dollar for the information that users voluntarily provide. For these reasons, user privacy is not part of the business model. The service is free only because the user is the product. Since the website Friendster was launched Indiana 2023, the use of social media websites has expanded tremendously, with Facebook alone claiming over 800 million users. Point 4 The influence of social media has been frequently discussed, but rarely critically. So far as I have seen, there has been no comprehensive, public examination of the negative impacts that social media has on our lives, communities, and political movements. Point 5. There are 4 serious problems with social media. These are: 1. Information is not secure. All user-submitted content is controlled by corporations, which freely share it with the government and sell user information to other businesses. 2. The amount of information generated is enormous. Social media's popularity and ease of use have created an ever-expanding database larger than any in history, allowing the government to prosecute more people and businesses to extract more profit. 3. User profiles are nothing more than dossiers voluntarily created and published by the subject. A self-created dossier can be more revealing than one created by an intelligence agency. 4. Social media automates and simplifies the mapping of interpersonal associations and social networks. Social media normalizes relentless record-keeping of our lives and tracks us like never before. These sites give governments and businesses access to information that they would never have the time or resources to acquire on their own. It also avoids the scandal associated with the exposure of massive surveillance programs, because the subjects of these dossiers are the same people who produce and disseminate them. While some users may take self-censoring steps to mitigate the problems, these 4 aspects are interconnected and inherent to the technology. If you use social media and don't provide much information about yourself, your profile may not be much use to the government, but it probably isn't much use to you, either. Let's consider the problems in more detail. 1. Information is not secure. All user-submitted content is controlled by corporations, which freely share it with the government and sell user information to other businesses. In a 2006 article about MySpace, Newsweek aptly described it as a searchable, public scrapbook of images, affiliations, and written exchanges that hands law enforcement data on millions of potential suspects, witnesses or victims. 6. The privacy implications are astounding, though many people feel that their information is secure because they have chosen a privacy setting that limits access to their profile. MySpace and all similar websites have so-called privacy policies. These policies are little more than memos to users hinting at the privacy violations that await them. And, of course, the terms and conditions are subject to change at any time. In its privacy policy, MySpace indicates that it records user IP addresses for security purposes. Their privacy policy acknowledges that the company will provide a user's personal information to comply with the law or legal process, and that they will access or disclose it if they think it necessary to protect the safety and security of users of the MySpace services or members of the public, or for risk management purposes. The meaning of risk management is left unexplained. Point 7. Facebook's privacy policy states, "We receive data about you whenever you interact with Facebook. When you post things like photos or videos on Facebook, we may receive additional related data, or metadata, such as the time, date, and place you took the photo or video." Their policy later states, "We receive data from the computer, mobile phone, or other device you use to access Facebook. This may include your IP address, location, the type of browser you use, or the pages you visit. When we get your GPS location, we put it together with other location information we have about you, like your current city. But we only keep it until it is no longer useful to provide you services." 8. Keep in mind, however, that Facebook is not just providing you a service. Many other people would like that information, and Facebook's privacy policy makes it clear they will share the data they collect on you if they believe it is necessary. "We may share your information in response to a legal request, like a search warrant, court order, or subpoena, if we have a good faith belief that the law requires us to do so. This may include responding to legal requests from jurisdictions outside of the United States where we have a good faith belief that the response is required by law in that jurisdiction, affects users in that jurisdiction, and is consistent with internationally recognized standards. We may also share information when we have a good faith belief it is necessary to detect, prevent, and address fraud and other illegal activity, to protect ourselves and you from violations of our statements of rights and responsibilities, and to prevent death or imminent bodily harm." Point 9. So the company's good faith is all that stands between the wealth of data they collect about you, and anyone who asks for it. Since business and law enforcement prefer accurate information, Facebook does its best to verify what you submit. This issue of identity verification hit the headlines in the fall of 2011 when author Salman Rushdie had his Facebook account deactivated after the company demanded proof of identity. Facebook demanded that Rushdie change the name on his account to his birth name, Ahmed Rushdie, despite his being a world-famous author who has published under the name Salman Rushdie for decades. Point 10. Pressure from law enforcement has influenced this effort to force people to use their birth names. But it is not the only reason. Linking a person's authentic identity to their Facebook page has become an important part of Facebook's business model. According to Somini Sengupta of the New York Times, Forrester Research recently estimated that companies spent $2 billion a year for personal data. Companies like Facebook hope to peddle users' real names as a virtual passport to be used to sign into over 7 million websites and applications. As Sengupta points out, it gives Facebook a trail of valuable information about the reading, listening, viewing and buying habits of its users. 11. This information is the product in a multi-billion-dollar industry that creates financial incentives for minimizing user privacy and anonymity. A Federal Trade Commission, FTC, complaint alleges that Facebook has violated users' privacy in a variety of ways, including continuing to display photos that users have deleted, changing privacy settings without permission, and selling users' information to third parties despite claims to the contrary. According to Michael Litka of the Associated Press, Facebook is trying to make money by mining the personal information that it collects to help customize ads and aim messages at people. Litka also points out that strategy has been working well as Facebook prepares to sell its stock in an initial public offering that's expected next year. During the period of the privacy violations, Facebook's revenue increased from $777 million to $4.30 billion. 12. Facebook is not alone. Both Google and Twitter have likewise been the subject of FTC complaints for how they have handled users' information. 13. 2. The amount of information generated is enormous. Social media's popularity and ease of use have created an ever-expanding database larger than any in history, allowing the government to prosecute more people and businesses to extract more profit. Despite the FTC's action against social media companies, government agencies often rely on these sites to get private information about users. Companies like MySpace are quite comfortable assisting these agencies. In 2006, Newsweek reported that a 20-member, 24/7 law enforcement team fields 350 calls a week from its Rolodex of nearly 800 agencies, helping them surf the site. The article goes on to say, communication between cops and the 2-year-old company has surged this year, with MySpace now contributing to about 150 investigations a month, according to Jason Pfeffer, its vice president for operations. The same article states that under Justice Department guidelines, anything posted online is fair game. MySpace ought to be familiar with Justice Department guidelines since they hired former federal prosecutor Hemantha Nigan to monitor the site. 14. Social networking sites have become such a rich source of information that law enforcement agencies now prepare trainings on how to use them for investigations. In March 2010, the Electronic Frontier Foundation received documents through the Freedom of Information Act regarding a Justice Department presentation entitled Obtaining and Using Evidence from Social Networking Sites. The documents indicate some of the ways the U.S. Department of Justice uses social media, reveal personal communications, establish motives and personal relationships, provide location information, prove and disprove alibis, establish crime or criminal enterprise. One section title asks, why go undercover on Facebook, MySpace, etc.? The text provides the following answers: communicate with suspects/targets, gain access to non-public info, map social relationships/networks. In a section on witnesses, where the authors ominously proclaim knowledge is power, they urge attorneys to research all witnesses on social networking sites and advise your witnesses, not to discuss cases on social networking sites, to think carefully about what they post. 15. Ironically, if everyone took their advice, the Justice Department would probably find these sites much less useful. Also among the documents the Electronic Frontier Foundation received was a 2010 Department of Homeland Security memo entitled Social Networking Sites and Their Importance to FDNS. FDNS stands for Fraud Detection and National Security. It states, narcissistic tendencies in many people fuels a need to have a large group of friends linked to their pages, and many of these people accept cyber friends that they don't even know. This provides an excellent vantage point for FDNS to observe the daily life of beneficiaries and petitioners who are suspected of fraudulent activities. This social networking gives FDNS an opportunity to reveal fraud by browsing these sites to see if petitioners and beneficiaries are in a valid relationship or are attempting to deceive CIS citizenship and immigration services about their relationship. Once a user posts online, they create a public record and timeline of their activities. In essence, using MySpace and other like sites is akin to doing an unannounced cyber site visit on a petitioner's and beneficiary's SIG. 16. It's not just the feds who are catching on to the social media craze, either. All types of law enforcement agencies can register for the Social Media Internet Law Enforcement (SMILE) conference, an annual gathering for investigators looking to add another weapon to their arsenal. The conference website claims that agencies are using social media in areas such as community policing, recruitment and retention, investigations, crime prevention, reputation enhancement/management, as well as others. In addition to these areas of emphasis, the 2012 SMILE conference offers to educate cops on how to use social media for explicitly political purposes. Their website reads, the fourth SMILE conference will also emphasize the changing role between law enforcement, social activists, and traditional media. Tuesday will offer an entire day of topics covering social activists' interference with investigations, maintaining public order, and mass surveillance in an open-source world. 17. The case of U.S. v. Eric McDavid et al. Offers us an early example of this changing relationship between law enforcement, social activists, and traditional media. In 2006, McDavid and his co-defendants, Zachary Jensen and Lauren Weiner, were arrested and branded as eco-terrorists due to the efforts of an FBI informant called Anna. The informant traveled to activist gatherings and protests from 2003-2005 trying to gather information and encouraging attendees to break the law. According to FBI agent Nassan Walker, the information she has provided has been utilized in at least 12 separate anarchist cases. 18. The FBI's motivation for pursuing McDavid can be summed up by the first line about him in the criminal complaint: Eric McDavid, age 28, is an anarchist. The word anarchist appears in the 15-page complaint no less than 26 times. 19. After the three were arrested, it came out that the government was monitoring the MySpace accounts of Jensen and Weiner. McDavid did not have one. 20 In the discovery process, the government turned over printed copies of Jensen and Weiner's MySpace pages, including all of their blog posts, comments, and friend listings. The criminal complaint that charged the three with conspiring to damage or destroy certain property by explosive or fire referred to Zachary Jensen's MySpace page and quoted from it extensively. The complaint states, Jensen, like McDavid, is security conscious and is careful not to disclose information on his website regarding his politically motivated illegal activity. In one journal entry, Jensen recounts illegal activity he conducted somewhere in the San Francisco Bay Area. A verbatim text of the entry, dated May 21, 2005, reads as follows. What happened Friday night can't be told here online, it can only be told in person, so everyone back home will have to wait because of security. Imagine, music blaring, kids running in the streets, dancing and shouting, adrenaline surging, cops right behind us. We ran fast and you know what kind of tags were left upon the concrete yet, you know. The FBI JTTF Joint Terrorism Task Force has researched the above-described incident and concluded that it took place at a protest in downtown Palo Alto, CA. During this incident, dumpsters were moved and overturned in the streets, store windows were broken, and graffiti was sprayed on walls and sidewalks. Photos of the protest obtained through a public source depicts an individual spray painting the phrase, "Pandas are sexy" onto a sidewalk. Jensen's webpage contains numerous references to pandas and the Panda House, Jensen's name for his former residence. 21. Clearly Jensen's concerns about security were warranted, even if his response to them was idiotic. At Zachary Jensen's bail hearing, his MySpace and LiveJournal accounts were referenced frequently. A straight-faced prosecutor announced that on Jensen's MySpace page he admitted to being a ninja and an assassin, thus proving that he was too dangerous to be released on bail. The prosecutors also used information from Jensen's MySpace account to argue he had no residence and no ties to a particular geographic community and was therefore a flight risk. No independent corroboration was required for these claims because they were Jensen's own words. Jensen was denied bail. Weiner was released because she quickly agreed to cooperate with the government and testify against her co-defendants. Her family posted the $1.2 million bail. McDavid, like Jensen, and partially because of Jensen, was also denied bail. Though McDavid did not have a MySpace account, Jensen's MySpace page was offered as representative of McDavid's behavior and as a source of insight into his activities. The criminal complaint states, Jensen's site also contains several journal entries in which he documents his interactions with McDavid. Information from Jensen's journal entries corroborates reporting from the CS confidential source regarding McDavid and Jensen's travels. 22 documents obtained through a FOIA request make it clear that the government was using Jensen's MySpace to track McDavid's whereabouts and obtain information about who his friends might be. 23 Even though McDavid had no MySpace page of his own, Jensen did the damage by putting information about McDavid on his page. McDavid was ultimately sentenced to nearly 20 years in prison. 24. McGregor Scott, the U.S. attorney who aggressively pushed for the prosecution of McDavid, went into private practice in 2009 and was retained in 2011 to represent Facebook from his Sacramento office. Ironically, Scott represents Facebook in one of the few reported cases where they are refusing to turn over user information. This time it is being requested by defense attorneys to prove juror misconduct. 25. 3. User profiles are nothing more than dossiers voluntarily created and published by the subject. A self-created dossier is more revealing than one created by an intelligence agency. When testifying in McDavid's trial, Anna stated that her first attempt at infiltrating an activist meeting failed because her appearance did not adequately resemble the people she was trying to deceive. Though she never explained how she finally got it right, it's clear that social media was an important tool for validating her false identity and keeping tabs on the people she met. But the abundant and well-packaged information people have on their profiles has an even more important use for informants. In their 2005 ethnography of anarchists and studies in conflict and terrorism, Eugene police officer Chuck Tilby and University of South Florida psychology professor Randy Borum state that infiltration is made more difficult by the communal nature of the lifestyle, under constant observation and scrutiny, and the extensive knowledge held by many anarchists, which requires a considerable amount of study and time to acquire. 26. The success of law enforcement infiltration tactics hinges on believability. If police or informants cannot convincingly impersonate anarchists, or environmentalists, animal rights activists, etc., then they cannot gain the trust of those people. Without the opportunity to build trust quickly, the ability to manipulate people is severely diminished. Social networking websites could be the ideal text for the necessary study. By offering complete profiles of individuals in social and political groups, it gives informants all the information they would need to pose as a member of that group. Police and prosecutors are unabashed about their regular and widespread reliance on social networking sites. Police can create false profiles for surveillance purposes, but ordinary social media users who do so can be severely punished. In 2006, a 13-year-old girl from Farmington, Connecticut was charged with criminal impersonation because she created a MySpace profile of her principal. 27. While the sheer number of MySpace profiles may give the impression that there are too many people to effectively monitor, some police agencies are becoming increasingly proficient at dealing with enormous amounts of data. The technology news website Daily Tech reports that the NYPD plans to mine social media sites like Facebook, Twitter and MySpace in order to find criminals bragging about a crime they've committed or planning to commit a crime. This is part of a growing trend of tech-savvy law enforcement agencies that have realized they can do more than manually look through these public dossiers. According to Daily Tech, New York isn't the only city with positive results from data mining social networks. London's rioters and looters have used Twitter and BlackBerry messages this week to choose targets to burn or loot. Police have been able to use the social networks to find pictures of these criminals. 28. This data mining is not just used for police work, but for intelligence purposes as well. In a 2012 article about the U.S. government monitoring social media all over the world, Kimberly Dozier of the Associated Press discovered the massive amount of information the CIA is able to collect and process. She reported that the CIA is following tweets up to 5 million a day. Analysts then cross-reference the data with both publicly available information and surreptitiously acquired intelligence to create reports for the White House. 29. Students from junior high to college are among the millions monitored on social networking. As the New York Daily News reports, a New Hampshire teen discovered that free speech actually comes with a price. In May of 2011, 13-year-old Shane Del Isala was suspended from Rundlet Middle School in Concord, New Hampshire after posting on her Facebook that she wished Osama bin Laden had killed her math teacher. 30. Connecticut Attorney General Richard Blumenthal put it simply, the illusion of privacy is simply self-delusion on the part of young people. Blumenthal argues that there is absolutely no reasonable expectation of privacy, which is the test under the law for the requirement of a warrant before the police should use it as evidence. 31. The more people offer up their personal lives to the internet, the deeper the intrusions become. In January 2008, MySpace made an agreement with 50 attorneys general, promising to enhance the ability of law enforcement officials to investigate and prosecute internet crimes, and to develop identity verification technology for the site. A press release from the National Association of Attorneys General also stated there will be scrutiny of every image and video uploaded to the site. 32. One of Facebook's methods for scrutinizing every image on their site is using facial recognition software that can automatically identify people in photos. According to Sarah Jacobson Purewell of PC World, sure, you can opt out of the service, but it's a pretty weak consolation. After all, opting out won't keep Facebook from gathering data and recognizing your face, it'll just keep people from tagging you automatically. This technology could potentially make a person identifiable in any picture of them posted to Facebook, including pictures posted without their knowledge or permission. A person does not even need a profile to be identified. Purewell goes on to describe this as Facebook's way of creating a huge, photo-searchable database of its users. And yes, it's terrifying. Every time a photo is tagged on Facebook, info is added to their massive database of information about the 90 billion photos that they host. And remember, once they have this information, they can give it to anyone they want to. 33. But it is not only the companies and law enforcement examining young people's profiles. According to the Boston Globe, 11 high school athletes were suspended from participating in school sports after a parent found pictures on Facebook of them using alcohol and tobacco. The parent downloaded the pictures and turned them over to the school administration. According to Superintendent Joseph F. Casey, "We are not trying to interfere with what happens outside of schools. But if you're going to represent the school, we expect you to uphold that image 24/7. In addition to the athletic suspensions, the school is trying to determine the location of the photos, so that the owners of the house can be prosecuted for allowing underage drinking. If convicted, they could face up to a year in jail and a $2,000 fine. 34. Universities across the country have indicated that they regularly look at Facebook and will expel students if they see evidence of violations. One student, Cameron Walker, was expelled from Fisher College in Boston for a Facebook post that criticized a campus police officer. Walker later admitted he was naive about Facebook, because it wasn't affiliated with a university. 35. Like other government agencies, schools not only monitor social media to control people's behavior, but also to manage dissent. In response to protests against fee hikes, the University of California, Davis created the Student Activism Team to spy on students and campus organizations they believed to be involved in the protests. This became public knowledge after a former student received 280 pages of documents through the California Public Records Act detailing some of the university's surveillance activities. 36. Given the budget crisis that precipitated the protests, it is unlikely that the university has unlimited funds for spying on students. The abundance of up-to-date protest information on Facebook allowed the university to maximize the efficiency and effectiveness of its response. In one email, Associate Director of the Center for Student Involvement Ann Reynolds Myler states, "As we monitor Facebook and website announcements to get a better idea of activities for the day, we will finalize the shift schedule for our 16-member resource team." 37. Those schools have rushed to capitalize on the wellspring of intelligence that social media provides. They are just one of many institutions concerned with amassing knowledge to control subject populations. 4. Social media automates and simplifies the mapping of interpersonal associations and social networks. According to the U.S. Army, one of the key tasks of counterinsurgency is to understand how members of a targeted population interact with each other. The U.S. military uses a technique called social network analysis to map people's relationships and their connection to any insurgency or political movement. According to Army Field Manual 3-24, for an insurgency, a social network is not just a description of who is in the insurgent organization, it is a picture of the population, how it is put together and how members interact with one another. The manual goes on to explain the importance of this process by pointing out that social network analysis helps units formalize the informality of insurgent networks by portraying the structure of something not readily observed. Network concepts let commanders highlight the structure of a previously unobserved association by focusing on the pre-existing relationships and ties that bind together such groups. By focusing on roles, organizational positions, and prominent or influential actors, commanders may get a sense of how the organization is structured and thus how the group functions, how members are influenced and power exerted, and how resources are exchanged. 38. In the documents obtained by the Electronic Frontier Foundation, the Justice Department indicates that the ability to map social relationships/networks is one of their primary purposes for using social media. Nowhere is this practice more damaging than in the communities branded with the gang or terrorist labels. These labels are defined in part by the beliefs and associations of those being targeted for surveillance, harassment, and prosecution. A crime becomes gang or terrorist activity based on the alleged intentions or loyalties of those accused. When people have this gang member or terrorist label thrust upon them, activities that would ordinarily be considered legal become illegal, and illegal activities are dealt with much more severely. Relationships, behaviors, and aspects of appearance that are not themselves criminal are used to criminalize communities and support legal interventions. The California Penal Code defines gangs in the following way: any ongoing organization, association, or group of 3 or more persons, whether formal or informal, having as one of its primary activities the commission of one or more of the criminal acts, having a common name or common identifying sign or symbol, and whose members individually or collectively engage in or have engaged in a pattern of criminal gang activity. 39. Unfortunately, the common identifying sign is often race, as the individual accused of membership need not himself have participated in a crime, and the informal nature of the gang leaves little opportunity to disprove membership. Communities targeted for anti-gang efforts often face police occupation and shootings, more frequent arrests, enhanced charges, longer sentences, and further isolation in prison. 40. According to the Victorville Daily Press, officials from the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department regularly use MySpace to track and identify gang members. The gang unit of the Sheriff's Department began using MySpace after hearing about the success other law enforcement agencies had with the website. The gang unit uses the profiles of individual MySpace users to get the district attorney to seek gang enhancements, which increase the length of prison sentences, for people being prosecuted for other crimes. It is unclear if these people would even be considered gang members were it not for their MySpace accounts. 41. Besides the public goal of prosecuting internet crimes, law enforcement also uses data from social networking sites to map and analyze political movements and subcultures. Social media makes association more transparent and therefore easier to criminalize. It offers the raw materials for these state-constructed identities. In 2006, Southern California animal rights activists found out how seemingly innocuous postings on their MySpace pages can have severe consequences. In November of that year, Santa Monica Police, in cooperation with the FBI, raided the homes of 8 animal rights activists, trashed their residences, took thousands of dollars worth of property, and ultimately filed no charges. The activists' problems with law enforcement began when they were served with restraining orders to force them to stay away from the property and employees of the beverage company Palm Wonderful. Palm Wonderful was, at the time, engaged in animal testing and was the subject of regular protests. The restraining order was roughly 80 pages long and included photographs, text, and links from the MySpace accounts of the 8 people whose homes were later raided. The information from the MySpace pages was collected by a law firm working for Palm Wonderful and included pictures of people passing out information about veganism, attending unrelated protests, and drinking beer. These pictures, along with links to websites such as veganoutreach.org and echoprisoners.org, were meant to prove that these people were dangerous and supported direct action. While none of the information was linked to any actual crime, all the activists were served with restraining orders, and just over a month later, their houses were raided. 42. Though much of this chapter focuses on the government's nefarious use of social media, private industry is another culprit. Some businesses engage in surveillance for their own purposes, while others capitalize on the government's outsourcing of intelligence activity. Private security firms are hired to engage in surveillance on behalf of government, so that the dirty work of spying can be done off the books. Little is known about the surveillance practices of businesses in general, and how they use social media in particular. Most of what we know about the government's uses of social media comes from the glimpses gained through the Freedom of Information Act and the cops' propensity to brag about it to the press. The activities of businesses are not covered by the Freedom of Information Act, and they are rarely willing to give their secrets up in public. But sometimes those secrets are leaked or stolen, as in the case of private security firm H.B. Gary Federal. Aaron Barr, the CEO of H.B. Gary Federal, had a plan to identify members of the hacker group Anonymous and sell the information to the FBI. Anonymous describes itself as a decentralized network of individuals focused on promoting access to information, free speech, and transparency. 43 They caught the attention of the FBI in 2010 when they shut down the websites of Visa, PayPal and MasterCard in retaliation for cutting off services to the independent news organization WikiLeaks. Barr felt that social media sites were invaluable tools for mapping networks of hackers and uncovering their identities. He even presented a talk at a Justice Department conference about using social media and specific techniques that can be used to target, collect, and exploit targets with laser focus and with 100% success. 44 Despite this brazen boasting, he was not successful. In fact, quite the opposite. Barr created fake Twitter accounts and Facebook profiles to befriend people he believed were leaders in Anonymous. He had planned to expose Anonymous members at a February 2011 security conference in San Francisco, where he was scheduled to give a talk entitled "Who Needs NSA When We Have Social Media?" But he was never able to give that talk. By the time the conference rolled around, Aaron Barr and H.B. Gary were in ruins. Anonymous had hacked into HBGary's computer system and made the information they found publicly available online. Bragging about his efforts in the press unleashed a backlash from Anonymous that cost Barr his job and crushed the company he worked for. Anonymous taunted him with the fact that the information he planned to sell to the FBI was all bogus. Please note that the names in the file belong to innocent random people on Facebook, none of which are related to us at all. 45 Barr was close to erroneously implicating people in hacking activities that they had nothing to do with. When Anonymous made all Barr's emails public, it became clear that H.B. Gary Federal had been contracted by the U.S. government to create software that would generate fake social media profiles to manipulate public opinion. According to Darlene Storm in Computer World, it could also be used as surveillance to find public opinion with points of view the powers that be didn't like. It could then potentially have their fake people run smear campaigns against those real people. 46. The leaked emails also indicate that H.B. Gary Federal was hired by the Chamber of Commerce to engage in campaign of sabotage and disruption against their enemies. HBGary's plan included using social media to cause infighting, sway public opinion, and gather information on union activists, their friends, and their families, including their children. Those activities are summed up well in a letter written by about a dozen members of Congress calling for investigation in the matter. The letter states, "The emails indicate that these defense contractors plan to mine social network sites for information on chamber critics, plan to plant false documents and fake insider personas that would be used to discredit the groups, and discussed the use of malicious and intrusive software, malware, to steal private information from the groups and disrupt their internal electronic communications." 47. One of HBGary's partners in corporate espionage for hire is a Silicon Valley-based software company called Palantir. After HBGary's emails were leaked by Anonymous, it became clear that Palantir worked with them to prepare a proposal on ways to attack, embarrass, or discredit opponents of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and Bank of America. 48 Palantir products and services have wide use beyond corporate smear jobs. Palantir's clients in government include agencies such as the NYPD, LAPD, CIA, FBI, and the U.S. Army. The secret of Palantir's success is its ability to take enormous disparate data sets and organize them to create extremely comprehensive pictures of individuals and communities. For example, in Afghanistan, the U.S. military uses Palantir to plan counterinsurgency operations. According to a report in Bloomberg Businessweek, the Army can type a village's name into the system and a map of the village appears, detailing the locations of all reported shooting skirmishes and IED, or improvised explosive device, incidents. Using the timeline function, the soldiers can see where the most recent attacks originated and plot their takeover of the village accordingly. Their data aggregation software has domestic applications as well. According to the same report, the FBI can now instantly compile thorough dossiers on U.S. citizens, tying together surveillance video outside a drugstore with credit card transactions, cell phone call records, emails, airplane travel records, and web search information. 49. Social media clearly offers a mother lode of information for this handmaiden of repression. The revolution will not be friended. Facebook's defenders make the argument that the technology plays a crucial role in the struggle for freedom worldwide. Since the uprising in Tunisia, NYU professor Clay Shirky has emerged as one of social media's major public proponents. In Shirky's view, the political effect of social media is principally in allowing people, who are discontented with their government, to find each other, to coordinate their feelings and to decide to take action. 50. In the introduction to an interview with Shirky, the blog Online Journalism proclaimed, social media can do everything from cause revolutions to create whole new political parties when done right. 51. While it is true that people can connect and organize through social media, its use can come with costs such as constant surveillance, arrest, expulsion, deportation, and incarceration. These costs are often downplayed or ignored while the benefits are overstated. In this vein, much has been made of the role of social media in the uprisings in the Middle East. Visiting Stanford scholar Evgeny Maravas suggests that perhaps the outsized revolutionary claims for social media now circulating throughout the West are only a manifestation of Western guilt for wasting so much time on social media. After all, if it helps to spread democracy in the Middle East, it can't be all that bad. Maravas has argued that the successful use of social media in countries like Egypt has been largely because the disintegrating regimes have not been very tech-savvy. In his article Smart Dictators Don't Quash the Internet, 52, Maravas notes that countries like Russia and China have used social media as a way to manage dissent, identify opponents, and to cripple the communication system of the opposition. Russia, China, and Vietnam have all set up their own social media systems that are controlled by the government and compete, often quite successfully, with Facebook and MySpace. And countries that have experienced recent uprisings with dissidents using social media have learned their lesson. Syria and Iran do not shut down social media websites, they recognize their value as sources for information about the opposition. 53. Likewise, after riots took place throughout England in August of 2011, British Home Secretary Theresa May began to meet with Facebook, Twitter, and Research in Motion to discuss how they can help the British government in times of unrest. 54. Social media surveillance is not just for riots and revolutions. The government also uses it for managing its citizens and maintaining stability. The purpose of counterinsurgency is not just to put down revolt, but to make sure it never happens. Malcolm Gladwell argues that high-risk activism is an important element of political movements, ranging from the American Civil Rights Movement to the Italian Red Brigades, and that it is necessary for people to have strong ties to engage in this kind of activism together. Social media, in contrast, promotes weak ties. In his New Yorker article on the subject, Gladwell states, "It makes it easier for activists to express themselves, and harder for that expression to have any impact. The instruments of social media are well suited to making the existing social order more efficient. They are not a natural enemy of the status quo." 55. In response to Gladwell, Steve Sherman argues that media has always been important for social movements and that these movements must adjust to technological change to be successful. 56. But let me be clear, my argument is not against social movements using media or technology. I am arguing that social media, specifically, is unlike any technology that has existed before, and that the collection of corporations that has come to be called social media is dangerous and destructive. 57. As activists, we may want to reach as many people as possible and gain approval for our marginalized causes, but too often we have lost sight of the effects of the tools we use. The fact that people see social media as a tool for social change is more a triumph of marketing than the result of some digital revolution. Social media is a powerful tool for the very institutions that we are at war with, the people that seek to exploit and oppress us. Embracing it has resulted in our willing participation in a process of surveillance that we should be actively resisting. From counterinsurgency to counterintelligence. Of course, surveillance can be a two-way street. In an article about social media and law enforcement, the website Government Technology observed, although social media can help enlist public support, it can also turn on a dime and do the opposite. Their prime example is from Albuquerque, New Mexico, where a police officer involved in an on-duty shooting brought discredit to himself and his department when reporters discovered that he listed his occupation as human waste disposal on a Facebook profile. 58. Similarly, in October of 2011, the Twin Rivers Police Department in Sacramento, California came under scrutiny when reporters found pictures on Facebook of T-shirts produced and sold by the police union. Those shirts showed a picture of a small child inside a cage with the caption "You raise M, we cage M." 59. When the photos went public, it exposed the cops' sadistic attitude toward children and their contempt for people in the community, adding to the tension between the police and the population. Within 2 weeks, Police Chief Christopher Breck was put on paid administrative leave without explanation. 60. According to the San Francisco Chronicle, at a recent conference, San Francisco Police Commander Richard Correa told the 100 or so police bosses that it was crucial they adopt strong social media policies to avoid security gaffes. A quick survey showed that almost none of the chiefs had implemented such policies. 61. The SFPD learned their lesson the hard way. In December 2011, participants in Occupy San Francisco learned of an imminent raid on their camp by reading a police officer's Facebook and Twitter posts. These blunders point to one of the only legitimate uses of social media intelligence. That is its true function, and that is why we must remove ourselves from it. Yet law enforcement and government officials are no less foolish than the rest of us. It appears that they expose, embarrass, and incriminate themselves on social media as much as anyone else does. Since social media is a corporate project with a track record of government cooperation, we are at a distinct disadvantage. Yet as long as they continue to present us with information that can help us fight repression and injustice, we must seize it. The task is to find a way to do this without exposing ourselves in the process. 62. Knowledge is power. The use of social media increases the risk of surveillance, repression, and incarceration. It is a goldmine for anyone from cops to school officials to private businesses looking to collect information. It makes students easier to manage, movements easier to dismantle, and all kinds of people more likely to be harassed or arrested by law enforcement. As Christian Parenti said in his book The Soft Cage, with a little imagination one can see that no matter how mundane, surveillance is also always tied up with questions of power and political struggle. 63. Yet, the dangers of surveillance are often waved away by people who think that they have nothing to hide. This carefree, and sometimes self-righteous, attitude relies on the assumption that the collection of information is an essentially neutral process, and only has negative consequences for those committing crimes. But it is through the very act of surveillance that crime is produced. Philosopher Jeffrey Ryman argues that the idea of crime is created through agents of the law defining certain acts as crimes and certain people as criminals. Ryman asserts that the concept of crime is an important tool to allow the wealthy and powerful to maintain control over everyone else without really keeping us safe. In his book The Rich Get Richer and the Poor Get Prison, Ryman argues that on the whole, most of the system's practices make more sense if we look at them as ingredients in an attempt to maintain rather than reduce crime. 64. Surveillance is one of these practices. By dramatically enhancing the government's ability to surveil people, social media users enhance the government's ability to produce crime. While clearly there are acts labeled criminal that are both real and harmful, the designation of crime is not always linked to demonstrable harm. The notion of crime requires no such objective criteria. As Ryman points out, there are numerous factors in people's lives such as unsafe working conditions, denial of health care, pollution, and high-level fraud that are rarely considered crimes but cause enormous amounts of harm. Crime exists because the state has the power to stand in judgment over people's lives. As the government gains increasing access to those lives through surveillance, their arena of power expands. Social media creates a relationship of confession and observation between a government and its subjects that facilitates the production of crime. It allows the government and their corporate masters, or minions, unprecedented access to our lives, to our communities, and to our movements. The damage this does outweighs any perceived benefits from increased communication or free publicity. Joining the site is free, but that is because your relationships, your activities, and your life have become the product. The inclusion of the knowledge is power formulation in the Justice Department's training notes should serve as a reminder that the government is empowered, in part, through the collection of information on its subjects. As we accumulate as much knowledge about ourselves as possible, and serve it up to businesses and the state, we give them more power over our lives, voluntarily and necessarily. We must withdraw our consent from this repressive practice and not accept surveillance as a norm. The Department of Homeland Security mocks users for their narcissism. The Department of Justice says that everything posted online is fair game. The Connecticut Attorney General says that any idea of privacy on social media sites is just an illusion. These are the people who benefit from our use of social media, and their proclamations about its dangers offer us compelling reasons to stay away. While I agree that social movements need media, it is not uncommon for some movements to abstain from activities that have been considered normal social practices, as the use of social media has become. Movements have boycotted elections 65 or run people for political office who then refuse to serve. 66 Many individuals abstain from voting completely. 67 Some activists refuse to talk to corporate media. 68 And of course many activists refuse to talk to law enforcement under any circumstances. 69 These are but a few examples of instances when political groups or social movements refuse to participate in normal social practices that harm their interests. In many of these cases, the social movements argue that everyone should participate in their chosen tactic to deny the state legitimacy and power. That is precisely what I am advocating, that regardless of political or social affiliation, we reject the minor conveniences that participating in this insidious system of surveillance affords us, in order to deprive businesses and the government of some of the power they have over our lives. Remember, they need us more than we need them. When the renegades of Anonymous called for the death of Facebook, they were not the first to recognize the damage that is caused by participating in social media. But they may have been the first to challenge us to engage in collective struggle to resist it. Now we must step us to this challenge, and determine what form that struggle will take. Building conspiracy, informants in the case of Eric McDavid. Jenny Esquivel. The power to offer a temptation to crime is the power to decide who shall be tempted. It can be and often has been used as a way for the government to eliminate its enemies. Professor Paul Chavigny, A Rejoinder, The Nation 1. Informants are at the heart of the U.S. judicial system. As Alexandra Notapov points out in her book Snitching, Criminal Informants and the Erosion of American Justice, snitching is paradigmatic of the American criminal process because it embodies three of its distinctive characteristics: secrecy, discretion, and the dominance of plea bargaining. Two informants have long been integral to the functioning of the police in the U.S., most notably in the war on drugs. Since 9/11, there have been a series of high-profile cases related to a different kind of war. As the war on terror has ensnared countless individuals, Muslims in particular have borne the brunt of this war on ideas. But perhaps seeing an opportunity to expand long-standing investigations, to respond to increasing pressure from industry groups whose pockets were being affected, or to give the impression of success in their new war, the state also intensified its gaze on the animal rights, environmental, and anarchist movements. From December 2005 and into 2006, 9 people were arrested by the FBI and charged with a series of arsons, most of which had occurred in the Pacific Northwest. 4 others were indicted, 2 of whom have since been captured and 2 whom have not. Operation Backfire was the culmination of years of, mostly fruitless, investigation. A break in the case came in 2004 when Jacob Ferguson, threatened with being charged with an arson at a car dealership, known as the Romania 2 FIRE3, decided to fully cooperate with the feds. Ironically, Ferguson had no involvement in that fire. But he had been on the feds' radar since 2001 when a roommate of his, Heather Coburn, reported him to the police as a suspect when her truck went missing. The truck was later found a block away from the house. When another activist went to the police requesting reports on both the stolen truck and Romania too, the cops began drawing links between the two. Ferguson later submitted to an interview with the feds after being subpoenaed to a grand jury in October 2001. He was subpoenaed again in 2002, but they still were not getting the information they needed to build a case. That wouldn't happen until Ferguson decided to cooperate in 2004. At the behest of the FBI, Ferguson traveled the country to visit his old friends and comrades and reminisce about actions they had participated in together. All the while, he was wearing a wire. These conversations fed the government a wealth of information it wouldn't otherwise have had access to. After Ferguson's sentencing in 2008, the prosecuting attorney told the media that Ferguson's assistants broke what had been, up until that time, a wall of silence about the case. Only through the assistance of Mr. Ferguson did the pieces of this mosaic come together, Kirkendall said. 4 Without Ferguson's cooperation, the government might never have succeeded in cracking the case. Operation Backfire has been identified by many within environmental and animal rights circles as the beginning of the Green Scare, a term that refers to the targeting of these movements by local and federal law enforcement for harassment, arrest, and prosecution. The Green Scare, whether or not one chooses to use that particular moniker, is certainly alive and kicking. And in fact, it could easily be argued that it began long before the arrests in 2005. Since 9/11, the government has shifted vast amounts of money and resources to the task of fighting terrorism. In 2011, the Los Angeles Times reported that federal and state governments were spending as much as $75 billion a year on domestic security. 5 In a paper detailing these expenses, Professors John Mueller and Mark Stewart write, federal expenditures on domestic homeland security have increased by some $360 billion over those in place in 2001. 6 Much of this has been used to expose, disrupt, misdirect, discredit, or otherwise neutralize environmental, animal rights, and anarchist organizations and groupings, their leadership, spokesmen, membership, and supporters. This language is actually from a 1967 internal FBI memo concerning black nationalist, hate-type organizations. The memo was unearthed along with several thousands of other pages of FBI documents when COINTELPRO was exposed in 1971. Today, the language the FBI uses in reference to its new enemy number one is chillingly similar. In a statement issued to Congress in 2005, FBI Deputy Assistant Director John Lewis stated, "Together with our partners, we are working to detect, disrupt, and dismantle the animal rights and environmental extremist sick movements that are involved in criminal activity." 7. True to their word, at least in this instance, the feds have waged all-out war against anyone and everyone who poses a threat to industries engaging in the destruction of the environment or the torture and abuse of animals, or the bureaucracies and state structures that support them. And this has certainly not been limited to folks engaged in illegal activity. In 2006, 6 people known as the SHAC-6 were convicted of conspiracy to violate the Federal Animal Enterprise Protection Act. SHAC stands for Stop Huntingdon Animal Cruelty, a campaign against Huntingdon Life Sciences. The 6 were not accused of actually engaging in any terrorist acts themselves. Rather, they were alleged to have operated a website that reported on and expressed ideological support for protest activity against Huntingdon Life Sciences and its business affiliates. The government's case against them centered on the idea that above-ground organizers of a campaign are responsible for any and all acts that anyone engages in while furthering their goals. In February 2006, Rod Coronado was charged with distribution of information relating to explosives, destructive devices, and weapons of mass destruction. This charge stemmed from a lecture he gave in 2003, in which he answered a question about how he made an incendiary device used in an action for which he had already spent 4 years in federal prison. After a jury deadlocked on the charges, the government threatened to charge Rod with the same thing for a different speech. Understandably exhausted by fighting legal battles for so many years, and ready to move on to life with his family, in December 2006, he accepted a plea bargain, one that did not require him to cooperate with the government. He was sentenced to 12 months in prison, a bargain compared to the 5 to 10 years he could have received at trial. These examples are two among many. The Green Scare is far-reaching and constantly changing. In January 2006, it took yet another menacing turn. On Friday, January 13, 2006, Eric McDavid, Zachary Jensen, and Lauren Weiner were arrested in Auburn, California, and charged with conspiracy to destroy public and private property by means of fire or explosives. The three were labeled eco-terrorists and accused of being members of an Earth Liberation Front, ELF, cell. Their arrest was the direct result of an FBI informant, a young woman by the name of Anna, who was paid over $65,000 by the FBI to befriend activists, fabricate a crime, and implicate them in it. Zachary Jensen and Lauren Weiner caved under the threat of 20 years in prison and agreed to cooperate with the prosecution in exchange for a plea deal that would drastically reduce their sentences. This cooperation included testifying against Eric at his trial and providing the government with information on people unrelated to the case, as well as an agreement to testify at secret grand jury proceedings, should the government request it. 8 On September 27, 2007, after receiving faulty instructions from the court, a jury found Eric guilty. On May 8, 2008, he was sentenced to 19 years and 7 months in prison. Eric's is one of the two longest sentences of any environmental prisoner we know of in the United States, including people who pled guilty to multiple arsons spanning several years. 9 Eric, in contrast, was accused of nothing more than thinking or talking about the wrong things. For more information on Eric and his case, please visit www.supporteric.org. Unfortunately, since Eric's arrest, there seems to have been an increase in the number of cases involving the use of informants and entrapment. In order to better protect ourselves and our comrades from future government abuses and imprisonment, we need to arm ourselves with the knowledge and information necessary to guard against infiltration. There are a number of lessons from Eric's case that could be useful to this end. Before we begin, however, a quick note about fear. It's easy to feel paranoid in today's political environment. While it is critical that we maintain a high level of security consciousness, we must also be aware of how fear can infect and destroy our movements. The feds have a long history of using this fear as a tool of repression, effectively manipulating and coercing us into internalizing their mechanisms of policing. Not only is this damaging to each of us on a very personal level, it also carries with it the very real possibility of alienating us from each other, pulling apart tightly knit communities, and causing our movements to unravel from the inside. This process can destroy a movement faster than any outside, physical force ever could. In light of this, all of the information below is offered with a very important caveat: there is almost no such thing as a foolproof snitch test, and none of the observations below should be considered as such. It is not my intention to instill fear and provoke immobility. That would be counterproductive. Instead, I wish to offer some insight, based on my own experiences with this particular case, about possible warning signs. In the pages that follow, you will find explanations and descriptions of cop behavior, as well as some background details. I urge you to draw your own conclusions. Keep in mind that this is not a checklist. None of these behaviors, taken on its own, could be considered proof of someone's identity as an undercover/snitch/informant. Misidentifying someone as an informant is an incredibly serious error. Finally, by way of explanation and in the interest of transparency, a few details about the author. I am Eric McDavid's partner. He and I met in August of 2004, which, coincidentally, is the exact same time that he met Anna. I also met Anna and Zachary Jensen at this time. Much of what follows is informed by my personal experiences with the three of them. Jensen and I were once close friends. We traveled together, he stayed in my home on more than one occasion, and I did support work for him after his arrest, until he started cooperating. Anna and I had very limited contact for a very short period of time. We met in August of 2004 at a crime ethic gathering in Des Moines, Iowa, and spent a small amount of time together there. From there, friends and I traveled to the Republican National Convention, RNC, in New York. Anna, Jensen, and Eric all met us in NYC and we spent much of the week together. After the RNC, I lost all contact with Anna and only knew of her through my friendships with Jensen and Eric. Jensen, Eric, and I remained in contact and grew rather close. Eric and I became partnered, officially, right before Eric's arrest. After Eric was arrested, I became deeply involved in his support, which also meant doing a fair amount of work for his lawyer. Some of that work included transcribing the dozens of hours of surveillance footage turned over by the prosecution in discovery. Those transcriptions, along with testimony given at trial, provide a wealth of information about Anna and how she operated. Much of what follows is gleaned from these sources. Anna, a case study. When Anna introduced herself to Jensen and Eric in August 2004, she was fairly new on the scene. She had no real previous contacts or connections, but claimed to possess specific skills and to have experience with direct action. During the time she worked for the FBI, Anna played the role of a medic at various protests and gatherings. She wore the garb and carried basic first aid supplies despite having no medical training and having done no independent study of herbs, tinctures, or other natural medicinals. During Eric's trial, Anna stated, "I wore the attire of a street medic. However, if someone came to me for aid, I always passed them off to someone else." 10/11 Clearly, this ruse had the potential to put people in real need of medical care in danger. Anna claimed to have a specific skill, but was unable to demonstrate any real knowledge about it or practical application of it. Anna also spoke in veiled terms about her participation in previous actions. In fact, she implied to Eric, Jensen, and Weiner that she had been involved in fairly serious direct actions in the past, and passed herself off as someone with experience with skills and knowledge that could be useful to people planning actions. If someone boasts and brags about illegal things they have done in the past, they are, at the very least, a danger to themselves and those around them. This kind of behavior would almost certainly draw the attention of any informant who might be within earshot, whether or not the person doing the bragging is actually an informant herself. If the person's bragging is based in fact, they could be getting themselves, and those around them, in serious trouble. Even if what they are saying is untrue, they are drawing unwanted attention to themselves and their friends. And this kind of behavior could point to more deep-seated character flaws that are less than desirable when choosing people to work with. While Anna was usually reticent to divulge the details of her own life to comrades, she had no problem probing others for information about theirs. She asked many questions about people's political history, how they became involved, who they knew, what actions they had participated in. Anna asked about all of these things with alarming persistence. She sometimes said that she was conducting an informal study, or that she was just curious about how different people became involved in the anarchist movement. She asked Eric on numerous occasions whether he knew whether Ryan Lewis had helped with the ELF actions for which he was accused, in an apparent attempt to solicit an admission from Eric. Eric's response was the correct and solid, "I don't know, and I wouldn't tell you if I did." Disposable income. Anna had seemingly endless supplies of cash. She paid for the group's food when they were together. She paid for Weiner's plane tickets to California in November 2005, so she could meet with the others, a meeting that only happened because of Anna's urging, done at the behest of the FBI. She drove Weiner and Jensen from D.C. to California in January 2006. The computers the group was using were supplied by Anna, and the FBI, which later confiscated them. She paid for the cabin they were living in. When the group went shopping for groceries and supplies, Anna pulled out $100 bills and gave them to the others to make the actual purchases. This allowed her to claim during trial that the money for shopping came from Eric and Weiner's pockets. In an interview with Madeline Amalfitano in 2010, Weiner explained, "I saw it like a very personal, like she wanted me to be there through this moment. She was paying for me to be there, so it's like, you know, someone pays for you to go on vacation with them, they want you to enjoy it with them. So it's almost like you're indebted to them, and this is why I was uncomfortable with her paying for so many things. You become indebted. And not just indebted, but dependent as well. I had no money outside of what she was giving me. 12. Anna's explanation for her startling wealth was that she had worked as a stripper. She also claimed to have worked in a chemistry lab at her school, although no one looked into her story to see if it checked out. Even if both of these lies had been true, it is highly doubtful that Anna would have been able to afford all these large expenses, as well as completely support 4 people indefinitely, without the seemingly bottomless pockets of the FBI. Erratic behavior. Anna had a tendency to disappear and reappear sporadically. Often people wouldn't hear from her for months at a time, then she would come back on the scene, asking for help finding specific people or advocating confrontational, risky behavior. Anna first appeared at the protests against the free trade area of the Americas in 2003. From there her handlers sent her to the G8 in Georgia, the 2004 Democratic National Convention, the 2004 Crime Ethnic Convergence in Des Moines, and the 2004 RNC in New York. But after this flurry of activity, Anna disappeared for months. According to her testimony at trial, the feds did not call her again until January 2005 to see if she could attend the inaugural protests, and then again in June 2005 to see if she could attend the Philadelphia biotech protests. During much of this time, Anna was not in contact with her friends. She claimed that she did not stay in contact with Eric and Jensen after August 2004 until Eric started emailing her in 2005. She initiated contact with them at biotech in Philly in 2005, where they were all physically reunited. Before that, in May 2005, Anna began emailing her contacts in an effort to track Eric down. The transcripts from her trial testimony read: Q. Mark Reichel, Eric's lawyer. OK. Now, why would you have written, if you did, an email to someone in May saying, where is McDavid and Ollie, I'm trying to get a hold of them? A. Anna, I was attempting to gain further access into the protest groups and the groups that I had previous contacts with. I had not been undercover within those groups for a lengthy period of time. And I was attempting to use the contacts that I had once known to gain further access to the groups. 13. In the same email exchange referenced here, Anna offered up the following to one of her contacts. What's up in your corner of the world? I've been trying to track you down for a while. The Halliburton shareholders MTG is coming sick up soon in Houston. Anything sick fun planned? Smiley face, I'd love to have a party, if you know what I mean. 14. And in a later email. Brutal, it'll be a reunion. Smiley face, do you guys need anything? Supplies, paint, chains, Niles sick, pipe, anything? Tar and feathers? Like I said, disposable income, so ask around all your contacts. It'd be safer to bring from outside as well. So what are we gonna do? 15. Here Anna is emailing someone she barely knows and whom she hasn't spoken with in months, asking about other activists, advocating illegal activity, and offering to provide the funds to make it happen. That all of this happened at all is a bit alarming. The fact that she was presumably trying to plan illegal activity over email should have been even more disturbing. Surveillance. According to her testimony at trial, at the beginning of her work with the FBI, Anna's main method of communication with them was her cell phone. At this point in time, she was not, as far as we know, wearing a wire, and relied on text messaging to update them about her whereabouts, the plans the group was making, where they were headed next, etc. Because of this, she was overly reliant on her cell phone. She frequently disappeared to make phone calls and was loath to be anywhere without it. When the group was living at the cabin in Dutch Flat, they asked her repeatedly to turn off her phone, but she never complied. Based on transcripts handed over in discovery, we also believe that Anna had a wire in her bag, making her reluctant to go anywhere without it. The car that Anna was driving, which was the group's sole source of transportation during their stay in Dutch Flat, and was also the car in which she ferried Jensen and Wiener across the country, was wired with audio and video surveillance. Because the device was housed in the radio console, she claimed that the stereo was broken. This claim probably should have provoked skepticism, as they were still able to hook up their iPods to listen to music in the car. At one point, during a conversation between Anna and Weiner voiced concern that Anna's car might be wired. Anna reassured her that it was not, and feigned offense that Lauren could think she wouldn't know whether or not her own car was secure. The bottom line here is this: there is no way for someone to be certain that their car is or is not bugged, unless the someone in question is the person who did it. If someone insists their car is not bugged, they are either foolish or lying. Weiner was talking to a person she considered to be a trusted friend, and her response to Anna's reply, acceptance, was understandable. Unfortunately, her decision to act on the belief that the car was not wired was very detrimental. Even if a person has every reason to believe that a particular space is not wired, a car, a house, an office, they should never under any circumstances talk about illegal activity or say otherwise incriminating things about themselves or others in such places. Because the laws about surveillance, not that these laws are always followed, require that the source be present in the room while recording, and because the government is not supposed to record in private areas of the house, bedrooms and bathrooms, Anna insisted on sleeping in the living room during her stay at the cabin in Dutch Flat. This allowed the feds to monitor and record her at all times, even while she was sleeping. It also, presumably, gave them more airtime because she was almost always in the community space. The night before their arrest, the group insisted that Anna claim a more private space for herself in the cabin. They thought it would help her relax and be happier. Knowing that the group would be arrested the next morning, she told them that she would sleep on the couch for one more night, then move elsewhere the following night. Anna was constantly asking her companions to repeat themselves, so much so that Eric jokingly commented at one point about her need for hearing aids. During one conversation, Anna became quite confrontational about the group's communication style, going so far as to tell them that they needed to look directly at her when talking to her, more than likely in an effort to get a better recording. Sometimes the ears you are speaking up for might not be the ones you can see in front of you. Word games. When a person lies for a living, they become pretty adept at it, but when they're lying 24/7, they're bound to slip up once in a while. Anna told a lot of stories and they didn't always add up in a logical way. Anna was arrested at the RNC in 2004. Interestingly, the other people she was with at the time who, like her, had their bags searched, were not arrested at that time. She then told a number of people that she had been separated from other arrestees and interrogated by the police. Later, when Weiner was asking her about it in Dutch Flat, Anna responded that she had been quickly released and had dinner with a friend that night. That was not the story that Weiner had originally heard from other people, and it certainly did not match the stories told by other people after an RNC arrest. Many of them were in custody for 2 days or more. Anna was incredibly skilled at manipulation. One way she manipulated people was to put words into their mouths in an attempt to get them on tape saying damaging things. For example, Anna would have a conversation with Jensen, say something encouraging violence or revolution. Then in a later conversation with Weiner, Anna would tell her that it was Jensen who had made statements about violence or revolution. The following conversation between Anna and Jensen, recorded in the car, is a good example of this. In the following transcripts, S is the source, Anna, and Z is Zachary Jensen. Lauren Weiner is presumably asleep in the back seat. IA indicates that the dialogue was inaudible. S. Like I pretty much think that all of us are revolutionaries. I think that, even though we haven't really said it, we all are hoping for one thing, this country, and IA the world IA. Z. Yet. S. Yet. I think, even though we haven't really said it, I think all of us are hoping that these actions join the bigger picture and help that. Are a part of that revolutionary action. Like Ren Weiner was saying, start this, and then someone will pick up what we're doing and then another person will pick up and keep going. And maybe we'll have started a revolution. 16. Later, during the same car ride, after Jensen moves to the back seat and Weiner joins Anna up front, we hear a strikingly similar conversation. S. brings me to two separate but equal points that Ollie Jensen and I talked about earlier. He talked about how even though none of us have said it, even though none of us have really said it, that doing this, and I think you went into it a little bit, was kind of a first step on hoping to draw out that long and windy road toward revolution. Point 17. This conversational jujitsu served a couple of different purposes. First of all, it was a tool she used to try and convince the others in the group that they were all on board and committed, when in fact she was the one pushing the group and keeping them together. It was also an attempt to confuse the others about conversations they had engaged in, making them think they had said things that she had actually said. She would then later try to get them to agree that they had said something or suggested a particular course of action, so that it would be caught on tape as their idea. Occasionally, this would backfire on her. Here is an excerpt from a conversation recorded at the cabin in Dutch Flat. Hey Anna, here's a question for you. Do you remember at Crime Inc. in Des Moines, at the Skillshare on guerrilla warfare, they talked about attacking federal institutions? Eric, oh, in Indiana. And state government. Yeah. I wasn't there, at that one. I remember you guys all talked about. I totally remember this conversation. Really? Cause we worked at the Skillshare, where I think Redacted was, and he talked to us about it. Yeah. And? What do you remember? 18. Anna was later questioned on the stand about this exchange. Hen, you asked him that, that's kind of a reaffirmation, you wanted to get something on tape from him about that, right? Correct. And it just didn't get on there, right? Correct. In fact, the opposite got on there, correct? Correct. Point 19. In some instances, Anna took this tactic a step further and tried to get them on tape participating in specific actions. On January 12, the day before their arrest, the group was boiling bleach in an attempt to follow one of Anna's bomb recipes. The effort ended in failure when the bowl they were using broke. Anna became clearly agitated when Weiner and Jensen refused to participate. Anna, why don't you guys come out here and be a part of this? Weiner, Ollie is looking up what the other shit is in that salt. Whatever. Like, we are. Don't worry. I just don't want to, inhale bleach fumes. I feel safe in the house. That's not the point. You're supposed to be deconditioning yourself, as you said. You're supposed to be out here. Being part of this. I told you I'm going to be standing pretty far back. You need to be strong. You need to surprise yourself. I'm not going to get bleach poisoning by standing over it, alright? There's no bleach poisoning. If I don't have to do anything right now, I could see it from here. What do you want to do to be part of this? I'll measure out the. How about, you can measure out the salt, what about, helping filter? Alright. Well, that's a good idea. A real good idea. Everyone wants to be an equal part of this, right? They need to help. They need to help. You know it. Eric McDavid, you don't. Nobody needs to do anything, Anna. People are going to do what they feel like they need to do. They've said they wanted to. You don't have any control over it. They've said they wanted to. So. Yeah, but, how? It's not your place to make them hold on to their word, that's their place. No, but you can help them. Everyone needs a little help. Sometimes, it's true. But not all the time. Point 20. Anna testified at trial that while this was happening she was actually moving furniture around the house in an attempt to give the surveillance cameras a clearer view. Pushing, cajoling, entrapping. Perhaps the most alarming of Anna's traits was her constant pushing to plan more, say more, and do more. If ever there was a lull in the conversation, Anna would be the one to push it back into focus. She berated the group on multiple occasions for not sticking to a plan, and was constantly suggesting what the group should do next. Whenever anyone showed signs of unease or hesitation, Anna was there to harass them into participation. At one point she asked the group if they were copping out and was insistent that they stick to a damned plan. The following conversation occurred the night before Eric, Jensen, and Wiener were arrested. It is very typical of the conversations the group was having throughout the entire week they were at the cabin together. The group was talking about targets and their desire to take things down a notch. Anna, so where do dams, power stations, gas stations and banks, where do they fit into it? Eric, that could even fit within the next year. What? What are you thinking? Nothing. Big shuffle a little too big for you. I'm just upset that we lost the Forest Service one. Wiener, we haven't lost it. It's still there, it's not going anywhere. I guess I'm just different than you guys. I like to do this, and this makes vertical steps with hands. I don't like this amorphous crap. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Okay. And I don't like how I always have to change to your guys' stuff. Yeah. I don't like that. I wish one day we could keep the damned plan. I wish one day you guys could stick to a list. I don't like having to bend to fit your schedules. We're all bending. Why can't one day you guys say, hey, this is what we want, movement of hands? That's me. The thing is, we're all bending. Yeah? I don't see it. Sorry you don't see that, but, I mean, we just totally, Ollie had an issue, and I had to change my perception of it, because he's part of this. Yeah. And so it's kinda like, okay, we're moving too fast for him, we got too much stuff going on for him. We got to slow down, back it down. I understand slowing down, but I still don't like how we're not saying, hey, sure, let's slow it down, we have years, 2 years, 3 years to do this. Fine. Why can't we say, hey, in these 2 years, 3 years we're going to try to do this. And then we'll move up to this, and then we'll move up to this. Okay. I thought that was what we were doing. No you're not. 'Cause you said, oh, I don't want to put a hierarchy on it, I don't want to put a level. So. Because we don't want to say one thing is more important than the other. You are saying that one is more important than the other. From my perception, that's what we said. Yay, you're saying we're going to try out all this, and then we're going to move to this. And then once we feel we're badass enough, then we are going to move to this. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm hoping to hear. Well, that's pretty much what we're doing. That's kinda like what I was trying to get my point around. I'm sorry if I miscommunicated that. Yeah. That was like what I was trying to say. What you just said is what I understand is now, we're all together. Okay, good. Well, I don't understand. What are we gonna do, and then what, and what's up here indicating levels with hands? All right. What are we working towards? You want a goal? Yeah, I would like a damn goal. Point 21. The conversation continued to degenerate. And, of course, the tone of a conversation is difficult to convey through a transcription. Suffice it to say that Anna was very combative and emotional. Later in the evening. Anna, tomorrow, what were we planning on doing tomorrow? Are we still planning on doing anything tomorrow? Or should I just stop thinking about plans? Eric, L. Wiener, I would love it if you stopped talking. I would love it if you guys followed a plan. How about that? All right, how about we talk about tomorrow after dinner? Would that be okay? Whatever, yet. No? You want something right now, 22. Anna was incredibly pushy and displayed an alarming unwillingness to listen to others' concerns. These are destructive, unhealthy patterns in any relationship and should never be tolerated regardless of whether or not you are planning actions together. Anna also constantly suggested new targets or attempted to get the others to clarify what their targets and priorities were, a difficult task, since they apparently didn't have any. In doing this, she was likely attempting to get Jensen, Wiener, and Eric on tape advocating specific actions against specific targets, which the government could later use against them at trial. It is clear when listening to the tapes that these conversations would never have happened without Anna's insistence. She was, in effect, creating the government's case for them and manufacturing the very crime for which she would never be arrested or charged. Jensen and Wiener. One of the most difficult aspects of Eric's arrest, trial, and conviction is figuring out what role his former co-defendants played throughout the ordeal. Their role during trial was clear and obvious. They became the tools of the state, testifying against Eric in a desperate attempt to save their own skins. But Wiener and Jensen's testimonies were drastically different in both style and content. While Wiener seemed less willing to perform for the government and almost relieved to tell a version of the story that more closely resembled the truth, Jensen's testimony was a shockingly obvious, well-rehearsed act. At times he seemed desperate to give the prosecutors what they wanted and needed to hear, even if it meant spewing lies about his former friends. What led them to this? Were there warning signs, or things that could have offered clues along the way that, if the unthinkable happened, betrayal might be the outcome? Throughout the time the group spent together, Wiener talked just as much, if not more, than Anna. Her zealousness, in retrospect, was just a show of bravado. She was trying to prove herself to others. At one point, she lied to the group about putting graffiti up in the bathroom of a GlaxoSmithKline building, and about throwing a brick through a window during the World Bank protests in Washington, D.C. In her proffer and on the stand, Wiener said she was pretending to impress Anna and the others. Wiener seemed particularly inclined to this kind of behavior because of what she perceived as her close relationship with Anna. At one point during trial, Eric's lawyer questioned Wiener about that relationship. Mark Reichel, what I'm getting at is you liked Anna a lot, right? Wiener. Yeah, she was a big sister to me. Right. And there was a period in January in Dutch flats where you were acting to make her happy, right? You would. When I say acting, I mean doing something different than what you really felt or meant. Yes. I was always trying to impress her. 23. Jensen testified that he, too, was acting during his time with Anna and the others. Mark Reichel. Well, let me ask you about the issue of anybody in the group lying to each other, okay? Jensen. Okay. Okay. In late January, just before the arrest, okay. At that time frame. You testified here today that you felt reluctant or hesitant at some point, right? That's true. Okay. And is it fair to say that you certainly didn't want the group to know that, right? Yes, that's true. I was still saying things to make them think that I was 100% good to go for it. So you were saying things to make them think that you were 100% good to go for this whole thing, right? Yeah. Were you hesitant about it a little, deep down inside, basically? Yes. Okay. Reluctant? Yes. 24. All of this points to an all too common group dynamic whereby people feel pressured to prove their dedication and commitment to the cause. Talking shit and being hardcore is not proof of one's deeply held beliefs, but rather it is indicative of insecurity and possible weaknesses to be exploited by the state. People need to understand the seriousness of some forms of direct action and the consequences they face if caught. They need to realize that action is not a game. If someone is feeling hesitant or reluctant about a given course of action, those concerns should be voiced immediately. And they need to have the courage to make decisions for themselves without acting because of others' perceived wishes or desires. If we can't stand up for ourselves amongst friends, how can we be expected to do it when we're up against the state? If people aren't able to get past the bravado and fully internalize, as much as one can without actually being there, what it means to be in prison, there is a much greater likelihood of them snitching and destroying the lives of others. It's easy for folks to talk about how prison is no big deal, but going up against the state is a big deal. Back to backfire. In examining what makes co-defendants turn on each other, it is useful to look at the statements made by activists turned informants about what they did and why they did it. While many of these statements are nothing more than excuses for people turning on their friends, there are also some valuable lessons. In a statement released in December 2007, Darren Thurston, convicted for an attempted liberation of wild horses at a Bureau of Land Management facility, wrote about his experiences after being arrested and what he perceived to be the main causes of the avalanche of cooperation that ensued. He points to 6 distinct causes: 1. The FBI/government planting rumors and spreading misinformation about the defendants. 2. Indictees being alienated from the activist community. 3. A lack of support for grand jury resistors. 4. A crossover between cells. 5. Attorneys pushing defendants to cooperate. And 6. The isolation of prisoners from their support and community, lack of clear communication. Some of these are more relevant than others for the purposes of this article. Thurston claims that the government purposely dropped names, details, and misinformation in affidavits and at bail hearings in a very successful campaign to cause confusion, sow infighting, and cut off support for those in prison. With the availability of open publishing and the proclivity of activists to pass along gossip, these FBI-started rumors became facts in no time, even among long-time credible activists. 25 This is classic, textbook COINTELPRO behavior and should not come as a surprise to experienced activists. But, obviously, not everyone was prepared for this sort of sideways assault. Meanwhile, folks on the outside engaged in damaging banter and chatter in public forums, which no doubt aided the feds in their mission to recruit new snitches in the backfire cases. 26 Planting rumors is certainly not limited to the post-arrest stage of repression. In December 2010, the blog Green is the New Red cited a document uncovered through a FOIA request in which an agent is interviewing an undercover source working within the animal rights movement. The agent's report about the interview reads, "The animal rights movement does little research on newcomers into the movement and basically goes with its gut instinct as to whether a person is an informant or not. Organizers of the animal rights movement can be discredited and removed from the scene by planting rumors that they are plants and/or informants." 27. Thurston points out that the first people to flip in the Operation Backfire cases were those who were already alienated from the activist community. They were more likely to talk to Ferguson when he was traveling the country, trying to get his old comrades to reminisce about their past, while he was wired. They were also willing to cooperate with the government much more quickly than the others. For example, Stan Meyerhoff and Jen Kolar, both long alienated from the communities they used to work in, were the first to flip, after Ferguson, of course. Meyerhoff was allegedly promising cooperation within an hour of his arrest on December 7, 2005. Kolar apparently walked into an FBI office in Colorado 2 days later to turn herself in and offer assistance. The first issue, the reminiscence with former comrades, is easy enough to address by the adherence to the most basic of security culture principles: never talk about past actions. That is obviously more complicated than it sounds. But weighed with the possible ramifications of such seemingly friendly conversation, it is the only secure option. The second issue, however, is much more complex. It raises myriad issues around class, privilege, and the ability of an entire movement to engage the passions of those involved for a lifetime commitment. That does not mean that people have to be committed to engaging in direct action for a lifetime or that they have to be engaged in any action at all for a lifetime. What it does mean, however, is that if people feel connected enough to the issues and the people involved, they will not be willing to trade their freedom for someone else's when the shit hits the fan. Often, the first sign that the feds are involved in an investigation is when activists, their friends, families, or loved ones begin receiving subpoenas to a grand jury. While there is much in Thurston's account that feels nauseatingly akin to finger-pointing, he was correct in identifying support for grand jury resistors as an integral component to any strategy against informing, snitching, and repression in general. If people are solidly supported during this stage, it could, in a best-case scenario, block the feds in their efforts at gathering information that could result in indictments. And even if indictments do come down, the support that was built and nurtured during this early phase can be a powerful starting point for a larger campaign. When people know they will be supported because they have already experienced it, they are much more likely to stand firm. The issue of crossover between cells is reflective of the larger problem. Obviously, if none of the backfire defendants had cooperated in the first place, the crossover wouldn't have mattered. Unfortunately, the very first people to flip in these cases, Jake Ferguson and Stan Meyerhoff, were involved in more than one cell, and so were able to provide information about multiple people. The lesson here is obvious. Small is beautiful. The fewer people involved, the less potential there is for a security breach. Attorneys are notorious for pushing people to take cooperating plea deals. In fact, they are schooled in it. Without plea deals, the criminal justice system would come to a screeching halt. Trials are expensive, time-consuming, and just plain cumbersome for everyone involved, including the government and lawyers. We must also keep in mind that most lawyers do not have a real understanding of what motivates activists and the principles that drive their decision-making. Most attorneys would probably claim that they are looking out for the best interests of their client, which certainly do not include those of the movement or their client's co-defendants. And in the mind of an attorney, that usually means the shortest possible sentence, regardless of what kind of soul-crushing compromise one has to make in the process. Political prisoners should be clear with their attorneys from the beginning about what is and is not acceptable to them in this realm. And if an attorney is resistant to that at any point, we need to remember that attorneys can and sometimes should be fired. It is hard enough to fight the state, we shouldn't have to fight our lawyers. 2.28. In his statement, Darren Thurston also points out that the isolation prisoners endure makes it incredibly difficult to have open, honest lines of communication between prisoners and their supporters. That is undoubtedly true. It is also not a coincidence. The state knows very well that people who are isolated are much more likely to make decisions they might not otherwise make. That is why it is essential that nothing be reported on as fact until there is undeniable documentation about a person's status as a cooperator, a plea agreement, for instance. We should never make assumptions about what a person in prison is doing based on their desire to not speak publicly about their case, and we should most definitely never take the government's word about what a person in prison is doing or the decisions they are making. As frustrating and confusing as it is, dealing with arrest and imprisonment often means long periods of waiting and uncertainty. When we jump to conclusions, we run the risk of damaging our communities, the work we do, and the people with whom we have relationships. Meanwhile, it is essential that we do everything within our power to reduce the prisoner's sense of isolation. That is, in part, why prisoner support is such an incredibly important component of any real struggle or resistance movement. Thurston goes on to say, "I chose this path because I thought I was strong and smart enough to do battle in the interview room with the feds. I admit I made mistakes, I got tricked and cornered on a couple issues." 29. The implicit sentiment here is that he was not strong enough and smart enough to take on the feds in the interview room. I would posit that no one is. It's not that the feds are inherently stronger or smarter, it's that they are trained in the art of manipulation and coercion. He is not the first to take on this challenge and fail miserably. In an interview with documentary filmmaker Madeline Amalfitano, Lauren Weiner stated, "At that point, I had listened to every tape and read every transcript. And I knew that there were things not in there that I could testify to. So I saw it as an opportunity for me to tell the truth. All of it. Unfortunately, I didn't realize the system didn't quite work like that. And I wouldn't be given the opportunity to do that." 30. Thurston closes his statement by saying, "I deeply wish all of my CO defendants had refused to cooperate at the onset of this case so others wouldn't have had their hands tied." 31. Placing the blame for his cooperation on others is a transparent attempt at exoneration. The fact that 4 other defendants in these cases were able to obtain non-cooperation plea agreements makes that clear. Lessons learned. There are a number of lessons to be learned here, and a number of things that may seem obvious but could bear repeating. In regards to communication, it is critical to remember that there is virtually no such thing as 100% secure email. Eric, Jensen, and Weiner were convinced that by using offshore email accounts, they could circumvent government spying. Clearly, that is pointless when one of the people you are communicating with is a government agent. They also continued to use traditional providers, such as Hotmail, as well as their supposedly offshore accounts, for a large proportion of their communications. Their emails were quickly handed over by those corporations as well as their complete contact lists stored in those accounts. The warrants specifically requested the contact lists. Many of the emails seized were completely irrelevant, but were handed over to the feds anyway. Phones can be, and are, easily tapped and used as listening devices. In late 2006, a U.S. district judge ruled that the FBI can use people's cell phones as a roving bug. That means that they can remotely switch the cell phone microphone on and use it to eavesdrop on nearby conversations without the person who owns the phone having any way of knowing. The phone doesn't even have to be powered on for this to work. Some people believe the only way to ensure a phone is not being used as a monitoring device is to remove the battery completely. 32. It is imperative that one knows one's friends, especially if one chooses to work with them in actions that might land them in jail. Eric and Jensen met Anna in August of 2004 and were not arrested until January 2006. They knew Anna for a year and a half before they were arrested. They emailed her, talked to her on the phone, traveled with her, stayed with her at community spaces during gatherings, stayed with her in Weiner's apartment during the protests of the biotech conference in 2005 and at Eric's parents' house later that year, and, finally, lived with her in a cabin for a week before their arrest. Clearly, they thought they knew her. But through all of this, they never met her family or her friends. They never had dinner at her house or met her dog. They never met her at her job, to make sure it existed. They never visited her at school, either. And they paid dearly for it. Any of these things, taken on its own, wouldn't seem all that alarming. I certainly have friends whom I have never visited at work. I don't mean to say that we need to undergo serious investigation of everyone we befriend. But people who are engaging in illegal action should be certain that the folks they are working with have stories that check out. In many ways, it seems as if the devastation wrought by informants could be greatly mitigated by practicing and fostering healthier communication and group dynamics. We need to remember that confidence and self-esteem are distinctly different from bravado. The former are desirable traits in any companion. The latter can be not only an annoyance but also incredibly destructive for both the person displaying it and the people around them. Both Jensen and Weiner were lacking in confidence and self-esteem, as is evidenced by the statements they made in their proffers and on the stand. They almost always caved to Anna, even when she was telling them about their own previous experiences. Their inability to stand up for themselves, or make decisions for themselves, left Anna's manipulative behavior unchecked. She ended up controlling the show. The first time the group tried to talk to Anna about their reluctance was the night before they were arrested. It is quite possible that the FBI finally knew, without a doubt, that the conspiracy they had spent so long trying to construct did not really exist. And so they made their move. If the group had found their courage in dealing with Anna before that time, it is possible they never would have been arrested. We need to treat each other with basic respect. It is always a terrible idea to push people to action if they are reluctant. Quite simply, this is not something a good friend would do. Yet it is something Anna did relentlessly. By the time of their arrests on January 13, it was clearly making the rest of the group incredibly uncomfortable, but they continued in their attempts to placate her. If someone is repeatedly pushing others to illegal action with which they are clearly uncomfortable, their motives and intent should be questioned. Challenging each other and ourselves to do the right thing are integral components to social struggles. But bullying other people to participate in illegal action, which could result in significant jail time, is unacceptable. Besides being an unhealthy relationship pattern, it is possible that pushing people to do things they don't want to do could make it more likely that someone will flip after arrest. People must feel committed and dedicated to the work that they do without bullying or guilt-tripping. Otherwise they most certainly will not have the inner courage and strength to withstand the stress of imprisonment. Abusive bullies have no place in our movements or our communities. Whether or not they are working as informants, these people are disruptive and destructive to the work we do. We need to be clear that they are not welcome. That would not only make us safer from government spying, it would also make us healthier within our own communities. And the healthier we are, the more able we are to do the work that matters to us. Eric was the one most willing to contradict Anna, but he was ultimately unwilling to cut ties with her despite her almost abusive behavior. That was in part, perhaps, because of his romantic interest in her. We must remember that romance is not indicative of safety. Eric was involved with Anna, on some level, during the time they knew each other. He wrote her love letters, they had conversations about their relationship, and they shared some level of physical intimacy. During her testimony at Eric's trial, Anna stated that the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit gave her a 6-page questionnaire to fill out about Eric's personality, his behavior, personal habits, actions he has done, things he has said. 33 Presumably the information from this questionnaire was then used by the feds to help her respond to his advances in a way that would keep him interested. In short, she led him on. It's possible that Eric's interest in Anna led him to trust someone, and say things he otherwise wouldn't have, something the government is more than happy to use as a tool. Eric's lawyer filed a motion accusing the government of misconduct related to Anna's manipulation of her relationship with Eric and his desire for romance. The government's response cited various cases in which informants had been used in the most devious ways, including providing people with drugs, threatening to kill a defendant's friends if they did not follow through on a drug deal, and paying for bomb-making materials. As for intimate relationships, the government's response stated, "The Ninth Circuit has held that the government is permitted to exploit intimate relationships in the context of an undercover investigation." In United States v. Simpson, the informant pretended to be a close personal friend of the defendant for over 5 months, during which time she had sex with him on a regular basis. 34. Informants are paid to lie. The insane myth about cops having to tell you if you ask them, "Are you a cop?" has infected our movements with a complacency and self-assuredness that is completely unwarranted. Whether or not you have ever actually believed that particular lie, its essence has permeated our discourse and practice for far too long. There is no test for informants. The government can and will do anything in their pursuit of a conviction. They don't have to try to cover their tracks or downplay their outrageous behavior. Instead, they simply cite all of their previous fucked-up behavior, which the courts have upheld. In a similar vein, you don't feel good about someone you are potentially going to work with, you should not work with them. We need to remember to trust our intuition. One of the eeriest moments recorded in the dozens of hours of surveillance in Eric's case is an exchange between Jensen and Anna in the car ride out west. Jensen is talking to her about whether or not her experience in the National Guard, apparently another fabrication, made her more enthusiastic about direct action. Anna, "So, I feel immensely for the individuals that I interacted with, like the poor suckers like me, that are over in Iraq right now, that freakin' they had no control and nothing to do and they got fucked. But for the institutions and the overarching reasons and the bigger picture behind all that, yes, it does make me seethe with anger. Really want to fix it, do something, change something, you know. That makes sense? I mean, if you're asking if it made me angry and wanna, you know, destroy it, then the answer would be yes. Z. Jensen, all right. S. What got you thinking on that? Z. I don't know, I had a really silly paranoid thought last night while I was really stoned. S. Oh. What? Z. That you were still like mentally fucked up from being in the National Guard. And you were like, going crazy and like leading us all into this. S. Oh, no. Are you kidding? I'm fucking not your leader. Z. I know. But like, coaxing us into IA, persuading us. But then I realized like, hey, that is a really silly paranoid thought. S. Yeah, it is. I haven't done any coaxing. 35. Zock's paranoid thought was actually incredibly close to the mark. Anna was, indeed, coaxing them into something. Unfortunately, his drug use allowed him an excuse to dismiss a rather astute observation. We must ensure that we do not overcompensate for our paranoia. Luce Gielan-Givens gives an insightful account of organizing protests against the 2008 RNC in St. Paul, Indiana conspiracy to riot in furtherance of terrorism. She writes about several experiences with undercover informants throughout the organizing process and notes that she was not alone in her suspicions of them. Nonetheless, we didn't have any smoking gun with which to keep him panda out, and, while I wanted to exclude him anyway based on a gut feeling, the group had been clear that we weren't empowered to go on instinct alone. 36 later, she writes about a discussion within the welcoming committee about another informant. I felt crushed in this moment, almost wholly defeated by the groupthink that was so clearly creating an environment where people were pressured into feigning trust and affinity with people they had good reason to suspect and fear. 37. Luce's account points to two very real obstacles for the organizing and work that we do. The first is the power issues so often prevalent in group dynamics: patriarchy, racism, classism, ageism, heteronormativity, etc. These can make it incredibly hard for people to speak openly and honestly about their concerns. If they do speak, they are often ignored or belittled. And privileged people are often hesitant to raise concerns for fear of looking racist, sexist, or whatnot. For a movement that often prides itself on autonomy and the power of individual action, we still have a long way to go in overcoming the groupthink that Luce so poignantly details. The other obstacle to be overcome is the conflict between our desire to keep our work open to newcomers and our very real concerns about security. There needs to be an open, honest dialogue about how to accomplish that. Obviously, different groups have different structures, goals, lifespans, strategies, and tactics. All of that should inform any decisions made about how to balance openness with security. And, of course, there are times when it is wholly inappropriate for a group to be open to anyone other than its creators. Security culture needs to be revived, respected, and deeply embedded. Jensen, Weiner, and Eric talked about security culture a lot, but Jensen and Weiner both failed pretty miserably in actually carrying it out. In 2010, Will Potter posted on his blog, "Security culture has been cited in court cases and congressional hearings as a source of frustration for FBI agents." 38. However, he notes the discovery of FBI documents indicating that formerly security-conscious activists are failing to follow their own protocol. The FBI documents he cites reads, "The day of those strict rules may be passing." Source believes that many of the younger activists do not subscribe to these strict requirements as they are extremely inconvenient. 39. Trading security for convenience can have devastating results. That was clearly illustrated in the Operation Backfire cases. In the course of his travels about the country in 2005, Ferguson was able to get a number of those involved to reminisce about their previous actions, talking not just about themselves, but about others who were involved. Because these folks trusted someone working for the feds, most of them are now in prison. The recent explosion of social media sites is another example of the destructive power of our conveniences. MySpace pages and, more recently, Facebook pages have repeatedly shown up in court documents. Both Jensen and Weiner had MySpace accounts, and these were monitored by the FBI and used against them. Pages and pages of the discovery consisted of printouts from these easily accessible logs of Jensen and Weiner's whereabouts, their thoughts, and their plans. This evidence most certainly played a part in the judge's decision to deny Jensen bail. And if he had been released, it is quite possible that, free from the confines of a cell and minus the added stress and pressure of incarceration, he might not have decided to cooperate with the government. 40. In defiance of the most basic of security culture tenets, Lauren Weiner had a terrible habit of talking about her other friends who were, she claimed, involved in illegal activity. This practice was made evident through both the discovery in Eric's case and a subsequent FOIA request we filed after his arrest. Obviously, everything she said to Anna was eventually sent to, if not immediately heard by, the FBI. While curbing this terrible habit certainly wouldn't have done much to protect Weiner herself from this particular informant, it would have most definitely saved her friends from whatever kinds of repression ensued. The bottom line is this: never talk to others about illegal activity unless you yourself are currently engaging with them in it. In the classic zine, Security Culture, What It Is, Why We Need It and How We Implement It, the authors list 4 common examples of security-violating behaviors: lying, telling someone you did an illegal action that you didn't do, gossiping, telling people details of actions you were not personally involved in, bragging about actions you have participated in, and indirect bragging, telling people you want to remain anonymous or stay underground, indicating that you are involved in direct action without actually talking about it. The edition referenced here was revised in 1999, so none of this is new. Yet probably everyone reading this essay has known people who have displayed some or all of those behaviors. I knew 2, one was a government informant and the other was Eric's former co-defendant, Lauren Weiner, who started cooperating with the government less than 2 weeks after her arrest. The zine also has a list of topics which are inappropriate for conversation. Your involvement or someone else's involvement with an underground group. Someone else's desire to get involved with such a group. Asking others if they are a member of an underground group. Your participation or someone else's participation in any action that was illegal. Someone else's advocacy for such actions. Your plans or someone else's plans for a future action. As previously noted, Anna loved talking about these things. We could write volumes about informants, how they work and how better to protect ourselves. There is, unfortunately, a wealth of experience to draw from. But ultimately our best protection is a real, solid commitment and dedication to each other and the work that we do. Perhaps that sounds oversimplified and idealistic. Certainly it won't keep informants from attending our events or even infiltrating our groups. But it would go a long way toward minimizing the havoc they wreak while simultaneously strengthening our movements and our work. Building and nurturing this kind of commitment and dedication is no small task. It means we have to work tirelessly at improving our communication skills and group dynamics. It means we have to address issues like racism and patriarchy, which still manage to infect our communities. It means we need to learn how to overcome our lack of self-esteem and to make decisions for ourselves. It means we need to become stronger people, with a more solid sense of integrity. Then we need to ensure that the people we work with are held to the same standards. And we need to remember why we do the work we do. If we lose that connection, we lose everything. When people who are in jail lose that connection, or if they lost it before they were arrested, they have no incentive to stand strong against the state. In his sentencing statement to the court, Zachary Jensen wrote, "I believe that, while I was in jail, I was presented with the opportunity to explore spirituality, to better myself, and to move past the dead rut of the anarchist movement. I had time to myself to reflect on my life and where it was taking me. It helped influence my decision to cooperate and plead guilty." He goes on to say, "I have learned that the love of the spirit is far more potent and valuable than the despair and selfishness of the anarchist movement. I have learned that every human being, no matter any distinction, deserves the utmost respect and compassion. During the time I was a part of the movement, I was among peers who accepted and loved me. I found validation and security among these people. However, I would later learn after pleading guilty, after getting away from them to have my own thoughts, that these people accept you for your ideology rather than your essential self. To turn against the ideology of the movement means ostracism and exile. I can't consider them my friends anymore after rejecting me for wanting to live my life for myself and not for them. 41. Jensen's statement is interesting for a couple of different reasons. It is clear that Jensen had no idea before going to jail who he was as a person or what mattered to him. To be fair, many people don't at the age of 20. It seems that he identifies his participation in the movement as more a matter of happenstance, void of any political or philosophical underpinnings. He was there because he felt accepted and validated. While it is certainly reassuring that our communities feel open to people who might have felt alone and isolated before, we need to be realistic about the implications when thinking about who we will and will not work with when the repercussions have the potential to be so severe. Jensen was a pleasant fellow. I was actually rather fond of him before he flipped on Eric. But he never struck me as anyone you could depend on in a pinch. To be frank, he smoked a lot of pot, was often lost in daydream, and lived life rather whimsically. He had a very flimsy sense of self, which is why Anna was so successful at manipulating him and keeping him involved in the alleged conspiracy, even though, by his own admission, it was not anything he really wanted. In short, he was never truly passionate about the issues that he was purportedly working so hard to solve. And that is a huge reason why, in the end, he chose to cooperate with the prosecution. Jensen also claims that people in the movement accept you for your ideology, and not for your essential self. Again, that seems like a hollow proclamation coming from someone who so clearly didn't know his own essential self. Instead, he spent time trying to talk bigger and more militantly than he was actually feeling. How could he expect others to know his essential self through all of this acting and bravado? I'm not trying to trash talk someone who could be, and has been, very easily demonized. What I'm getting at here is the importance of having the strength to base our words and our actions on our own internal realities, recognizing when other people do and don't do that, and then choosing to work only with the former group. What Jensen doesn't seem to realize is that for people with a strong sense of self, what he is referring to as ideology is, for many, a natural extension of one's essential self. Without a deep connection to the things we fight for and the people we fight with, we will never be able to withstand the pressure the state puts on us. We need to recognize, think about, and talk about, the role that privilege has played in many of these Green Scare cases, specifically, how easy it is for folks to reintegrate after they mess up. When people still feel like they have something to lose, a good job, a wealthy family, etc., and they can get it all back by simply betraying their friends, their principles, and their integrity, it becomes much easier for them to dissociate. This movement is largely young, white, and middle, to upper, class. When the going gets tough, many get going, because they can, because they have something else to go back to. 42. In November 2008, Eric wrote a piece addressing some of these issues. No matter what choices we make, we're always allowed back into the fold of privileged society. The deeper the deviation, the trespass, the higher the toll for return. Actually, at that point, the cost is irrelevant, made stark by some of the Green Scare cases, because all that matters is the return to comfort, that familiar, given level of freedom. And who couldn't relate to the choices made? We've been shown repeatedly the outcome, it's only natural. From my perspective, the type of death we're dancing with here is the fear of letting go of what we've been taught, programmed, defines us, that which we are to hold most sacred. What are the definitions which define your reality? What choices do they open before you? And which are closed? What unfolds because of those choices? Basically, how do you wish to live your life? Under whose discretion? What is it you hold sacred? 43. Unless we are making choices based on who we really are and what we really hold sacred, we will never be able to withstand the repression that comes about from some of those choices. If we aren't personally prepared to deal with the consequences of illegal action, we have no business making those kinds of choices. It only endangers us and our comrades. Point 44. In 2011, Eric wrote about his experiences in jail and prison. He said, "I was personally prepared for what came w/isolation, having done the necessary WK on myself equals the internal exploring, healing and nourishing needed to survive and dance w/the trauma of being raised in this culture, w/the effects from the shock and continuous trauma of being caged. All I would have had to fall BK on would be those culturally programmed traits we're all raised with, such as identification w/the oppressor, mob mentality, and submission to authority. My receiving those weekly stacks of mail did wonders, which I'm perpetually grateful for, but w/out the anchor of knowing, loving, and being aware of who I am. How could I've stayed true to the intentions of my heart?" 45. Eric knew who he was and what he held sacred before he went to prison. Jensen and Wiener, clearly, did not. Because of this, Eric was able to maintain his integrity and stand strong against the state. He continues to do so, 7 years into his sentence. Informants are an integral part of the state's strategy in its war against activists. Infiltration not only aids the authorities in their gathering of intelligence, it also helps them undermine our movements by inserting destructive individuals into our communities. Unfortunately, it often has the desired effect of instilling fear and mistrust. But what we must remember is that our greatest strength lies in our real connections with each other and the world we live in. To move forward effectively, we must ensure that we are nurturing those connections and building stronger communities. After all, without them, what are we fighting for? A curious case: Long Island radicals confront the Green Scare. Kevin Van Meter with Team Colors Collective and Friends 1. The following represents a sampling of individuals who have been arrested in the United States during the roundup of radical earth and animal liberationists commonly referred to as the Green Scare: 2 Jeffrey Free Luers, Craig Critter Marshall, Jacob Conroy, Darius Fulmer, Lauren Gotsola, Josh Harper, Kevin K. Jonas, Andy Stepanian, Daniel McGowan, Jonathan Paul, Joanna Zacher, Nathan Block, Eric McDavid, Marie Mason, and then, there is Connor Cash. Point 3. The first 14 are currently, or have been until recently, serving lengthy prison terms. This list would be considerably longer if it included more recent arrests, or those who have cooperated with the prosecution. What is curious about the 15th name, and the case of Connor Cash, is that he is the only one who has not been incarcerated, the only one not to become a political prisoner. On February 15, 2001, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, arrested Connor Cash and charged him as the ringleader of the Long Island cell of the Earth Liberation Front, ELF. 4 years of legal proceedings were followed by a 2-week trial. Cash faced 40 years in prison. Instead, he won a swift jury acquittal. Cash is one of the only Green Scare defendants who is not in jail, and there are a number of important reasons for this, beyond his innocence. Primarily, his success flowed from previously existing conditions like a well-organized movement constructed by dense relationships and connections with progressives on Long Island. The success of the support campaign is attributable to the particular form of community organizing the members utilized, coupled with an intelligent and well-conceived defense strategy. Rather than serving as a counter to other support campaigns, this essay seeks to complement and augment work done elsewhere with the purpose of providing lessons for current political organizing in general and political prisoner support work in particular. Through an analysis of the case and the political struggles surrounding it, we hope to pull out relevant lessons for activists and others seeking to understand strategies of state repression and insurgent organizing. Overview of the period in question. In order to present the case and draw out relevant lessons, I have created 3 chronologies: local activism and the counter-globalization movement, the Earth Liberation Front on Long Island, and the case of Connor Cash. The chronologies cover the period from late 1997 through the end of 2004, and naturally overlap a great deal. The organization Cash was a part of on Long Island, the Modern Times Collective, functioned as a node of the counter-globalization movement and addressed particular, local issues. This local activism can be periodized into two phases. The first, activist phase, begins in April 1998 and ends in late August of 2000. The second, community organizing phase, continued from late August 2000 until early 2005. Additionally, the counter-globalization movement has its precursors in the 1990s and first appeared as a small-scale insurgency in the streets of Seattle on November 30, 1999. This cycle of protest would largely dissipate by the summer of 2001 prior to September 11, 2001, and figures into the period of repression beginning in 2000, as well as the case against Cash. Our second chronology looks at the ELF on Long Island. The ELF carried out most of its actions during a relatively short period from July of 2000 until January of 2001. The third and final chronology will explore the case against Cash. He was arrested on February 15, 2001, with additional charges being added shortly after September 11. His trial began May 10, 2004, and he was acquitted 10 days later. The particulars of these chronologies, especially the diary of ELF actions, might initially seem to be tedious, but they will be used to indict the FBI and U.S. Attorney's Office in a clear framing of Cash for his participation in both local struggles and an international cycle of protest. Local activism and counter-globalization. In order to understand the charges against Cash and the subsequent solidarity campaign that led to his acquittal, it is important to describe the context these arose in, as Long Island has a peculiar political environment. During the late 1990s and early 2000s, the region had some of the most significant inequalities of opportunity across racial and economic lines in the United States. Point 4 being in one of the most expensive places in the country to live, with little rental stock, housing costs are extreme in relation to wages, which have stagnated for the past 40 years. The public transit system moves commuters east and west from one end of the island to New York City, but there are few ways for anyone else to travel north and south without a car, creating a transit nightmare for working class and poor people, as well as middle class youth. With little public space and no geographic or political center, struggling to create a life outside of suburban cul-de-sac and shopping malls is quite difficult. Fighting for social change in a decentralized space, with such an atomized and segregated population, is incredibly difficult. Long Island was home to America's first major experiment in suburbia. Suburban Long Island was specifically designed to prevent upheaval and urban problems. Historically, Long Island is segregated by race and class. People of color were denied home ownership through both legal prohibitions and a deeply embedded arsenal of more subtle forms of discrimination. Point 5 These practices have a continuing and decisive presence in its life and politics. While the region was affected by the civil rights and women's liberation movements, and student demonstrations against the Vietnam War, by the mid-1990s there were only a few areas of left and radical struggle. These included immigrant day labor organizing in the El Salvadorian community, anti-police brutality, prisoners' rights, and hip-hop among the African American population, and a small group of radicals that developed out of do-it-yourself, DIY, punk scene and the confutation of elements that became the counter-globalization movement. The latter, made up predominantly of middle-class and working-class white youth, is the community that Cash and his support group arose from and worked within. There was, and continues to be, a progressive and liberal element, but their scope of action is extremely limited. Modern Times and the counter-globalization movement. The Modern Times Collective, MTC, came together on April 11, 1998, and sought to bring various existing radical efforts and ideas into one organized body. Point 6 As the only organization of extra-parliamentary left and the only radical project among white, middle, and working-class youth, excepting only the local chapter of the Animal Defense League, or ADL, MTC drew a large number of participants from the DIY punk and hardcore countercultures and other neighboring sectors of the community. Maintaining a relationship with the ADL, Modern Times periodically co-sponsored events for the League and worked in solidarity with its members who were accused of Animal Liberation Front, ALF, and other actions, including Andrew Stepanian. Stepanian would later become a political prisoner himself as part of the Stop Huntingdon Animal Cruelty 7, SHAC 7, 6 activists and an incorporated organization targeted for their animal rights organizing. From late 1997, with activity predating the collective, until 1999 approached, most of the MTC activities included food not bombs meals, work with different international solidarity and anti-racist action networks, solidarity with the local day labor community through the Workplace Project, attending Reclaim the Streets, critical mass and anti-war protests in New York City and beyond, periodic potlucks and political educational events, and regular outreach at concerts and other cultural events. By the fall of 1999, with major global and national winds shifting, the MTC began participating in what would later be called the anti, or as I prefer, counter-globalization movement, following the involvement of some collective members in the Reclaim the Streets street occupation on June 18, 1999, referred to as J18, a formula that would be repeated throughout this cycle of protest. In the lead-up to the N30, November 30, 1999, Seattle World Trade Organization protests, the collective participated in planning meetings and educational forums in New York City and elsewhere in the Atlantic region. The oft-touted slogan spray-painted on buildings around Seattle, "We are winning," found its way eastward, and many of the collective's members were caught up in the excitement surrounding the possibility of winning. At the same time, and for the same reasons, the government grew fearful about the counter-globalization movement. The Seattle WDO summit had been anticipated as a triumph for left-of-center Democratic President Bill Clinton. Instead, in the midst of police riots and tear gas, the government had to declare a civil emergency before the president could give a speech ceding political space to the protesters. 7. Following the WDO protests, the work of the Modern Times Collective was concretized when the A16, April 16, 2000, World Bank/International Monetary Fund protest was announced, and the collective brought returning veterans from Seattle to Long Island for training purposes. Upon returning from A19 in Washington, D.C., Modern Times immediately began planning their own local Reclaim the Streets, RTS, action for May Day, 2000, with help from members of the Direct Action Network, who coordinated the N30, A19, and other counter-globalization protests. It was collectively decided that holding the street during the May Day RTS action would require a 23-foot tripod, a civil disobedience tool with an activist perched on the top of it. "If I can't dance, it's sick, not my revolution," declared the broadsheet distributed by the MTC leading up to the May Day street party, held May 6, 2000. The broadsheet concluded, "This is a non-permitted demonstration of our power." Beyond the "If I can't dance" slogan, the paper included quotes from German anarchist Gustav Landauer, the Situationist International, Pieter Kropotkin, Friedrich Nietzsche, Abby Hoffman, and a number of chants common to the counter-globalization movement. The broadsheet didn't only describe what and why, it also provided a history of the International Monetary Fund, World Bank, neoliberalism, a history of May Day, and situated the concepts and politics within an understanding of the local environment. The RTS-style action that followed included a short march where Connor Cash took the role as the tripod sitter. He, as well as a dozen others, were arrested for disorderly conduct. In mid-July 2000, MTC traveled en masse to Philadelphia to prepare for the protests against the Republican National Convention. Spending considerable hours on reconnaissance missions to sites of planned civil disobedience, attending trainings, coordinating with other activists, and building civil disobedience devices known as lockboxes, the collective was setting up a base of operations for the near 60 people the MTC would have on the ground during the protests. A highway on-ramp was chosen as the site of an occupation with a lockdown and support blockade. Cash was arrested along with over 24 others. It was one of the only successful blockades during the RNC. Shortly thereafter, over Labor Day weekend of 2000, the MTC held its customary 3-day conference, as it had 2 years prior. A number of other participants noted surveillance of the event. The MTC dissolved itself at this gathering, though it would put out a newspaper called Modern Times a few months later and sought a shift in the nebulous group's organizing strategy from a protest mobilization orientation to a community organizing approach. Herein the MTC dropped the self-identified anarchist label, created networks through various sub- and countercultures, and began to strengthen bonds with both neighboring communities and others in struggle. It is these relationships that would play out in the support campaign for cash. When the ELF and ALF began a concerted wave of actions in the fall of 2000, this newly reconstituted group of activists responded. At this time, in a piece entitled Special Report, Long Island Activists Under Attack, the former MTC, through its periodical, summarized the repression they faced, from surveillance and visits to activists' homes, to the illegitimate incarceration of a vocal animal rights activist. Those young people who have tried to make the world a more just place for all have had the attempted disruption of their lives and activities. 8. The article continued to summarize the history of the FBI's counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, of the 1950s-1970s, expressed solidarity with Andrew Stepanian, and summarized the harassment of MTC members. The authors naively believed it would deflect attention away from the MTC. The paper also included an open letter from the MTC titled "Real Radicals Don't Destroy, They Create," which argued the recent tactics employed by the ELF, while they focus on an issue we are concerned about, are ineffective as far as creating a democratic environment where community members have power over, and direct participation in, the affairs that impact them. Creating an environment of fear and intimidation by means of arson is not conducive to the development of an empowered community. Instead, it leaves the mission of building a sustainable future to a few anonymous crusaders, who may or may not take into account the issues their communities would like to voice. Furthermore, arson puts at risk the lives of volunteer firefighters and innocent community members who are not profiting from suburban sprawl. 9. While the statement was consensed upon by the collective's membership, the organization received harsh criticisms from other radicals in the counter-globalization movement, who believed that the MTC was going against the agreed-upon acceptance of diversity of tactics, the approach of accepting a wide range of tactics, including property destruction, which became increasingly popular as the counter-globalization protest cycle peaked. The MTC believed at the time that the Long Island political environment required base-building approaches before any sort of clandestine direct action could have any effect, and correctly assumed that the repercussions would be placed at the doorsteps of MTC and ADL members. 10 Less than 3 weeks later, the FBI would arrest one of the core organizers of the Modern Times Collective. 11. Earth Liberation Front on Long Island. The ELF announced itself on Long Island on July 7, 2000, when 2 acres of genetically engineered corn at Cold Spring National Laboratories were destroyed. An additional 11 actions continued until construction equipment was set ablaze on January 14, 2001. In addition, there were far more ELF actions during this time. 12. On January 17, 2001, 3 teenagers were arrested as the Long Island cell of the ELF. All 3 would cooperate with the prosecution, and 2 would testify against Cash. Moreover, as there were other actions that the ALF and ELF claimed, but that are not connected to that cell, it seems likely that there was a second cell, or perhaps lone wolf members acting autonomously. 13. For our purposes here, we begin this chronology with the cell made up of those witnesses who cooperated against Cash. In late November and early December 2000, the ELF committed a series of arsons in eastern Long Island under the spray-painted slogan "If you build it, we will burn it." Beginning on September 26, 2000, the Long Island cell of the ELF committed 12 acts in total in a campaign against suburban sprawl. The group began with lock gluing and window breaking before escalating to arsons. 14 Additionally, an action claimed jointly by the ALF and ELF on December 7, 2000 resulted in smashed windows and anti-meat slogans being spray-painted at the McDonald's headquarters in eastern Long Island. A remaining diary of actions can be determined from available statements and press reports. 15. 1 September 2000, eastern Long Island, a reported act of vandalism at a construction site. It is possible this action was fabricated, as neither a record in the local press nor any communique can be located. 16. 2 September 26, Quorum, signing themselves the Elves, the ELF claimed to have damaged homes under construction in a bulldozer at the site. 17. 3 October 21, Mauritius, 19 ducks were liberated from Titmus Duck Farm. 18. 4 November 11, Coram, construction sites were vandalized using techniques that involved monkey-wrenching vehicles, pulling up survey stakes, smashing windows, and leaving spray-painted messages. 19. 5 November 24, Coram and Miller Place, windows were smashed at construction sites, and a bulldozer vandalized. 20. 6 December 1, Middle Island, windows were smashed, survey stakes were pulled, and anti-sprawl graffiti was spray-painted. The communiqué is the first to call attention to the Long Island Pine Barrens, an ecosystem under threat from development and whose preservation has been a contentious issue in the region for decades. 21. 7 December 9, Middle Island, the Long Island cell of the ELF escalates tactics to include arson as condos were burned. A communiqué stated that all of the incendiaries ignited successfully and the resulting fires gutted almost 16 nearly completed luxury homes, which were to be sold at several $100,000 each. 22. 8 December 19, Miller Place, ANTI urban sprawl messages were spray-painted on the walls, then accelerants were poured over the house and lighted. Let there be no mistake that this was a non-violent action and the house was searched for any living thing before being set alight. This is the latest in a string of actions in the war against urban sprawl. 23. 9 December 29, Mount Sinai, if you build it, we will burn it is spray-painted in a new suburban development and 3 additional homes are set on fire. The communiqué stated, this action was done in solidarity with Josh Harper, Craig Roseborough, Jeffrey Free Lures and Craig Critter Marshall, Andrew Stepanian, Jeremy Parkin, and the countless other known and unknown activists who suffer persecution, interrogation, police brutality, crappy jail conditions, yet stand strong. 24. 10 January 14, 2001, Middle Island, in a final action, the Long Island cell of the ELF burned a pickup truck and construction equipment. 25. In addition to these 10 actions, the cooperating witnesses admitted to putting glue in the locks of a furrier's store in Miller Place, though it is likely that they were referring to the ELF claimed action in nearby Mount Sinai on September 15, 2000. 26. Looking at a map of Long Island, one can see that all of these actions occurred within 5 miles of each other. Therefore, the police investigation focused on a relatively small area. While Cash lived in Brooklyn at the time of his arrest, he had lived with his parents in the hamlet of Sound Beach periodically during the preceding months, which is just a few miles north and eastward from where these actions took place. To briefly mention the national context, 2 days following the December 29 arson, and on the other side of country, the ELF burned the offices of Superior Lumber outside Eugene, Oregon. This was to be one of the most spectacular attacks by the ELF cell that would eventually be rounded up during Operation Backfire, and both the press and the FBI increased their rhetoric as a result of what they presumed to be a clandestine organization operating nationwide. Until the December 9 arson, there had not been a news report of the ELF activity on Long Island. On December 13, New York Newsday began coverage with a less-than-dramatic headline, Group Claims Role in Fire, which appeared in the back of the paper and referenced the jointly claimed ELF/ELF action of December 7.27. Newsday would respond, a bit late, on December 18 with an editorial titled Long Island is no place for environmental terrorism. No amount of sloganeering or self-righteous posturing can justify such forms of protest. Suffolk police are actively investigating all of the incidents. This is one investigation worth a significant investment of resources in order to carry it to the arrest stage. Then it is worth carrying to trial, conviction, and sentencing severe enough to curb this lawless trend now before anyone, anywhere gets the idea that such behavior is tolerated on Long Island. 28. Additional arsons would follow the next day, on December 19, and again on December 29, spurring another, more conciliatory editorial. Ecoterrorism/setting fire to new Suffolk homes is hardly the right way to protest the environment. Running on January 2, 2001, as a direct response to the previous actions, it referred to the "if you build it, "We will burn it" slogan. There is nothing charming about this message, nothing tender, nothing ghostly, and most of all nothing sporting about this admonitory scrawl. It is part boast and part threat, and it was left behind by arsonists who set fire to 4 empty new homes in that Mount Sinai development. The piece then concluded by chastising Long Island's political leadership for their failure to adequately address the issue of sprawl. As to the underlying land use questions on which even reasonable people can disagree, it is clear that the town of Brookhaven, site of these incidents, has consistently failed to administer its land use planning with care or discretion. Point 29. The tone of the two editorials is remarkably different, with the second being more of an appeal to address the issues underlying the ELF actions. The following day, the Long Island Builders Institute, a trade association and lobbying group, offered a $10,000 reward for the arrest and conviction of the culprits. Point 30. The press coverage of the issue even moved into the realm of the human interest story when on January 4, 2001, New York Newsday ran "Terrorism Off the Beaten Path," a rambling article on the story around the story. 31. Then on the night of the final arson, 60 Minutes ran a piece on the ELF with the tagline "The Elusive Echo." Terrorists have destroyed $37 million worth of property and now have begun targeting the American suburbs. By the final fire, the Long Island cell of the ELF had caused $358,000 in damages, and in a January 14 communiqué, the group proclaimed its support for Andrew Stepanian, who was then currently serving time the county jail. 32. Between the regional paper New York Newsday, the Builders Institute, and national media attention, the local police and FBI were certainly feeling pressure to catch the ELF. If they take you in the morning, the case of Connor Cash. On February 15, 2001, the FBI and Suffolk County Police entered a residence in Brooklyn, New York, and arrested Connor Cash. They had gone to his parents' home in Sound Beach that morning as well. Without a warrant, and brandishing automatic weapons, they tossed the place. With the continuous harassment of the collective and raids in the prior week, additional arrests were expected. Noted civil rights attorney Frederick Brewington had by then been put on retainer by a number of the MTC Corps members. Brewington represented Cash at his hearing and negotiated the defendant's release on $250,000 bail. Cash didn't spend more than a few hours in custody and was never questioned. Immediately following the tragedy on September 11, 2001, the FBI utilized the prevailing fear to bring additional charges of providing material support to terrorists. Anonymous sources told New York Newsday that it was coincidental that an anti-terrorism statute was used against Cash so soon after the attacks on the World Trade Center and Pentagon. The government had planned for several weeks to bring the additional indictment. 33. Cash was the first person in the United States to be charged as a domestic terrorist after September 11. In a press statement rare to this case, Brewington said the government was trying to force the young man to plead guilty. 34. The following section is broken up into two parts. First, cooperating witnesses and pre-trial developments. Will look at the cooperating witnesses beginning with their initial detection, briefly exploring their similarities with other government informants, and detailing their cooperation with the government. It then continues into related pre-trial developments locally and nationally. The second part, U.S. v. Connor Cash, will specifically deal with the trial, starting with an early support group win, then moving to the government's case, an attempt to turn a MTC member into an informant. It continues with the testimony of cooperating witnesses and the FBI agent in charge of the case, and concludes with the testimony of the Deputy Assistant Director of the FBI to a Senate committee during the latter part of the trial. While the chronology is looser than in the previous two sections, it is intended to explore particular themes and issues in their own context. Cooperating witnesses and pre-trial developments. "We Are Winning" was spray-painted at the site of one of the December arsons, which happened to be across the street from the high school two of the ELF cell members attended. 35. The third participant connected with the cell at an environmental rally, though the record doesn't state which one. Although some details remain shaky to this day, it is certain that all three cooperated with the prosecution, two specifically against Cash. All three were under 18 years of age and white middle-class males. 2 had parents who were police officers. 1 would plead and disappear, while the remaining 2 testified against Cash at trial. A mysterious 4th, a female named Courtney, 36, whose father was a New York City detective and part of the JTTF, was referenced as part of the cell, but according to government testimony she was never charged, or even questioned. 37. Unlike the Operation Backfire defendants, the Long Island cell of the ELF did not research its targets or choose targets as part of a larger campaign. Rather, theirs was an amateurish and unrefined targeting of any housing development under construction. However, as would prove to be unfortunately common with Operation Backfire, George Mischkow III, Jared McIntyre, and Matthew Rammelkamp took a plea and cooperated with the government. 38 As of this writing, of the 13 activists indicted in the original Operation Backfire roundup, 4 had taken non-cooperating pleas, 3 have not been apprehended, 1 has pleaded guilty but appears not to be cooperating with the government, 1 would commit suicide while in jail, and the remaining 4 have cooperated with the government against the other defendants. This is where the similarities between the cases end, however, as Cash has always maintained his innocence and would be found not guilty at trial. It is clear from press reports that Jared McIntyre was boasting to classmates about the activities of the ELF. This led the Suffolk County Police and FBI to search his home, which led them in turn to George Mischkow, who was the first of the group to agree to cooperate with the prosecution. 39 It was clear from January 9, 2001 forward that the ELF cell members were working with the government, and after nearly a month of silence, on February 2, 2001, New York Newsday announced teen guilty of arson/Lee eco-terrorism suspect negotiates plea agreement. The article stated, in a breakthrough in the wave of arson and vandalism in Suffolk County claimed by the ELF, a quorum teenager Mischkow, who is believed to have played a key role in the incidents, pleaded guilty to arson late Friday in a secret court hearing, according to several sources familiar with the case. Jared McIntyre, a senior at Longwood High School in Middle Island and the son of a New York police sergeant assigned to that department's school safety division, also agreed to cooperate with investigators probing the ELF incidents, the sources said. The article continued. The other 3 suspects described as another teenager at Longwood Mischkow, a 16-year-old at Middle Island High School who lives in Miller Place Rammelkamp, and a young adult acquaintance possibly Courtney are all in various stages of negotiations for plea bargains with federal prosecutors, the sources said. 40. Additional news reports confirmed that all 3 were cooperating with the FBI. 41 This would be the first conviction of an ELF member in the United States, and these arrests were only the second such occurrence. Embarrassingly, the vast underground network of ELF and ELF cells, this terrorist conspiracy that the FBI would eventually call the nation's #1 domestic terrorist threat, turned out to be teenagers. Cash himself was only 19, and the Boston Globe article that appeared the day after his arrest called attention to the fact that he was the only legal adult of the group and was charged with aiding and abetting the actual arson. 42 Radical press such as the Earth First Journal would pick up the story too, albeit with numerous discrepancies and distortions. A few months following Cash's arrest, on May 21, 2001, 2 fires raged simultaneously in the Pacific Northwest. It was a $3 million night for the ELF. An office and a number of trucks at Jefferson Poplar Farms in Oregon, and the office of Professor Toby Bradshaw at the University of Washington burned. Both actions, according to the communiqué, were against the genetic engineering of trees. Back on Long Island, the ELF struck at an Old Navy store on March 5, 2001, then again at Bank of New York on June 13, 2001. They then returned to Cold Spring Harbor National Laboratory on August 21, 2001 to smash windows, causing $15,000 in damages. 43 ADL activist Andrew Stepanian was being followed this entire time, which was publicly acknowledged on February 1, 2002. 44 McIntyre would be jailed for violating his bail agreement with the FBI and U.S. Attorney's Office after he admitted that Cash was innocent in an online exchange with another activist. 45 Imprisoned on July 29, 2003, McIntyre was still sitting in jail. When Cash's trial started at the request of Assistant U.S. Attorney Timothy Driscoll, who was prosecuting Cash. Driscoll was not the first prosecutor to pick up this case, he was the 7th U.S. Attorney to lead the charge against Cash, and it was he who subpoenaed a half-dozen MTC activists in early May of 2001.46. The case of the United States of America against Connor Cash, defendant, began and resolved itself before either the SHAC-7 arrests in May 2004, or the initial Operation Backfire roundup in December 2005. U.S. v. Connor Cash. On May 10, 2004, the U.S. v. Connor Cash began. The former MTC members launched a court support campaign, bringing young activists from across Long Island to attend the 2-week proceedings. But most important was the group's ability to garner support from professors, professionals, white-haired senior citizens from the local peace movement, the immigrant rights community, and the clergy. With every pew seat taken, the massive presence became a fact that the jury, judge, and prosecutor could not ignore. In fact, the judge commented on the size of the crowd. This presence would benefit Cash's case in another significant way. While leaving the court building, Cash's mother overheard one juror state to another that we should send these kids to Iraq, these kids meaning those in the galley. Brewington was able to use this utterance to exclude a clearly prejudicial juror from the trial at the start of the third day of hearing evidence. New York Newsday reported, the juror, who was not identified, told U.S. District Jude Thomas Platt that she had said of backers of Connor Cash, 22, of Sound Beach, that they should send these kinds who are anti-American across to Iraq to see what's going on over there. Then they would not be against our government. 47. The government investigation, as revealed at trial, focused on a simplistic equation, summarized like this: Cash as tripod sitter of the MTC May Day protest equals Cash as leader. Several people helped build the tripod for May Day, but since Cash was the only one able to climb to the top of the civil disobedience device and hold his location upon it for an extended period of time, he was given the task on the day of the action. The theme of Cash as leader was transposed from the May Day action to the ELF, as the government applied their understanding of hierarchical organizational forms in trying to explain how 3 teenagers, the cooperating witnesses, kept them on the run for 4 months. During FBI Counterterrorism Division/JTTF Special Agent Joseph Metzinger's testimony, explored at length later, he was asked by Brewington, "And sir, would it be accurate to say that Mr. Cash became a target of the Suffolk County Police Department based on him being on top of that teepee?" Metzinger responded, "I believe the Suffolk County Police Department decided to target Mr. Cash, probably for that reason, yes." 48. Following the arrest of a dozen MTC members at the May Day action, the local county police separated MTC member John Berg from the rest and held him in a single cell rather than the general holding cell where the rest were questioned. This suggested prior surveillance, which was confirmed when one of the arresting officers admitted that they had been following the MTC. 4 months later, the FBI visited Berg at home. His girlfriend was pregnant at the time, a fact of which the feds were aware. They asked him to become a paid informant. Berg declined. He later testified, "Well, once the questioning was done, they asked me in so many words if I would become involved in the ELF. I believe the words they used was I would be heavily compensated, and that I made a joke and asked them how much, and they said it depends on what you find out." 49. Berg was first contacted in late summer by the FBI around that time, September, August. He testified, which is important to note as this was weeks prior to the string of ELF actions they would later prosecute Cash for. Jared McIntyre had been imprisoned for lying about an instant messenger exchange he had with another activist, screen name X Tyler Durden, where he stated quite clearly that Cash was innocent. 50. This was a violation of his cooperation agreement, and challenged the U.S. Attorney's basis for prosecution. He was sentenced to a year in jail and was called to the witness stand in an orange jumpsuit. McIntyre was badly beaten while incarcerated and began his scripted testimony by stating that Cash had provided the gasoline for the December 29 arson. But upon on cross-examination, McIntyre flip-flopped, stating, D. Defense attorney, and at bottom of page 4 reading the instant messenger exchange, you wrote these words, didn't you? I told them he didn't know. You're referring to Mr. Cash, right? M. McIntyre, yes, I was. D. Defense, and that he was about as guilty as my mom when she drove me to the thrift store and I bought the shoes that I used. You wrote that, right? M. McIntyre, yes, I wrote that. Point 51. Further along in the questioning it continued. D. Defense, and then you wrote, they're tired of dragging in minors and want some more adults, so that's why they brought in Connor, so the ADL is under intense scrutiny. You wrote that, right? M. McIntyre, yes, I did. Point 52. McIntyre would bumble the rest of the testimony, not able to answer a simple question of when he was lying on the stand during direct questioning or in the multi-page instant message he sent to an ADL activist. He was required to provide the government with substantial assistance in testifying against Cash, but was unable to remember exact dates unless they related to the case against Cash. Point 53. The strength of the defense attorney's approach to questioning and analysis, the vigilance of Cash's mother in recalling the juror's utterance, and the fellow activists' reporting of McIntyre's statement had a major impact on the case. The force of the community was also felt through their direct presence in the courtroom. The testimony of Matthew Ramelkamp preceded McIntyre's testimony, but unlike McIntyre, Ramelkamp recanted with ease. On direct questioning, Ramelkamp would answer yes when asked about Cash's involvement, but upon cross-examination by Brewington he stated that he was coerced by the FBI into implicating Cash. With both of the prosecution's star witnesses providing, at best, questionably reliable testimony, Driscoll would have to rely on the lengthy testimony of Metzinger, who admitted that Cash had been followed for his activism months prior to any ELF action. Additionally, the testimony of Detective John Voss would try and establish the credibility of video evidence from a Hess gas station, where Driscoll claimed Cash purchased gasoline on behalf of Ramelkamp and McIntyre for the December 29 arson. Point 54. Voss was over 100 yards away from the Hess station, and stated that Cash filled a gas can. Though the prosecution presented only stills of this video evidence, the reliability of this evidence would play out shortly in a major turning point for the trial. During his testimony at Cash's trial, Special Agent Metzinger, beyond confusing the ELF and Earth First, offers an interesting utterance that is well outside the line of questioning. Herein he ties the series of counter-globalization actions into the developments on Long Island and the government's concern about the trajectory of struggle. He testified, "In April of 2000, I was sent with another investigator to Seattle, pursuant to the riots that occurred out there at the World Trade Organization. There's still a lot of damage to the downtown area, so the anarchists' statement was all over downtown. The FBI in Seattle, the state police in Seattle, the police showed us photographs and explained to us what happened. I met with the Los Angeles FBI and the Philadelphia FBI sites of the forthcoming protests against the DNC and RNC, and police pursuant to the criminal conventions occurred in that city, with the anarchists' statement were painted on the street and the buildings." Sick in May 1 St. Defense Attorney, question, which year, please? May 1, 1999, they had the May Day to occur in Manhattan. A bunch of different groups came together in Manhattan to protest, and the anarchists' statements were spray-painted in several places around the city. Defense Attorney, question, I appreciate that. My question to your, sir, is how many tattoos like that have you seen? 55. Brewington was questioning Metzinger in regards to the Circle A tattoo that adorns Cash's shoulder. A key witness for the defense, Dr. Stephen Duncombe, professor of the politics of media and culture at New York University, would testify about the symbolism of the Circle A and its importance in the punk culture that Cash was part of. On the night before he was to testify, Metzinger and another FBI agent visited Duncombe at his office in a clear attempt at intimidation. While the court refused to charge Duncombe as an expert witness, his testimony provided clarification on the Circle A, showing that it was a widely used symbol. In the midst of the trial, on May 18, 2004, John E. Lewis, Deputy Assistant Director of the FBI's Counterterrorism Division, testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee about the domestic terrorist threat, mentioning Cash by name. Lewis stated, "In February 2001, teenagers Jared McIntyre, Matthew Ramelkamp, and George Mishkow all pleaded guilty, as adults, to Title 18 U.S.C. 844, I, arson, and 844, N, arson conspiracy. These charges pertain to a series of arsons and attempted arsons of new home construction sites in Long Island, New York, which according to McIntyre were committed in sympathy of the ELF movement." An adult, Connor Cash, was also arrested on February 15, 2001, and charged under federal statutes for his role in these crimes. Cash is currently on trial in federal court for charges of providing material support to terrorism. The New York JTTF played a significant role in the arrest and prosecution of these individuals. Despite these recent successes, however, FBI investigative efforts to target these movements for identification, prevention, and disruption have been hampered by a lack of applicable federal criminal statutes, particularly when attempting to address an organized, multi-state campaign of intimidation, property damage, threats, and coercion designed to interfere with legitimate interstate commerce, as exhibited by the SHAC Organization. 56. While Lewis would present the case as a success, less than 2 days later, Cash would be acquitted. After the jury entered their deliberations, they requested the full copy of the videotape from the Hess station, rather than the stills provided by the prosecution. As the video was being set up, Brewington and his assistant counsel noticed major discrepancies between the video about to be shown to the jury, the stills entered as evidence, and the video provided in the discovery phase. The tape had clearly been doctored. Brewington threatened to pursue a declaration of mistrial if the evidence was admitted. The following day, in an unprecedented move, the judge threw the tape out. Within a few hours, Cash would be free from all charges and Brewington announced, "This is what democracy looks like." 57. Solidarity campaign and post-trial political developments in Long Island. Throughout the trial, Brewington was able to construct a counter-narrative to the prosecution's version of MTC, Cash, and his supporters. Herein he was able to describe projects to feed the homeless, educate the community, provide space for young people to congregate, and protest in ways that did not include property destruction. Rather than simply challenging the inaccuracies and distortions in the prosecution's case, the defense told its own story. This was particularly clear with the screening a 12-minute documentary called Modern Times, Building Community in America's First Suburb. 58. This documentary film included footage nearly identical to that the police took of the MTC May Day protest, as well as commentary on the group's purposes, clearly defining it as a public organization. It allowed Brewington to argue that the MTC, and hence Cash, had nothing to hide. A substantive support campaign developed as an extension of the former MTC's organizing strategy. In one of its first acts, the group held a discussion session with a set of older activists, which had initially been planned to inform Long Island's peace and justice community about the repression Cash was facing. But it shortly became an outpouring of stories told by older activists about the times they had been visited and threatened by the FBI in the 1960s and after. Numerous intra-community meetings were held, with and without Cash, to plan tasks leading up to and during the trial. An important component of these meetings was the expression of fear and upset that this was happening to the community in general, and Cash in particular. In order to build court support, the group held one-on-one sessions with members of the peace and justice community, the immigrant rights movement, local academics, clergy, and other progressives. This effort resulted in a diverse crowd attending each day of trial. Members and staff from the Long Island Alliance for Peaceful Alternatives and other peace groups, as well as the Workplace Project, attended many of the trial's 8 days. Herein the group expanded and leaned on existing relationships that had been developed over years of relationship building and community organizing. Indeed, these pre-existing and meaningful relationships had developed prior to the period of repression, and it is doubtful that the MTC and its successor organization would have been able to build such bonds during the wave of repression. In the 3 years between Cash's arrest and trial, the MTC had morphed into the Long Island Free Space, a non-profit organization that held educational, political, and cultural events. This community organizing, rather than activist protest, approach allowed the group to expand its base in a period of repression, when, elsewise, many organizations often contract. During the trial itself, the support group cooked meals for the Cash family, and coordinated supporters to be with Cash during trial breaks and in evenings to provide anything he might need, as well as a compassionate ear to listen. The vigilance of the group was also important, as the FBI/Suffolk County Police Department videotaped the comings and goings of support group members at the courthouse and followed many of them home and elsewhere. Additionally, 2 obvious plants attended the early trial dates and asked to join the long-dissolved MTC, they were collectively ignored. In regards to the defense, having Brewington represent Cash was decisive. Brewington was a veteran of local civil rights struggles, had worked alongside William Kunstler reviewing the COINTELPRO papers, and was greatly respected on Long Island. It was the relationships the organizers of the MTC and Long Island Free Space had, as well as Brewington's prior relationship with Cash, which secured his position as defense attorney. Brewington advised the support group on all matters, and many of the group's strategies were run through him first. For instance, it was Brewington who argued that the support group should not speak to the mainstream press about the case or related developments. He argued that the case would be tried in court, not in the press, and that any press statement could in fact harm them at trial or with any attempt to get the prosecution to drop the charges. The support group complied with his request. Additionally, the support group sought to tightly control the discussion and the image of the case in the radical press. Only 4 articles appeared with the group's participation, 1 at Cash's arrest, 1 on the onset of trial, and 2 following. The first was written by an anonymous activist, 1 of the articles was written by a support group member following Cash's acquittal, and the other 2 were penned by New York City-based journalist and supporter Eric Larson. 59. While the success of the defense counsel, support group, Cash family, and community surrounding them certainly contributed to the acquittal, these are not the only factors to consider. First, the core support group members, and many in the community, were able to take the entire 2 weeks off of work or adjust their work schedules, for the entirety of the trial. That, along with the fact that the Long Island Free Space was able to pay Cash and a CO organizer, the author, Kevin Van Meter, for the duration, is a situation not necessarily available to others facing repression. Additionally, being a white male charged in a case around development and environmental issues provided Cash certain privileges when facing an all-white jury, and these cannot be discounted. In a segregated place such as Long Island, with a long history of intense racial prejudice, one can assume that, for instance, a black or brown defendant, charged in a case focusing on the prison industrial complex, police violence, or issues of poverty, would have been treated substantially differently. Countering counterinsurgency. It is useful to consider this particular case in the larger context of repression and the strategies of counterinsurgency, COIN, utilized by the state apparatus. Since we have entered a period of permanent repression, begun by at least the late 1970s, it is important to consider the social movement developments and waves of repression over the past 3 decades. Describing the shift between previous periods of repression and the current period, Ken Lawrence states, "The difference today is the state's belief that insurgency is not an occasional, erratic idiosyncrasy of people who are exploited or oppressed, but a constant occurrence, permanent insurgency, which calls for a strategy that doesn't simply rely on a police force and National Guard and an army that can be called out in an emergency, but rather a strategy of permanent repression as the full-time task of the security forces." This difference has been elaborated theoretically largely as a consequence of the Indochina War, which gave this strategy its name, counterinsurgency. 60. A state of permanent repression does not simply relate to political insurgencies or peasant movements of the Global South, but rather a society of control and a generalized state of siege upon the domestic, civilian population as part of a larger reorganization of power relations and the development of neoliberalism. 61 Herein we draw upon a small but growing literature on counterinsurgency. 62 While this literature specifically addresses the foreign intervention apparatus of the United States, it has clear domestic ramifications. It is important to note that permanent does not necessarily mean consistent or continuous. While the state itself is on permanent deployment, the apparatus of the state, local police agencies, FBI/JTTF, and private security, shifts to address particular threats as well as to respond to the environment in which it finds itself. A political environment can swing support against particular forms of repression, or against repression itself, which is where political organizing comes in. When the state attempts to repress a radical movement, that does not necessarily mean that the movement has launched an insurgency, despite the oft-repeated activist myth that repression is always a direct reaction to our success. There are three stages of insurgency: proto-insurgency, small-scale insurgency when insurgency grows beyond the initial insurgents, and major insurgency when struggle is generalized across the population. 63 Both the ELF and the counter-globalization movement reached the level of small-scale insurgencies in their own way, within their own logic. But in neither case was repression necessary to decompose the movements, though it was the path chosen by the state. The latter movement was decomposing itself due to internal contradictions and dispersion of energy in significant ways. Rather, the wave of repression apparent in the Green Scare and related prosecutions is intended to prevent new forms of proto- and small-scale insurgency from emerging during a period when movements are at a low level of composition, density of relationships, organizational forms, strength vis-a-vis capital and the state. 64 It is clear that the state apparatus was surprised by the emergence of the ELF and the counter-globalization movement domestically. After all, by the late 1980s and early 1990s the forces of neoliberalism were triumphantly announcing the end of history, meaning that the era of revolution and unrest had come to an end. On May 10, 2001, in light of the increasing power of radical protests and organizing with the counter-globalization movement, the federal government declared Reclaim the Streets, of which Modern Times was an active part, a terrorist organization. An FBI report explained. Anarchists and extremist socialist groups, many of which, such as the Workers' World Party, Reclaim the Streets, and Carnival Against Capitalism, have an international presence and, at times, also represent a potential threat in the United States. For example, anarchists, operating individually and in groups, caused much of the damage during the 1999 World Trade Organization ministerial meeting in Seattle. 65. In addition to the FBI report, the RAND Corporation produced a book in 2001 titled Networks and Net Wars: The Future of Terror, Crime, and Militancy, which had 3 chapters dedicated to radical movements of the time. 66 RAND was advising law enforcement and government agencies in regards to the threat posed by the Seattle cycle of protest, Black Bloc anarchists, who were featured in 2 of the chapters, and the ELF. Specifically on the question of the state being caught off guard, one of the chapters locates the success of Seattle in the utter surprise and confusion during the initial confrontation. 67 The collection does not specifically address the peak of this cycle of protest and, unfortunately, the literature on the subject from the perspective of its participants does not chart this decline either. The counter-globalization movement peaked and then dissipated before September 11, 2001. The International Carnival Against Capital held on June 18, 1999, Earth First. Ecological defense in the Pacific Northwest, and a related developments in the U.S. all fed into the N30 Seattle demonstrations. This rupture continued with April 16, 2000, against the International Monetary Fund and World Bank, IMF/WB, in Washington, D.C., May Day the next month, and the Republican, Philadelphia, and Democratic, Los Angeles, conventions in August. By August 2000, the MTC consciously removed itself from the protest-centric arm of the counter-globalization movement to focus on grounded, local issues. The Direct Action Network, which played a major role in Seattle and the events listed above, collapsed within the following year. While in the immediate aftermath of September 11, the IMF/WB protests planned were cancelled by left organizations planning it, though a small group of anarchists continued with the action. It is questionable what good another summit protest would have done. The next major action, the World Economic Forum protests in New York City in early February 2002, were so well managed by the state that they had little effect. When the same forces assembled for the Free Trade Area of the America protests in 2003, and the conventions a year later, it was clear that the state had gained the upper hand and that the cycle of protests had become a poor reflection of its previous anti-summit theater. Between 2001 and 2003, U.S. radicals were engulfed in mass-based anti-war movement with few structural similarities to the counter-globalization movement. 68. However, despite all the evidence, activists continue to believe that September 11 ended the period of struggle. This story is problematic for two reasons. First, it concedes too much power to the state to shift the terrain, and second, it provides an inaccurate account of the ability of the counter-globalization movement to ground itself and develop outside of the summit cycle of protest. The second point runs against the myths activists often tell about themselves. They would rather put the blame for movement disintegration on the state than on their own inability to build wider circles of struggle. While the environment for organizing had certainly changed following September 11, the communities facing direct repression were overwhelmingly Muslim and members of immigrant groups. Movements in Europe and the Global South, when it was clear that attacks on capital and the state at the site of large conventions weren't working, shifted focus to issues of precarity and issues grounded in various communities, but that did not happen in the United States. The way activists have framed of this period of repression ignores both historical and current examples of how repression has been directed against communities of color. Commenting on the "green is the new red" line, Claude Marx states as an explicit part of that, there is an omission of anything that would care to look at the racial politics of the United States. 69. He follows this comment with the missing history of COINTELPRO, predominantly used against communities of color and indigenous movements, and he goes on to critique the Green Scare conceptualization for not including the current wave of repression against Muslim and immigrant communities. There is also a larger apparatus of repression that has resulted in the dramatic increase in the prison population, and the wave of deportations directed at immigrant communities as a response to the strength of the migrant and immigrant rights struggles, perhaps best illustrated by the 2006 May Day protests. Including these realities would provide a clearer picture of the state's strategy. 70. Taking the larger context into account, it seems that during a period of movement decline the state did two things. First, it utilized counterinsurgency strategies to prevent the development from a proto to a small insurgency, and second, it applied lessons learned from countering the autonomous struggles of the insurgents during the previous peaks of activity. As it entered its decline, the counter-globalization movement simply stopped innovating tactically and was unable to generalize its struggles to larger sectors of the population. Lessons for political organizing. In drawing out the lessons for political organizing, political prisoner support, and surviving repression, there are few points as important as the development of relationships outside of our own immediate, radical circles. It was because of the concentric circles of both political and personal relationships that the MTC sought out and furthered prior to a period of repression that it was able to utilize after Cash's arrest and through his trial. Since the collective and its successor organization, the Long Island Free Space, held numerous community-based dialogues and cultural events that drew a substantial crowd from beyond Long Island's white, middle-class, and working-class subculturally defined youth, it had regular contact with much larger communities than its own. Additionally, the MTC actively engaged in solidarity and participated in coalitions with peace groups, unions, immigrant rights organizations, and other community initiatives over a period of 5 years before Cash's arrest. Engaging in community organizing beyond the borders of subcultural radicals, and doing so prior to a period of repression, was decisive since it is from the wider circle of personal relationships that active solidarity could be drawn. Furthermore, This approach directly counters key strategies of counterinsurgency, the questions of legitimacy and center of gravity. 71 Herein the insurgents incorporate the struggle over legitimacy into their pre-repression organizing and attempt to seize the center of gravity as an operation against the state. The support campaign around Cash, with direction provided in part by Brewington, decided internally to take a different approach than other such campaigns at the time. Many of those convicted during the Green Scare utilized the attention of their cases to talk about environmental destruction or animal rights. The priority of our campaign was Cash's freedom and, as trial approached, acquittal. Too often radicals utilize periods of repression to further a particular cause or issue. The argument we used was this: the cause will still be there following the case. Clearly this needs to be decided autonomously by each defendant and their support group. Those facing political repression should have control over the approaches they take to defend themselves, excluding, of course, snitching and cooperating with the prosecution, and their autonomy in these decisions should take priority over the ideological positions of the movement. 72. By extension, it is important to emphasize the responsibility that the radical press and fellow radicals have to the individuals facing repression and the support group that speaks for the defendant or prisoner. While the Cash support group would not engage or speak to the mainstream press, it did seek out relationships with the radical press, and as previously mentioned, 4 articles appeared with the group's consent. However, the coverage in 2 additional articles that appeared in the Earth First journal were poorly researched and filled with misinformation, which could have been damaging at trial. 73. Of course, it is not as though Cash's support committee did everything right either. We needed to do more specifically and consistently address the trauma and post-traumatic stress disorder associated with repression and incarceration, as well as secondary trauma of support group members. As stated above, the development of technical assistance, knowledge, and financial resources needed to be implemented prior to confrontations with the state and a period of repression. Often radicals suggest that resistance should be expected, so should repression. Next time, let's be prepared for it. In the end, McIntyre would be sentenced to 3.5 years, in addition to a year already served. Mishkow would be imprisoned for a year and a day. And Rammelkamp would spend 6 months in jail. That's practically nothing compared to the 40 years faced by Cash. But, following his acquittal on May 20, 2004, Cash was free. And soon thereafter, the Long Island Free Space would open a new social center, with Cash as a staff member. Of course we would rather that this case was not so curious, that there would be further acquittals and new victories. At the 10-year anniversary of Cash's arrest, this is the first time this story has been told, and it is our hope that it helps others survive the repression they face. From Repression to Resistance, Notes on Combating Counterinsurgency. Luce Gielan Givens, Lane Mullett, and Sarah Small. On August 30, 2008 we were awakened early in the morning by the shrill ring of the telephone. The news on the other end of the line wasn't good. Police were currently raiding 3 houses occupied by radical activists preparing to protest the Republican National Convention, RNC. Thinking our house would be next, we quickly packed up our belongings and headed out. We had been up late thanks to a raid on our convergence center the night before and were not eager to spend any more time with the police, the sheriff's department, or the Secret Service. Unfortunately, our success in avoiding the police was short-lived. Within 72 hours, 8 local organizers were rounded up and eventually charged with conspiracy to riot in furtherance of terrorism. The next few days saw over 800 arrests as thousands of people protested in the streets of St. Paul. What followed was a 2-year political and legal battle. We learned that the raids and arrests marked the culmination of almost 2 years of police activity and involved multiple informants, surveillance teams, and undercover officers. In discovery we obtained thousands of pages of meeting notes, emails, debriefings, and reports, hundreds of photos, and hours of audio recording that the police had collected on our activities. Clearly the state had been intensively monitoring local activists since the convention was announced, and likely continues to do so to this day. Our experiences dealing with the aftermath of the RNC protests and related legal charges led us to think more deeply about the nature of policing and state repression, and what radical movements can do to counteract these attacks. In particular, we were concerned with the more insidious elements of state intervention that work to undermine and co-opt movements along, and in conjunction, with the spectacle of police violence and mass arrests. We began to understand these tactics as a form of domestic counterinsurgency. What does counterinsurgency look like? Though counterinsurgency has been something of a watchword in the global war on terror, its domestic applications are more obscured. Unlike in places where insurgency is already occurring, counterinsurgency strategy in the United States is primarily focused on preventing insurgent movements from taking root. This means that the state must work to create social conditions that make radical organizing difficult, and engage in constant, though sometimes low-intensity, disruptions of any activity that has the potential to threaten the existing power structure. These disruptions can range from COINTELPRO Style 1 assassinations like the murder of Fred Hampton II and lengthy prison terms for political dissidents, to surveillance and data collection on a wide range of public activities. Counterinsurgency can be the cops kicking down your door, but it can also be the co-optation of community organizing, the increasing capacity for sophisticated data collection, the mapping of social networks, and the paid informant sitting quietly through meetings. Activists generally remember to take basic security precautions, such as not sending sensitive information over email or discussing specific illegal actions at open meetings. What we often fail to do is address the group dynamics that make us vulnerable to disruption and infiltration, or make plans for how we can support each other when we are facing repression down the road. We tend to ignore the inevitable low-level intervention of the state in our movements, as well as the heightened repression meted out against other communities, until the moment we are confronted with hard tactics, such as brutality, prosecution, and imprisonment. Thus, our movements are only putting energy into combating repression when the battle is more than half over, past the point at which we would stand the best chance of winning. This tendency may, in part, be due to the fact that activists often think there is a choice between the tactics and strategies that bring about repression, and those that avoid it. We believe that this distinction is a false one. While it's true, for example, that breaking a bank window is more likely to generate a rapid police response than circulating a petition, any campaign that mounts a potentially successful challenge to existing power structures, regardless of its tactics, will face some form of repression. Our reality is this: we can fight to win, and in so doing encounter state repression, or we can limit ourselves to ineffective modes of activism and agitation in the false hope that this will keep us safe. Counterinsurgency can be brutally effective, and coming to terms with this reality can easily lead to fatalism. But while we can't avoid being subjected to counterinsurgent methods, we can take a comprehensive approach, as the state does, and work to affect the terrain of attack. If we're serious about growing revolutionary movements with the capacity to effect long-term, radical change, then we have to move beyond a purely defensive posture, wherein our efforts are primarily reactive, into an era of proactive movement building. One way to think about this challenge is to conceive of the conditions that would need to exist in order for insurgent movements to thrive, and to create those conditions within the arenas of radical struggle in which we are already engaged. By steadily laying this groundwork, we can better position ourselves to seize the moments when the state tries to pin us down as opportunities not just to resist, but to actively fight back. We have by no means developed an exhaustive list of what those necessary conditions might be, but we have sketched out some of the lessons that we've learned. First, we believe that it is not possible to avoid counterinsurgency while working to create radical social change. Police harassment, arrests, and imprisonment are elements of virtually every successful social struggle, and we must prepare for and confront this reality. Second, we believe that our approach to resisting counterinsurgency must be holistic, that is, we can't just focus on outsmarting the state. Instead, we must also transform the way we work and take care of each other, and learn to work together across our many differences. And finally, we believe that we can turn moments of state repression into opportunities to build and strengthen our movements. We rely heavily on examples from the RNC-8 case, but also bring in other, much more severe, instances of state repression faced by the Puerto Rican independence movement and other national liberation struggles, as well as more recent cases falling under the umbrella of the Green Scare. In so doing, we don't mean to suggest any direct parallel between the various examples. Rather, we've chosen this range of examples both because they draw on our personal experiences and because we feel that they help to provide a more comprehensive view of the sorts of state repression to which radicals today are vulnerable. We have included our more personal experiences and reflections individually in italics, and our broader analysis in the regular text. Where we're coming from. Luce Gielan Givens, in 2006, I started organizing with a group called the RNC Welcoming Committee. We were Twin Cities anarchists and anti-authoritarians who came together to develop protest infrastructure against the 2008 Republican National Convention in St. Paul, Minnesota. From August 30 through September 1, 2008, 7 other people and I, the RNC-8, were arrested and charged with multiple counts of conspiracy and terrorism for our roles in organizing for the protests. Most of us were arrested before the protests even began and were held in jail until they were over. None of us were charged with actually doing anything. Conspiracy charges are based on what the state believes we said, thought, and intended to do. At the peak of the prosecution, we were charged with 4 separate felonies: conspiracy to riot, conspiracy to commit criminal damage to property, conspiracy to riot in furtherance of terrorism, and conspiracy to commit criminal damage to property in furtherance of terrorism. We faced up to 12 years in prison if convicted. Along with many dedicated supporters, we spent 2 years waging a massive legal and political campaign to get the charges dropped. In what I think was our biggest unqualified victory, the county attorney buckled to public pressure and dropped the terrorism charges against us less than 6 months after filing them. In August of 2010, one of our co-defendants decided to cut his losses and plead guilty to a single gross misdemeanor. He chose to serve a short term in jail, rather than a longer period on probation. Despite our disappointment in his decision to take a plea, the fact that he had so much room to negotiate without testifying against the rest of us was a sign of the power our support campaign wielded. A month later, and with only a month left before trial, the state dropped all of the charges against me and 2 of my co-defendants. A few weeks after that, the 4 remaining co-defendants each pled guilty to a single gross misdemeanor. They were sentenced only to probation and community service, a massive reduction from the charges the state had pursued at a cost of over $250,000 and more than 3 years of police and legal work. 3. We also had other successes over the course of those 2 years. We contributed to the demise of the county attorney's gubernatorial campaign, and built some unlikely alliances with people and organizations in Minneapolis and across the country. The successes of our support campaign were only possible because we used our fight as a vehicle for capacity building. As the case and support campaign progressed, opening new doors in terms of radical networking and solidarity, our experiences pushed us to start fleshing out this idea of capacity building as a starting point for thinking about resistance to counterinsurgency. The ideas sketched out in this article are predicated on the belief that this can be a winning strategy for revolutionary movements. Lane Mullett, Sarah and I live in Philadelphia, but temporarily relocated to Minneapolis before the RNC to help prepare for the protests. Upon returning to Philly, we knew that we wanted to continue fighting for our friends who were facing terrorism charges in Minnesota. However, the context for resisting state repression in Philadelphia during this time was somewhat different than in Minneapolis. Philadelphia has a long history of racist police violence and has also been the site of some of the most dramatic repression in recent U.S. history, most notably the MOVE bombing Indiana 19854. Philadelphians had even had their own experience hosting the RNC, where scores of protesters were beaten and jailed by police. But in 2008, many leftist organizations were focused on other issues, and state repression was low on the list of priorities. 5. Sarah and I knew that we wanted to publicize the case and generate political and financial support for the RNC-8, in part because Luce is a close friend, but also because we believed that the use of terrorism charges against people organizing public protests set a dangerous precedent that could extend well beyond Minnesota. However, we knew that getting people on the East Coast to support 8 anarchists from the Midwest was going to be a hard sell. For the RNC 8 case to feel relevant in Philadelphia, our work would have to be done in a way that went beyond advocating for those 8 defendants and moved towards strengthening our ability to fight state repression in general. Traditional forms of support for people facing political charges include fundraising for bail and legal expenses, showing support in the courtroom, holding events to raise awareness, and engaging in public advocacy to try to affect the outcome of the case. We wanted to do all these things, but do them in a way that shed light on a wide range of resistance to repression. Using this approach would, we hoped, allow us to incorporate RNC 8 support into our already existing political work rather than diminishing our capacity to carry that work forward. While in some historical moments fighting specific instances of state repression has helped build movements, it can often make people feel worn down and isolated. We wanted to counter this tendency, and instead attempt to 1. Connect this case to a legacy of repression against political movements across generational, racial, and ideological lines, and use the RNC 8 support work as a platform to raise awareness and funds for others facing state repression and imprisonment. 2. Help create the conditions for a movement in Philadelphia that was more prepared to combat repression, and 3. Make connections between political prisoners/state repression and broader anti-prison and social justice movements. As we moved forward, we carried each of these goals with us, and tried to develop our activities to meet them. What took shape, in its best moments, mirrored some of the ideas outlined in this essay. Knowing our history. The first necessary condition of fighting counterinsurgency is an awareness and critical analysis of state repression. We cannot defend against an enemy we haven't anticipated, nor can we effectively strategize if we don't have an understanding of what we're up against. Those of us who are likely to be targets of counterinsurgency operations, and it is important to stress how broadly that likelihood applies, are better positioned to deal with attacks against us if we start out with a strong analysis of what we might face. The history of repression in the United States is older than the state itself, and this repression mirrors an equally long legacy of resistance. Yet one of the striking aspects of activist responses to counterinsurgency tactics is an expression of total shock. How many times have we seen the same thing play out, the look of confusion and disbelief clouding someone's face as they talk about a recent political arrest or prosecution, stating that they never thought this could happen here, or wondering what happened to democracy. The truth is that many activists in the US are startlingly unaware of the country's brutal legacy of repression. 7 There are several major factors at play here, but among the most significant are high turnover rates and generational divisions. Cycles of entry into and burnout from radical movements are often as short as a few years, and the sharing of lessons across these microgenerational divides is shoddy, at best. In a society where radical histories are buried and distorted, the lack of intergenerational engagement undermines our best chance at knowing our own histories. For example, there are currently over 70 leftist political prisoners in the U.S., 8 mostly people who have been struggling behind bars for decades, yet many of us can only name 1 or 2 of them. It's sobering to think that people who struggle for revolutionary liberation in this country today wouldn't know about people who've spent years in prison for doing the same. Not only does this rob our comrades of the support they need and deserve, it also prevents us from gaining the wisdom and insight that comes from learning about and talking with previous generations of dissidents and freedom fighters. Loose, in Minneapolis, prior to the RNC, work had already been done within the anarchist community that put the issue of state repression on the table in a historically grounded way. Twin Cities activists, viewed collectively, were experienced with state repression. A decade before the RNC, Minneapolis was witness to one of the largest police actions in the state's history, a raid on the Minnehaha Free State. 9 In 2000, some of the same people who had been integral to the Free State were targets of another massive police operation, in response to protests at a conference of the International Society for Animal Genetics. 10 In each of these incidents, radical activists were severely brutalized by police in violently theatrical raids, and the ISAG raid was followed by serious criminal charges against one of the organizers. As it happens, he would later be one of the RNC-8. Yet frequent burnout meant that few who were actively involved in organizing against the RNC were fully cognizant of this recent history, and even fewer had been around to experience it firsthand. Those of us in the RNC Welcoming Committee were acutely aware of this problem, and felt that our capacity was limited by the disproportionately small presence of older activists with more experience. We were also critical of mass mobilization organizing that lacked roots in local communities, feeling that too often large mobilizations brought with them a traveling show of radicals who skillfully implemented infrastructure for the protest but ignored local campaigns, communities, and histories of struggle. When they left, the skills went with them, the local community was left to deal with the fallout of the protests, and no meaningful exchange between locals and out-of-towners occurred. We wanted the RNC to be different, both by strengthening our local work and by contributing to the political development of the thousands of people we hoped would come through. So as one of our first group projects, we gathered submissions and published The Struggle is Our Inheritance, a zine chronicling some major events in Minnesota's radical history. The zine begins, substantive, radical change is only accomplished with a firm understanding of the past. It covers a range of topics, such as the 1934 Teamsters strike, the emergence of the American Indian movement in the 70s, and rural western Minnesota's anti-power line movement. Point 12 The production of the zine was educational for those of us involved, and its publication helped to foreground the idea of a radical heritage in the organizing against the RNC. I also worked with a group called UOC. Earth Warriors Are Okay, that was active in supporting Green Scare prisoners. Point 13 We put on many well-attended fundraisers and educational events to that end, bringing speakers from across the country to talk about their experience dealing with state repression. The speakers we brought over the course of the group's life, including Ramona Africa 14, Sarah Jane Olson 15 and Leslie James Pickering 16 amongst others, represented a range of movements and eras of state repression. We also created and distributed a zine documenting past instances of FBI harassment of earth and animal liberation activists in the Twin Cities, basic Know Your Rights information, and more in-depth analysis of how to deal with government disruption and interference. Sarah Small, after the RNC, one of the first things we started to plan in Philadelphia was a large event that would raise awareness and money for the RNC-8, but we didn't want it to focus only on their case. At that time there were 8 former Black Panthers, dubbed the San Francisco 8, who were facing charges stemming from the killing of a San Francisco police officer in 1971. The original charges against them had been dismissed in 1975 after it was revealed that the case was based on statements that one of the defendants made after he and 2 of his co-defendants were tortured for several days while in the custody of the New Orleans Police Department. The USA Patriot Act 17 made it possible for these bogus charges to be brought against the same men decades later. In 2007.18 the Patriot Act also played a role in the RNC-8 case. Additional felony charges were added through the use of terrorism enhancements under Minnesota's version of the law. In fact, the charges brought against the RNC-8 were the first time the Minnesota Patriot Act was ever used. We wanted to bring the two cases together to highlight the fact that repression against anarchists is not exceptional, it mirrors strategies the state has used to attack other movements, and is often less severe than the repression visited on struggles led predominantly by people of color. It was important to engage in a campaign that saw different cases of repression as interlinked, and we wanted to make sure that our work on behalf of the RNC-8 helped generate support for others facing state repression as well. We decided to make the event a joint fundraiser, with the proceeds split between the RNC-8 and the SF-8 defense funds. Lane and I knew it would be challenging to pull off such a large event on our own, so we teamed up with a couple of local activists with similar goals and politics. We convened a panel of speakers who were part of different radical movements, including representatives from the RNC-8, the SF-8, the Puerto Rican Independence Movement 19 and the sole adult survivor of the MOVE bombing. The panel was called Conspiring for Change, in reference to the fact that most of the panelists had either faced conspiracy charges or were involved in fighting for others facing them. This event was successful, both as a fundraiser and as a way to situate today's anarchist and radical movements within the context of a long legacy of struggle against the state. It also sowed the seeds of some new political relationships that would deepen and grow over the next few years. This effort led to the formation of a new group, which we named the Wild Poppies Collective after a poem by former political prisoner Marilyn Buck. 20 The collective has worked together since 2009, organizing educational events and actions about prisons, state repression, and political prisoners. Understanding the scope of domestic counterinsurgency. Just as it is important for us to make connections across generations of activists that have experienced repression, it is equally important for us to understand that counterinsurgency tactics do not only target existing political movements. Perhaps the most devastating counterinsurgency efforts are those designed to prevent movements from emerging in oppressed communities. The state does this in part by enacting social, legal, and policing strategies that criminalize and incarcerate poor people and people of color. Any analysis of repression that does not include the 2.3 million people in prison in the United States, or the fact that black people are incarcerated at a rate more than 5 times that of whites 21 will lead us to false conclusions about how to resist repression. We can and must make our fight against overt repression of political movements tie back to the realities of mass incarceration and the legacy of white supremacy. Incarceration rates began their dramatic increase in the late 1970s in the wake of massive radical social struggles, especially in Black, Latino and Native communities. White supremacy plays a major role in upholding existing power structures, and efforts to fight white supremacy are met with particularly harsh repercussions from the state. Some of this repression is immediate and obvious. From 1968 to 1971, the FBI was either directly or indirectly involved in as many as 40 murders of Black Panthers. 22 And the American Indian movement and its supporters were targeted even more intensely, with the state playing a role in 69 murders on the Pine Ridge Reservation alone between 1973 and 1976. 23 But backlash against these movements is also mobilized through racially coded policies like the War on Drugs, which was officially launched by Ronald Reagan in 1982 at a time when drug use was actually decreasing, and which led to massive imprisonment of people of color and, to a lesser extent, poor whites. 24 The war on drugs itself increased the state's capacity for counterinsurgency, particularly in poor urban communities. As millions of dollars in federal funding was directed towards militarizing local police departments. 25 And the drug war was just one component of the conservative law and order policies that were specifically designed to create a conservative backlash against the civil rights and liberation movements of the preceding decades, and to prevent such movements from emerging in the future. The expansion of the prison industrial complex shapes the context in which we operate and affects our ability to imagine what kind of resistance is possible. We believe that genuine efforts at fighting counterinsurgency must acknowledge the profound effect that mass incarceration has had on crushing resistance movements. And we also believe that the fight against mass incarceration is critical, both inside and outside the prison walls. We take inspiration from the many political prisoners who have been part of anti-prison movements and who continue to remind us that the entire prison system must be a central target of our struggles. As the recent prison strikes at Pelican Bay and across the nation prove, not even the most repressive conditions can stop the development of organized resistance. It is our job as radicals on the outside to amplify this resistance and help it grow. 26. Lane, the Wild Poppies Collective saw the struggle to free political prisoners as intimately connected to fighting the prison industrial complex. We felt that freeing political prisoners was one aspect of a larger struggle against state repression and mass incarceration, but initially found it hard to make these connections manifest themselves in practice. In 2010 we became aware of Pennsylvania's plans to build 3 new prisons and expand several others across the state. That seemed like an opportunity to broaden our work, and in 2011, the WPC helped launch a campaign against the prison expansion projects. The campaign, called Decarcerate PA, is demanding a moratorium on prison construction, a reduction in the prison population, and the reinvestment of money in our communities. Our hope is that this campaign can help build a united front against mass incarceration in Pennsylvania, and that successful decarceration efforts could lead not just to the release of political prisoners but to many others targeted by the racist police state. 27. Of course, global and domestic counterinsurgencies have taken on new dimensions since September 11, 2001. Globally, the U.S. has waged 2 long-term and official wars of occupation in Iraq and Afghanistan, while escalating the practice of unofficial, imperialist warfare throughout much of the world, including increased drone strikes and other military operations in Pakistan and Yemen. 28. Though we do not believe that the post-9/11 era represents a fundamental change in the character of repression employed by the American state, neither do we want to downplay the sweeping and insidious nature of the domestic mechanisms of repression enacted under the banner of a global war on terror. The past 10 years have seen a massive wave of legislation on both the federal and state levels aimed at criminalizing entire communities, namely, Muslims, Arabs, and immigrants as a whole, as well as a shift towards codifying tactics that police agencies previously employed illegally. 29 thousands of people, mostly Muslim men, have been imprisoned indefinitely in military prisons abroad and in civilian prisons within the U.S., many without even a nominal guarantee of due process. The post-9/11 era has also shaped the prison system, for example, with the creation of communications management units designed to severely restrict communication with the outside world. People held in the CMUs are permitted only one 15-minute phone call a week, and are barred from any physical contact during the few visits they are allowed. Muslims, primarily of Middle Eastern descent, make up the vast majority of the CMU population, though the units also house other inmates, including a few earth and animal liberation prisoners. People are held in the facilities for a number of reasons, such as involvement in prison organizing, drug convictions, various supposed communication infractions, and alleged or actual affiliations with foreign and domestic groups on both the right and left classified as terrorist organizations. 30. CMUs are one of the clearest examples of how various and often separate targets of counterinsurgency, Arab Muslims, black people, and radical activists, for instance, are being subjected to similar counterinsurgency tactics. Through building an understanding of the connections between different targets of counterinsurgency, we can decrease exceptionalism in our movement and illuminate potential coalitional organizing strategies. Recognizing these intersections and the common enemy that has created them is critical for building mass support for incarcerated people, whether they are considered political prisoners or not. In building revolutionary movements in the United States, we must address the systemic nature of white supremacy, xeno and Islamophobia, and state repression, and use these intersections as a place to create unconventional alliances and new fronts of struggle. Honesty across ideologies. Often, conversations about creating broad-based support for leftist causes are infused with the belief that we have to compromise or hide the most radical elements of our political analysis and activities to avoid alienating the masses. We reject this idea for 2 reasons. First, there is no homogeneous mass of people. We live in a diverse society, and no single message or framing will or should appeal to everyone. And second, we believe that we can develop broad-based support through being as open and upfront about our politics as possible. This support is necessary as counterinsurgency attempts to isolate and marginalize radical voices and actions. Speaking as anarchists, we know that many people disagree with us, our arguments, and our visions for the future. However, disagreement need not be avoided and, when handled thoughtfully, is a critical component of political engagement and development on both sides. The harder gap to bridge is the one created by false pretense. No one likes being lied to, especially not based on the condescending assumption that they couldn't handle the truth. And in addition to the risk of alienating potential supporters and comrades through dishonesty, we lose unexpected opportunities for affinity and solidarity when we fail to present ourselves and our politics in a transparent manner. There are lots of examples of the benefits of political honesty, but a few from RNC organizing stick out in my mind. Our first endeavor in preparing for the RNC was to construct an explicitly anarchist force that other groups had to grapple with, in one way or another. We weren't always well received. But more often than not we were able to gain recognition and respect amongst other anti-RNC organizing groups, in part, because we were the first group to emerge publicly in opposition to the convention, and in part because of our sheer determination. By the time the large, leftist anti-RNC coalition held a conference to gather endorsements for the opening day march, we had already been active for over a year. We took our place at the table as anarchists and, because we had made genuine and serious contributions to the body of anti-RNC efforts, even groups whose tendency would have been to write us off had little option other than to recognize us. The welcoming committee's commitment to holding space for anarchists at the RNC meant that far more anarchists came to the protests than would have otherwise, and they came having already put time into preparing for the blockading strategy 31 that had been collectively agreed upon at the national meetings leading up to the RNC. The respect that we earned from other local organizations, however uneasily it was given, helped pave the way for real support after some of us were arrested and as the RNC 8 case, and, to a lesser extent, other felony cases, proceeded through the court system. The 8 of us were falsely accused of conspiring to do some extreme and ridiculous things, including saving buckets of urine for months prior to the convention to throw at cops, planning to kidnap delegates, and running a terrorist training camp. Alongside these accusations, our anti-authoritarian politics were put in the spotlight. Ramsey County prosecutors thought that other anti-RNC protesters and the public at large would be shocked and horrified, both by the beliefs we actually held and by the absurd things we were accused of doing. They banked on the assumption that our allies would turn against us and, frankly, this would have been a reasonably likely outcome. But the fact that we made ourselves visible anarchist politics and all for almost 2 years before had given fellow activists time to get used to us and even develop an affinity with us. We weren't the scary anarchists of legend, descending on a good city from elsewhere, hell-bent on wreaking havoc, and our work over those 2 years had at the very least earned us the chance to tell our side of the story. I also benefited personally from this approach at my job. At the time, I had been working in a college cafeteria on and off for 6 years. While I didn't walk around my workplace trying to convert people, I was open about my political beliefs and activities. When my mug shot flashed across the local news and I was publicly branded a terrorist, my co-workers and managers who might otherwise have bought the state's narrative had an honest relationship with me to counterbalance the hype. I didn't lose my job or suffer any repercussions, suspicion, or harassment at work, as happened to at least one CO defendant, and my manager even held my position during the time I was unavailable as a result of my arrest. Rejecting false divisions, creating genuine solidarity. One of the ways that the state suppresses movements is through exploiting existing divisions, and creating false ones, within potentially insurgent communities. Counterinsurgency employs the good protester/bad protester dichotomy as a way of manipulating people, both those who are politically engaged, and those who aren't. In this model, the state pits activists against each other, granting some of them, the good ones, a measure of legitimacy but pinning it to their willingness to help undermine the work of the bad ones. The idea is that maintaining a cozy relationship with the state will be an incentive for certain activists to delegitimize others, diverting attention from the oppressive nature of the system while accomplishing the goal of isolating and destabilizing radical movements. The dichotomy is often tied to tactical differences, exemplified in media coverage of mass mobilizations where cops, city officials, and reporters talk about how the good protesters who will be marching peacefully are in danger of being overshadowed by the bad protesters who will vandalize things. Whereas in previous decades protests were often either repressed or simply ignored, the post-9/11 era has seen the emergence of a more sophisticated model of protest policing. This model, sometimes called strategic incapacitation, is designed to neutralize specific protesters while maintaining an appearance of the freedom of speech and assembly. According to sociologist Patrick Gillum, strategic incapacitation is characterized by the goals of securitizing society and isolating or neutralizing the sources of potentially disruptive protest actions or events. These goals are primarily accomplished through 1. The use of surveillance and information sharing as a way to assess and monitor risks, 2. The use of preemptive arrests and less lethal weapons to selectively disrupt or incapacitate protesters that engage in disruptive protest tactics or might do so, and 3. The extensive control of space in order to isolate and contain disruptive protesters, whether actual or potential. 32. From a policing perspective, this model is most successful if the people who have been identified as the good protesters will voluntarily vilify the other protesters in the media and provide the police intelligence on more radical protest activity. The strategic incapacitation model can also create rifts in coalitions of protesters who otherwise might work together effectively despite different tactical or ideological approaches. To avoid playing into the state's hands, we have to inoculate our movements with the belief that what we have to gain through solidarity is more valuable than what we might gain through divisiveness. This doesn't mean that we can, or should, avoid meaningful conflict, but that we have to think more deeply about the causes of that conflict and the most constructive methods of dealing with it. Loose, one of the most enduring legacies of anti-RNC organizing is what we call the St. Paul Principles. In our conversations with anarchists who had been a part of organizing for past mass mobilizations, we heard one issue come up over and over again: the nonviolence pledge. That is, it was not uncommon for major players in a given mobilization to require a pledge of nonviolence as a precondition to formal involvement in the protest organizing. This pledge easily, and to some extent, by design, becomes a wedge driven between groups that might otherwise have worked well together. 33. Many of us in the welcoming committee felt that it was important to avoid any sort of nonviolence pledge for two reasons. One was a matter of principle. Though we saw no strategic value in violent protest at the RNC, there was an overwhelming rejection of pacifist ideology within the group and a belief that nonviolence pledges do more harm than good for radical organizing. The other reason was merely practical: we wanted to avoid being backed into a corner where a refusal to sign any sort of pledge cut us out of general anti-RNC organizing, or where the adoption of such an agreement turned off some of the anarchists we intended to make space for at the protests. So we decided to preempt the whole situation by approaching the other major organizers and proposing a different set of protest agreements, one that foregrounded solidarity and non-cooperation with the state. This St. Paul Principles went as follows. 1. Our solidarity will be based on respect for a diversity of tactics and the plans of other groups. 2. The actions and tactics used will be organized to maintain a separation of time or space. 3. Any debates or criticisms will stay internal to the movement, avoiding any public or media denunciations of fellow activists and events. 4. We oppose any state repression of dissent, including surveillance, infiltration, disruption, and violence. We agree not to assist law enforcement actions against activists and others. When we conceived of the St. Paul Principles, we expected an uphill battle, in particular because our blockading plans roughly coincided with the big anti-war march on the first day of the convention. To our surprise, several of the major groups organizing the march were enthusiastic about the idea. The St. Paul Principles were integrated into the endorsement of the big march, which had the effect of bringing on board some of the groups who would otherwise have been most inclined to impose and enforce a nonviolence pledge. Beyond being divided over tactics, radical movements are often deeply divided by ideological differences. Without minimizing these differences, it is important to struggle to find common ground. When we become too dogmatic or only seek out alliances within our own political milieu, we fail to learn from the experiences of other movements. We also deny ourselves the chance to create a broad and diverse base of support for our own struggles. Loose, prior to the RNC, I identified a strategic value for the anarchist movement here in fostering better relationships with non-anarchist groups. But it wasn't until I had the privilege of watching the fruits of that labor, both at the protests during the RNC and in the community response to legal fallout afterwards, that I truly felt the necessity of such cross-movement solidarity. There is a huge difference between having an intellectual commitment to bridging ideological and social gaps in our movements, and holding a genuine sense of solidarity. Most organizing groups had agreed to the St. Paul Principles before the RNC, but the agreement was often rife with mutual wariness. After the convention, this uneasiness dissipated, and in its place, a sense of collective struggle started to emerge. Signing on to the principles had seeded the idea of this collective struggle, and as the 8 of us and the welcoming committee as a whole were attacked by the state, Other signatories felt that they were under attack by extension. Support for our defense was far more diverse than support for our previous organizing had been. And though the St. Paul principles were specific to the RNC protests in letter, even today people invoke them explicitly in discussions of ongoing community work in the Twin Cities, and model new protest agreements after them across the country. Genuine cross-movement solidarity is especially powerful insofar as its growth nurtures and sustains new work in unpredictable ways. While maintaining a critical approach to political and tactical differences, we should also make intentional strides towards opening ourselves up to these new and sometimes unconventional alliances. This work has to take place both on the level of personal transformation, and as a matter of organizational culture. Loose. While developing the RNC8 support campaign, we decided to frame our defense within a broader analysis of state repression, and to intentionally tie it to ongoing political work outside of the defensive realm. For example, we planned most of our events as joint fundraisers, whether with other legal defense funds or groups engaging in proactive political work. Our insistence on using this model was occasionally a point of frustration for some within the Defense Committee, who felt like they had signed up to support the RNC8 and, instead, got stuck with the responsibility of supporting a whole movement. But in the end, members of the Defense Committee voiced an appreciation of the collective efforts at pushing the boundaries of our support. It made the often mundane work of fundraising and court watching more meaningful, and provided ways for people to bring their own political priorities to the table. The practice of continually pushing a narrative that anchored our case to a bigger analysis of repression lent our support work more of a feeling of the mutual aid that is sometimes lacking in legal defense campaigns. A striking example of this, in my mind, came about in the fall of 2009. Carrie Feldman and Scott DeMuth, two people many of us were friends with, and who had been involved in anti-RNC work among other things, were subpoenaed to a grand jury in southern Iowa relating to an ongoing investigation of an Animal Liberation Front action that had occurred several years prior. Scott and Carrie were initially positioned to receive relatively little support, since the case came seemingly out of nowhere, and animal rights activity receives a chilly reception in many parts of the left. But despite their case having only a circumstantial connection to the RNC, we piggybacked support for the two of them onto RNC8 infrastructure, hoping that the goodwill afforded us would be extended to them. Our supporters as a whole were remarkably open to this, and it greatly expanded the scope of solidarity for Scott and Carrie as their case progressed. 34. In September of 2010, as Scott's case was nearing resolution and our own trial date approached, I had a moment of thinking that this local spell of overt repression was finally drawing to a close. Then, on September 24, I woke up to the news that the FBI was raiding several houses around the metro area. The situation that has unfolded in the time since is this: 24 activists, most of them in Minneapolis and Chicago, were subpoenaed to a federal grand jury investigating alleged material support for terrorism. 35 Based on search warrant affidavits, it appears that the targets of the investigation have been chosen because of their international solidarity work, especially in support of Palestinian liberation. For some of them, an additional and overlapping component of the investigation seems to be their membership in the Freedom Road Socialist Organization. 36 All have refused to cooperate with the grand jury. Many of these new targets had been active supporters of the RNC8 as our case progressed. Over the course of our own support campaign, we had started cooking a free meal for supporters once a month as a gesture of appreciation for their work. The meals provided a monthly space for those dealing with the RNC aftermath to gather unencumbered by the obligations of fundraisers, speaking events, and meetings, and the sense of community fostered at these dinners was hugely beneficial to all of us, emotionally and psychologically. As our friends dealt with their own unfolding political case, some of the RNC8 and the folks who were involved in our defense committee were looking for meaningful ways to provide support and decided to start organizing a similar monthly meal for them. I think this sort of activity would have been unlikely prior to the RNC, but the work we've all engaged in together has built a feeling of solidarity strong enough to nurture new, cross-movement bonds. One of the subpoenaed activists once said to me, "We're standing on your shoulders." While we can't reasonably take any credit for their non-cooperating stance, This statement illustrates the extent to which RNC-8 support work injected new attention to state repression in the Twin Cities and established a set of expectations about how to deal with it. The work that went into both our case and Scott and Carey's cases had become a local reference point for principled resistance to state repression by the time these subpoenas were issued, providing both inspiration and concrete models for possible radical responses. Lane, another positive outcome from doing RNC-8 support in Philadelphia was the development of a lasting relationship between the Wild Poppies Collective, WPC, and local Puerto Rican independence activists. One of the WPC members had a previous relationship with the National Boricua Human Rights Network and invited a longtime independence activist to speak on the Conspiring for Change panel. Following the panel, we became involved in the campaign to free Carlos Alberto Torres and Oscar Lopez Rivera, the two longest-held Puerto Rican political prisoners in the U.S. As we learned more about this history, it quickly became clear that there was a lot to learn from the independence movement, both because of their unwavering militant non-collaboration with the state and because they are one of the few movements that has successfully freed the majority of their political prisoners. 37 In order to support these ongoing struggles, the WPC held events featuring former political prisoners from the Puerto Rican movement and hosted discussions about colonialism in Puerto Rico. 38 These generated support, at least in our immediate political circles, among people who were not previously thinking about U.S. colonialism as a present-day reality. Had we been thinking about the RNC-8 support campaign in a more narrow way, or if we had only sought relationships with other anarchists, we would have missed this opportunity to deepen our understanding of anti-colonial struggles and learn from others who had been fighting state repression for decades. Sarah, in 2010, Lane, Luce, and I, along with another member of the WPC, traveled to Puerto Rico with a delegation from Philadelphia to celebrate the release of Carlos Alberto Torres. Before his release, Torres was one of two remaining political prisoners out of a group of Puerto Rican independentistas who were arrested during the early 1980s and accused of being members of the Fuerzas Armadas de Liberación Nacional, FALN. While a highly successful campaign resulted in Bill Clinton commuting the sentences of 11 FALN prisoners in 1999, Torres and his CO defendant Oscar Lopez Rivera remained in prison. Torres' release after 30 years was an occasion of enormous celebration. His freedom, as well as the release of the 11 political prisoners in 1999, was the culmination of decades of work by the Puerto Rican independence movement and their allies. Part of their success lay in building a campaign that worked on multiple fronts, from gaining the support of Nobel laureates and religious and political leaders 39 to staging protests and acts of civil disobedience, to building alternative institutions like clinics and schools where the history of anti-colonial resistance could be taught. 40. We felt incredibly lucky to be invited to participate in Torres' homecoming. At the time, Luce was still facing 2 felony charges, and we thought it would be fitting for us to celebrate the release of a political prisoner before she might herself become one. It was an amazing opportunity to learn from a successful 30-year campaign as well as to talk about the upcoming RNC-8 trial. But what we got from our time in Puerto Rico, more than any specific strategy lessons, was the inspiration that came from being with so many people who have fought for their independence with ferocity and love and who were willing to extend their love and support to others in the struggle. And while Oscar Lopez Rivera remains in prison, we continue to fight for his release. 41. On our last night in Puerto Rico we were eating dinner with 2 independentistas who had worked for decades for the freedom of the political prisoners. As we were celebrating Carlos' release, and talking about the upcoming RNC-8 trial, one of them said to Luce, "If you go to prison, we'll be there in Minnesota to celebrate when you get out." This was the kind of cross-movement, intergenerational solidarity we had set out to build when we started working on the RNC-8 case, and it came about because we sought out the chance to work in solidarity with people across ideological and cultural divides. Creating the context for non-cooperation. To successfully resist counterinsurgency we need to develop a context that both demands and supports non-cooperation with the state. At its most basic, non-cooperation means refusing to give any information on movement activities to law enforcement, or to aid in their investigation and targeting of political movements. There are a few components that are necessary to actively support and build a culture of non-cooperation. The first is education. We need to teach each other why non-cooperation is so important, and what it looks like in practice. The second is figuring out how to support each other as we experience fear. And the third is developing relationships and movements that can be sustained over the long haul. There are numerous ways that people choose to engage in non-cooperation, ranging from declining to answer questions in police interviews to becoming fugitives to avoid criminal prosecution. The principle of non-cooperation with law enforcement is crucial to maintaining political integrity. It has proven to be an extremely effective method of limiting the damage done by, and even incapacitating, investigations aimed at weakening radical movements. In particular, the principle of non-cooperation and its effectiveness has shown in the history of resistance to grand juries. Examples of grand jury resistance abound, including in the Black Liberation Movement, Earth and Animal Liberation Movements, and anti-war and international solidarity movements, just to name a few. 42. The Puerto Rican independence movement has an especially strong tradition of grand jury resistance. Puerto Rican activists and their supporters have faced numerous rounds of grand jury subpoenas, beginning in the 1930s, and reoccurring during high moments of struggle in the 1950s, 1970s, and 1980s, and most recently in 2007. 43 generations of independence activists and their supporters have refused to cooperate with grand juries, even when they are jailed for contempt of court. This has limited the amount of information that the state has been able to gather about movement activities. And when faced with the realization that the threat of imprisonment was not enough to gain compliance, the government at times has even been forced to withdraw grand jury subpoenas. 44. However, developing this kind of consistent non-cooperation takes some serious work on our part. We can't just assume that people in our movements already know that they shouldn't talk to the FBI or testify before a grand jury, even if they recognize the state as an enemy. Sometimes people cooperate with law enforcement or talk to the cops because they believe they have nothing to hide or because they think they can outsmart them by only giving information that is assumed to be widely known or publicly available. But while we can't always know exactly what information the state has or how it will be used, we do know that data collection is a first and vital step in counterinsurgency efforts. Providing information to activists about the principles behind non-collaboration and how to respond when the state shows up at your door can help foster a movement that is able to withstand this kind of intervention. Loose, for a lot of younger people who became involved in anti-RNC organizing, UOC. Materials and events were what introduced them to this idea, and it played a big role in the fact that no one from Minneapolis turned informant during the RNC or its aftermath. In our work, we highlighted the destructive nature of cooperation with the state. We emphasized that our movements do not have the capacity to deal with the devastating effects of snitching and collaborating, the seeds of deep distrust, the grand jury subpoenas, the criminal indictments and prison sentences, and promoted the idea that we cannot afford to support people who collaborate. UOC did such a thorough job of saturating the South Minneapolis punk and anarchist scene with this information that it became somewhat routine for us to get calls when folks in town, or sometimes, in other states, were harassed by the FBI or subpoenaed to grand juries and wanted help finding legal support and getting the word out. In 2007, the FBI approached a kid who had been arrested for graffiti and asked him to infiltrate vegan potlucks looking for information on anti-RNC organizing because he looked the part. Though he wasn't involved in political work, he knew he had the right to refuse. He had seen the UOC zine and, rather than help the feds, he contacted us with his story, even passing on the business cards and phone numbers of the FBI agents who had propositioned him. UOC was able to spin this into a number of local mainstream media stories, further expanding awareness of the state's use of informants and of the specific repressive efforts already underway. Sarah, because many younger activists and organizers in Philadelphia were not experiencing direct state repression, there was a lack of consciousness about the possibility of state action against us. Wanting to use this moment of relative calm to help people prepare for the possibility of future repression, the Wild Poppies Collective put together a workshop designed to both teach about the legal aspects of grand jury resistance and also talk about the psychological aspects of dealing with counterinsurgency. For the grand jury portion of the workshop we brought in a radical lawyer, Safiya Elijah, who has represented political prisoners since the early 1980s and who was able to speak to participants about the specific ways that grand juries are used to gather information about movements. Point 45 She outlined some of the most effective strategies for resisting grand juries and dealing with the judicial system. Two former political prisoners, Laura Whitehorn 46 and Ricardo Jimenez 47, helped facilitate the workshop and also led us in a discussion about the emotional aspects of dealing with imprisonment. We wanted to open up space for people to talk openly about fear, instead of just falling back on bravado or ego to get through scary situations. Bravado may look good in the streets, but can quickly fall apart once activists are facing interrogations or long prison sentences. However, building structures of support where we can sustain each other emotionally through difficult situations creates a much stronger foundation for non-cooperation over the long term. Whitehorn and Jimenez spoke not only about the details of their cases, but also of how they were able to cope emotionally with the intense situations they found themselves in after being arrested. By openly talking about the fears and challenges they faced during their arrests and their time in prison, these older activists opened up space for workshop participants to ask questions about how to face these fears head-on. During the question and answer session, one younger activist asked Whitehorn how she had kept herself together emotionally in the days after her arrest in 1985, when she was being kept in isolation, unsure of what would happen to her or her comrades. Whitehorn responded that she had sung songs from her childhood to pass the time and help calm her nerves. This story left a lasting impression on me because it served as a reminder that we all have internal resources that we can use to make it through extremely stressful situations, but we need to be open to the fact that these resources may not come in the forms that we expect. Fostering fear is a key part of the psychological dimension of counterinsurgency strategy. When people cooperate with police investigations, it is often because they are afraid of the consequences and don't truly believe that the movement will give them the support they need. Of course, people are responsible for their own actions, and the movement cannot afford to support those who decide to collaborate. But when so many people in the last decade have felt compelled to snitch, it must be because we as a movement are doing something wrong. We need to create more opportunities to talk about the psychological effects of state repression, and how we can successfully counteract them. Finding ways to support people who are in scary situations and also teach ourselves how to handle our fear is absolutely essential in building movements that can effectively and strategically respond to our current conditions. Learning to cope with fear does not mean simply showing bravado in the face of repression. Instead, we must learn to create spaces that allow us to be vulnerable with each other and be honest about our weaknesses and apprehensions. Building this kind of support helps keep us true to our beliefs and vision even in the face of extreme consequences. It is not enough to believe in our cause, we must also learn to believe in each other. The development of trust and support should be strong enough to stand the test of time. The Green Scare cases make the necessity of building long-lasting relationships within our movements very clear. In Operation Backfire, the authorities were able to flip a single person and send him around the country wearing a wire, to find his former comrades and get them to talk about the actions they had done together. Eventually, more than two-thirds of the Backfire defendants turned informant, which has created a snowball effect. The informants offered the state new leads in investigations that had gone cold years ago, meaning more and more people have been prosecuted and, in turn, many of them have snitched, producing even newer leads and cases. One of the factors in the state's success was the passage of several years between the ELF actions and the arrests. There are two implications. First, it meant that people had grown complacent, believing that they were in the clear, having dropped their guard. They were vulnerable. The state's successful strategy in this instance speaks to the ever-present possibility of repression, and reminds us of the dangers of waning vigilance. The state is both patient and proactive, and repression doesn't stop just because a group is no longer active. Second, the time lapse between the actions and the indictments in the Operation Backfire cases meant that many of the defendants were no longer active in radical environmental struggles and had stepped back from the movement as a whole. The minority of defendants who steadfastly refused to cooperate were people who had remained deeply involved in social justice movements, or who had retained strong personal relationships to people and communities that are committed to non-cooperation. Most of the snitches in Green Scare cases have been people who no longer had a deep connection to any radical movement that would hold them accountable. Many defendants were facing multiple life sentences for actions they took as a part of a struggle that was no longer present in their daily lives. In this context, it's easy to see how an internal moral code alone wasn't enough to keep all of them from informing on each other. 48. Ultimately, the responsibility for their actions rests on the shoulders of the snitches themselves, but the cooperating Green Scare defendants highlight weaknesses in our movements. We have to ask ourselves hard questions about whether or not we foster an environment that is both supportive and challenging, especially as people's politics, tactics, and the nature of the movement itself develop and change over time. We must build accountability with each other, because making choices to protect our movements in the face of serious consequences runs counter to the ways that we have been socialized to conceive of our self-interest. When the movement is weak, it can be difficult for people to realize that the decisions we make do have an impact on our collective future. Therefore, it is essential that we create relationships that are both supportive of personal and political growth and are able to deepen, grow, and maintain accountability over the long term. There is no foolproof way to insulate ourselves from future risk, but we can give ourselves an advantage through thoughtful, constant nurturing of strong relationships and healthy communities. Real security culture. We now know there were 2 paid informants and 2 undercover cops who had infiltrated the welcoming committee, as well as an activist from Texas who had already been flipped by the FBI but was only outed through his role in an RNC-related case. 49 There were also numerous informants used in the Green Scare cases. Some of them had been operating in radical communities for years and were flipped by the feds. 50 But at least one was a paid infiltrator from the beginning. 51 Adhering to traditional security culture guidelines, such as never indulging in discussions about past illegal activity for nostalgia's sake or never engaging in clandestine activity with people who you couldn't vouch for, would have mitigated the damage done by some of these informants. But we believe that our movements need to be operating with a much broader conception of what keeps us safe and secure. Healthier group dynamics not only allow us to function better collectively, but also make it easier to spot those who are being intentionally disruptive. While going through the recordings made by the informants in the RNC-8 case, it became clear that the comments that would be most damaging when played in court were not ones having to do with the actual protest planning. Instead, what seemed most useful for the prosecution were the multiple examples of macho posturing in which organizers were discussing actions that they clearly had no intention of, or capacity for, carrying out. Had the group actively discouraged this kind of talk, rather than tolerating or encouraging it, the state would have been stripped of the empty, inflammatory sound bites that constituted the backbone of their case. Loose, the welcoming committee's internal operation was highly dysfunctional, characterized by things like monopolies on information, grossly uneven workloads, and fraught interpersonal power dynamics. This situation made us especially vulnerable to infiltration and ill-equipped to deal with it. Most of the informants didn't fit into the group socially or culturally, but rather than being domineering and provocative, they tended to sit on the sidelines, listening and asking questions and hiding behind the explanation that they were inexperienced. In this way, they played on people's sympathies, and thus weren't held accountable for behaviors that really weren't okay, such as making incredibly sexist comments or refusing to contribute to the group's work. The FBI informant preyed on younger and less experienced people who felt that their work and opinions were not valued within the larger group. In big meetings, he was quiet and unassuming, while also at times being quite inquisitive. This made some people feel like he genuinely cared about what they thought and did. FBI recordings showed that as he gained those people's trust, he started to push conversations in dangerous directions, subtly needling and prodding people into posturing about criminal activity well beyond the scope of the organizing they were actually engaged in. As the RNC unfolded and we realized who the informants were, it became clear that they were all people who had raised alarms for many of us over the course of their involvement and who, with a better internal process, we would have been able to kick out early on. Those of us who were particularly suspicious had taken steps to limit our contact with some of these individuals, protecting ourselves individually but failing to protect the group. And as the 8 defendants pored over audio and video surveillance obtained through legal discovery, these suspicions were validated as it was apparent that the FBI informant in particular had behaved in ways that were unacceptable. Those who were closer to the informants had the chance to learn vital information about their lives and behaviors that they withheld from the larger group. Much of this information, what they were doing with their free time, how they appeared to make money, who they were getting close to, didn't necessarily appear suspicious on its face. But when pieced together with the intuitive reactions some of us had, it created an overall picture that clearly suggested these people were informants. After the RNC was over and the informants had been discovered, I became aware of one particularly glaring example of the dangerous gap in our group communication. It came out that the FBI informant had failed to go through the vouching process that the rest of us completed in order to attend an important strategy meeting a few months prior to the convention. 52 Two different groups of people, a subcommittee he worked with, and the individuals handling registration for the conference had attempted to get references and background information on him, and he evaded all of their inquiries. The subcommittee dropped the issue, figuring that the folks handling vouchers would resolve it, and, in turn, the registrars let his failure to complete the process on their end slide because they figured his subcommittee wouldn't have let him in if he weren't vouched for. The two groups never talked to each other about this, though, and unbeknownst to everyone else, he was admitted to the session in violation of the security protocol we had agreed on. He was the only local informant present, as the protocol had successfully weeded out the others, and he secretly recorded the entire meeting, adding fodder to the prosecution's case against us down the line. It's doubtful that we would ever have found definitive evidence against most of the infiltrators in the welcoming committee, but there was enough out there to justify a decision not to work with any of them. I believe we would have gotten to the point where we felt comfortable making a group decision to kick them out well before the RNC, and before much of the damage was done, if we had prioritized the work of building internal trust and respect and, essentially, of caring for each other. It is significant that many informants who have been outed in the last several years have had reputations for highly problematic and even abusive behaviors. The most notorious of these cases is Brandon Darby, the Texas-based FBI informant mentioned above, who had a reputation for being violent, patriarchal, egotistical, dishonest, and aggressively disruptive. His position and abuse of power in post-Katrina New Orleans Common Ground Collective drove a lot of people, particularly women, out of the organization. 53 While Darby is perhaps an archetypal informant in exhibiting these traits, other recent informants have displayed a different but still problematic array of behaviors. Andrew Darst, the FBI informant in the welcoming committee, was extremely unreliable, emotionally manipulative, and dishonest. Chris Duggar and Marilyn Hedstrom, both also welcoming committee infiltrators, sat through months and months of meetings but refused to share in the collective workload in any measurable way. Duggar was also confronted for having made numerous explicitly sexist remarks but then not held to account for his failure to change. 54 NCS Anna, the FBI informant used to entrap and convict Eric McDavid, was emotionally abusive, and constantly crossed boundaries and violated consent by pushing Eric and his co-defendants to engage in highly risky, illegal activity. 55. None of these are behaviors we should tolerate, whether someone is working with law enforcement or not. And perhaps if we took these issues more seriously, some of these informants wouldn't have been able to establish a foothold in radical organizing circles in the first place, while others might have been forced out later on. Additionally, we need to examine the challenges that substance abuse and addiction pose to community safety. A striking example of this is the story of Jacob Ferguson, a former member of the ELF whose transformation into a paid government informant was the turning point in Operation Backfire. His long-standing heroin addiction was no secret amongst folks in Eugene, Oregon, where he lived. But he kept the depth of his substance abuse problems from some of the people he was working with on ELF actions, and those who were aware apparently declined to intervene. Hence, he was able to participate in highly risky, clandestine activity, and the people he worked with placed their freedom in his hands. Several years later, when an unlucky chain of events brought him into contact with law enforcement, his drug activities gave them a point of leverage and his intimate knowledge of ELF activity became his ticket out. 56 At numerous points along the way, the people around Ferguson made poor decisions by failing to treat his addiction seriously enough, and the result has been a devastating process of prosecution, snitching, and imprisonment. How best to deal with these issues is an open and complicated question, but the pattern of ignoring or minimizing the seriousness of addiction, or isolating it as a personal problem instead of a community concern, produces dangerous consequences. Real community safety. As a movement, we need to build upon the idea that we don't just need to keep the cops out. We need to create models of genuine community safety and accountability that don't replicate either the macho posturing or the punitive discipline of the system we are trying to overturn. We must address conflict and trauma, combat systemic oppression and inequality, and establish systems to care for each other in times of hardship. Negative interpersonal dynamics and oppressive behaviors are serious problems that need to be dealt with in their own right, and also insofar as they leave us vulnerable to disruption by government forces. While we believe that radical movements should be able to protect themselves and function outside of criminal legal apparatuses, we often lack the skills and the will to address conflict and abuse head-on. At the same time, many radicals, recognizing that cops are dangerous to the communities they police, are working to build alternative forms of justice and methods of harm reduction. There are organizations imagining and developing ways to create genuine community safety by building upon methods of handling conflict that have long existed in communities that haven't been able to rely on the police, as well as finding new ways of addressing various forms of violence. 57 Those of us struggling against overt forms of political repression would do well to learn from these movements. Our communities are often torn apart by abusive behaviors, sexual assault, and other forms of interpersonal violence, and these divisions are easily exploited by infiltrators. We become less vulnerable when we have methods in place to honestly address the conflict and violence that emerge as we are working, struggling, and living together. Lane, one of the things I got out of reflecting on my experiences organizing against state repression is the need to develop proactive, visionary movements that can not only withstand state intervention, but are also creating new ways of building organizations and communities. We started out trying to build support for the RNC8 while they were facing protest-related legal charges, which was in many ways a pretty narrow and specific goal. But through doing that work we made connections with a lot of people who were approaching issues of state repression from a multitude of perspectives, from fighting for national liberation to developing models of transformative justice and envisioning a world without prisons or police. Each of these components has something extremely valuable to offer for fighting counterinsurgency. The trick is to figure out how to combine these elements into a comprehensive strategy that can not only withstand counterinsurgency tactics, but can also move us forward towards creating genuinely insurgent, revolutionary movements here in the United States. I think that ideas of transformative justice, of finding ways to actually deal with harm outside of the criminal justice system, are crucial to this project. Envisioning and enacting real alternatives to the dysfunctional, soul-destroying systems that people are subjected to under capitalism can give us some of the tools we need, in particular the ability to communicate about difficult issues and create systems of accountability to each other that make our movements strong enough to withstand state repression and much more likely to resist infiltration. Fighting oppression should be primary in our work, and not just a means to avoiding repression. Racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, classism, and ableism are not side issues, they exist both within and outside of our movements, and we cannot successfully fight the state while ignoring these realities. Indeed, what point would there be to toppling the state while leaving its mechanisms of oppression in place? The more time that women, people of color, and queer and trans people must spend fighting for the space to be heard, respected and valued within the movement, the less time and energy we have available for fighting the state. Conversely, the more we find ways to struggle against systemic oppression, the more space is opened up for people to feel safe participating in the struggle. A vision of safety for everyone is inextricably tied up with our vision of liberation. In this context, safety does not mean that we will never experience trauma, but real security culture involves creating spaces where people feel comfortable participating and bringing their full selves to the work. It is essential that we work to build communities capable of supporting people as they take calculated political risks. The more we support each other and hold each other accountable, the better positioned we will be to channel our creativity and energy into taking risks that, while they may lead to repression, can move us towards the goal of revolutionary change. Creating supportive communities and safer spaces is not just an end in itself, it creates a context where we are able to fight for a world without oppression, even in the face of heightened attacks from the state. Conclusion. We don't mean to suggest that honesty, cooperation, and a good history lesson are all that's required to wage a successful revolution in the United States. However, we do believe that without a commitment to these things, victory will be impossible. And while we would have preferred not to spend 2 years engaged in a time-consuming and costly legal battle fighting trumped-up charges against the RNC-8, the lessons we learned were invaluable. Our connections to other struggles are deeper, our analysis is stronger, and we believe that the movements that we are a part of have grown as a result of these experiences. In this chapter, we have proposed a proactive strategy for protecting our movements from counterinsurgency methods. We see the following as key components of that strategy: understanding both our history and our current context, valuing honesty across ideologies and rejecting false divisions, and committing to non-cooperation and to fostering real security culture and community safety. This list is neither foolproof nor exhaustive, but we believe that it can take us at least part of the way towards turning moments of repression into opportunities for movement building. While the devastating effect that repression can have should not be underestimated, we also believe that repression has the potential to act as a force multiplier, expanding instead of curtailing the possibility for resistance. Of course, this is only true to the extent that we refuse to be daunted by increasingly high stakes. We might be afraid, but we should accept that fear will be a part of the process of building a world based on justice and love. The function of counterinsurgency is to make us believe that the cost of resistance is always greater than the potential gains of fighting for liberation. But we can change the calculus. We can turn moments that are supposed to destabilize and drain our movements into moments that allow us to grow, become more expansive, learn our history and create new alliances. We can use these moments to educate our communities about how to fight repression, build strength in moments of fear, and tap into an amazingly rich and inspiring history of resistance. And these actions can move us from resisting repression to sowing the seeds of tomorrow's insurgencies. Contributors. Lydia Bartholow is an educator, psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner, herbalist, writer, and organizer who focuses her practice on mental wellness and radical public health. She lives in Portland, Oregon, with too many animals, and often obsesses about the connections between public health, liberatory healing, and the prison industrial complex. Chip Burlett, Vice President of the Defending Dissent Foundation, has been researching, writing about, and organizing against political repression since the early 1970s. He worked as a paralegal investigator on several lawsuits against government surveillance and repression, analyzing over 100,000 pages of federal, state, and private spy files. Burlett authored Surveillance Abuse in the Encyclopedia of Crime and Punishment and Encountering Political Repression in the Global Activist's Manual. He was a co-founder of Police Misconduct and Civil Rights Law Report. He served as vice president of the National Lawyers Guild, co-chaired the Guild's Civil Liberties Committee, and co-coordinated the original Public Eye Network. Jeffrey Boyce is a PhD candidate in the School of Geography and Development at the University of Arizona. He is a longtime affiliate of the Tucson-based No More Deaths, and he researches and writes on immigration and homeland security-related issues. Elaine Brown is the first and only woman to head the Black Panther Party. She is the author of A Taste of Power, Pantheon, 1992, and The Condemnation of Little B, Beacon Press, 2002. She is presently co-authoring For Reasons of Race and Belief, The Trials of Jamil Al-Amin, H. Rap Brown, with Karima Al-Amin, Lawrence Hill Books, 2014, and she is completing the non-fiction book Melba and Al, A Story of Black Love in Jim Crow America, Feminist Press, 2014. She is the editor of Messages to Our Brothers and Sisters on the Other Side of the Wall, a collection of autobiographical essays by Black prisoners in New Mexico, published by the New Mexico Department of African American Affairs, 2007. And she has recorded 2 albums of original songs, one for Motown Records, Until We're Free, and her 1969 album, Seize the Time, which includes the Black Panther Party national anthem, The Meeting, re-released as a CD by Warner Brothers. Elaine remains a social activist, and, among other things, is the executive director of the Michael Lewis Legal Defense Committee, supporting the case of Lewis, Little B, who, convicted and imprisoned at 13 years old for a murder he did not commit, is still incarcerated after nearly 16 years. Connor Cash is a PhD student at the School of Geography and Development at the University of Arizona, and thinks that the police are the biggest social problem in the world. George Cesariello teaches political theory from below at Drexel University in Philadelphia. His work has previously appeared in Theory and Event, Historical Materialism, Monthly Review, Journal of Black Studies, Key Parle, and Radical Philosophy Review, among others, as well as a number of edited volumes. He is the author of We Created Chavez, A People's History of the Venezuelan Revolution, Duke, 2013, and is currently completing a book-length project entitled Decolonizing Dialectics. George can be reached at gjcm@drexel.edu. Birya MP is engaged in work that focuses on white supremacy, the prison industrial complex, and the intersections thereof. He removed boredom from his life by surrounding himself with high school students, and lives with his incredible partner in Portland, Oregon. Jenny Esquivel has worked with Sacramento prisoner support since 2006. She has gone on tour multiple times speaking about Eric McDavid's case, entrapment, and political prisoners. She is a co-author of the book Government Repression, Prisoner Support, PNL Press, 2012. Luce Gielan-Givens was one of the RNC 8 defendants. All charges against her were dropped in September 2010. She has been involved in a variety of radical projects, working on issues including prisoner and legal support, border, immigration, labor, and anti-war organizing, and several radical community spaces in the Twin Cities. Wailida Imarisha is a writer, organizer, educator, and performance poet. She was one of the founders and first editor of AWOL magazine, a political hip-hop publication, and she served on the editorial collective for Left Turn magazine. She teaches in the Portland State University's Black Studies Department. Fatima Insalation is an anarchist who lives in Tucson, Arizona. Claude Marks is a former U.S. political prisoner and is the director of the Freedom Archives, as well as a lifelong activist. Lara Messersmith Glavin serves on the board of directors for the Institute for Anarchist Studies, as well as on the editorial collective of Perspectives on Anarchist Theory, the Journal of the IAS. She is also a member of the Parasol Climate Collective. She is an educator and a writer. Ricardo Levins Morales is a longtime labor and social justice activist and artist. He helps organizers integrate cultural creativity into their organizing practice. He works out of a studio/storefront in Minneapolis. Lane Mullett and Sarah Small live in Philadelphia and are both members of the Wild Poppies Collective, a Philadelphia-based anti-imperialist group that works to end state repression and the prison industrial complex. They are currently working on a campaign to stop prison expansion in Pennsylvania. Will Munger is a member of the Life During Wartime editorial collective and also helped to organize the counterinsurgency convergence in 2011. His recent research was supported by a grant from the Institute for Anarchist Studies. Vicente L. Rafael is professor of history at the University of Washington in Seattle. He is the author of several works on the cultural politics and history of the Philippines, including Contracting Colonialism, White Love, and Other Events in Filipino History, and The Promise of the Foreign, all published by Duke University Press. Sasha Ross joined the editorial collective of the Earth First Journal in 2009 and CO founded the F. Newswire in 2010. He works with several organizations, including BARC and Global Justice for Animals and the Environment, while attending the European Graduate School. He is the editor of Grabbing Back, Against the Global Land Grab, forthcoming in 2014 from AK Press. Stop the Injunctions Coalition, STIC, is a diverse group of organizations, families, and concerned community members who have joined together to fight gang injunctions in Oakland. Evan Tucker has done support work for political prisoners and is a CO author of the book Government Repression, Prisoner Support, P&L Press, 2012. Kevin Van Meter is a member of the Team Colors Collective and has just relocated to Minneapolis, Minnesota, to complete his doctorate in geography. Van Meter, with Team Colors, CO edited the collection Uses of a Whirlwind, AK Press, 2010, and CO authored Wines from Below, Team Colors/Eberhard Press, 2010. Van Meter's collaborative and single-authored work has appeared in various radical publications. Christian Williams is a member of the Committee Against Political Repression, in Portland, Oregon. He is also the author of Our Enemies in Blue, Police and Power in America, Soft Skull, 2004, South End, 2007, American Methods, Torture and the Logic of Domination, South End, 2006, and Hurt, Notes on Torture in a Modern Democracy, Microcosm, 2012. In 2009 he received a grant from the Institute for Anarchist Studies to support his research on Oscar Wilde's anarchism.